Well, good morning to you and welcome back to Arnesville Playing Field where we are watching a very interesting game here between Barbados and Jamaica in the finals of the West Indies Under 19 cricket tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A very exciting start to proceedings this morning here. Jamaica yesterday, they were 4 without loss, and this morning, as you join this broadcast, they are 7 for 4. With me in the box is Stacey and Adam. Stacey, and good morning and welcome.
Hello everyone, good morning to you, Kenroy, and Brian Barnes pinching a single, getting off strike. So if you're a Jamaican fan, look away because they lost 4 wickets for 3 runs.
Exciting times here at Arnesville Playing Field. It reminds me of the finals last year, Stacey, between Barbados and the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, we certainly have a rip-roaring contest on our hands between these two teams this morning. I'll just recap the dismissals. After this delivery from Seeley, we know he gets through them quite quickly.
Funny, just outside the leg stump, didn't play a shot really, left it. A signal from the umpire. Wait to see that. Bye.
Yeah, so this morning, Trevor Williams, he was LBW bowled by Raniko Smith. You had Ware, next batter out, caught by Smith. A nice little catch, bowled Nathan Seeley. Jordan Johnson, massive wicket that was for them. He was caught by Zion Brathwaite, bowled by Raniko Smith. And Justin Beckford was stumped by Joshua Morris, bowled by Nathan Seeley.
This one is a bush. The jump short of the man at short leg. Another testing time here for the Jamaican batters, really. And really, Nathan Seeley started proceedings with his fast bowler this morning and really bowled exceptionally well. 4 Jamaican wickets within space of an hour. But these two have come together thus far. Seems to be ready for the battle that is on today between these two teams. Stacey, and a really exciting morning.
Yes, well, they need to if we are to have any sort of contest here. Currently, they lead by 120 runs, so that's one good thing for Jamaican so far this morning. But losing 4 quick wickets certainly wasn't in their plan. So these two, Waterborne and Barnes, much like he did in the first innings, Barnes, they need to come together and rebuild here for Jamaica team.
Oh, he's dropped. He's dropped that slip by the safe hands of the man who has taken so many catches off of Seeley, that combination. Oh my God. A chance got begging there. Would that change the whole spectrum of this game? I don't know. Catches with matches. But Don, the man with the safe hands, has put one down off Seeley.
Yes, Don, usually so good, so reliable in that slip cordon. He's always there. Takes some really good catch. That one got to him quite quickly to his right, and the reaction was a bit late from him, and he put it down. So Weatherburn survives. Certainly much to the delight of the Jamaican team. So 12 for 4 now, Jamaica, with a lead of 121. Sorry, 123. So Smith to continue. He's been bowling exceptionally well this morning. Picked up 2 key wickets for his team so far.
One just touching down on the off stump. There's 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a short extra cover. Who took that catch off? Johnson. Very important wicket. The man who stabilized the innings for Jamaica. He's back in the pavilion. Mid-off is Leacock with that special bump of his. Skipper Seeley is on mid-on, cheering on his bowlers, and there's a deep square leg and a man at fine leg. So Smith has picked up 2 wickets so far this morning. That of Johnson as well, that big wicket, as he runs away from the backward in bright sunshine. Outside the off stump, into the keeper's glove.
Yes, much like when Don was dismissed in that first innings for Barbados. Similar celebrations by the Barbados team. They ran around the park as if they had won the trophy. Still a job to do here by them, and they're doing a good job so far. Smith, he hasn't really left that line and length. He's been consistently there, which is good. Asking the batters to make a mistake because they obviously want to score Jamaica.
Well, after yesterday's play, Barbados decided and they know it was open season. They came back this morning, blood in their eyes, 4 all the wickets and looking for a 5th. Jamaica saw coming to the situation and really have to bat them way out of this, bat their way out of the situation again, as they did in the first innings. But the skipper Barnes is there. He did an excellent job in the first innings with Johnson. He has a different partner this time. Weatherburn is with him. Smith has bowled very well for Barbados this morning, keeping things rather tight with the skipper Seeley. Wicket is very good for batting still, comes on nicely. Dried out a bit. Bajans are buzzing. You could hear them from up here, liking the situation and the circumstances. We are with what would occur.
The fans, the parents, they've already expressed they're here for the trophy and they have nothing to lose. That's what they told me this morning. I met some of them on my way up here and they said they have nothing to lose and they're going for it this morning.
Do agree with that. The situation from yesterday tells the Barbadians that they have nothing to lose, so they go all out. Nothing to lose but something to gain.
Yes, and their bowlers have started well for them. Smith taking 2, Seeley taking 2 as well, and I must say I'm impressed with this bowling spell from Smith so far. He hasn't looked to try anything. He's just keeping it in a nice line, with bowling with nice line and good control in the channel there. So he's asking the batters to create the mistake, and he picked up 2 wickets in doing so.
Well, it's the last day of competition here. Into the keeper's glove again. That stump outside the house. Something that brings you over to an end. At the end of over number 8, it's 12 for 4 Jamaica in their second innings. And remind you that they won first innings. They had a 115 lead. And they are 12 for 4 in the second innings here at Arnisville. Bright sunshine, excellent weather for cricket, and an interesting game here on hand between these two teams on the final day of this West Indies Under-19 tournament played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Seeley would continue the attack here. From the northern end, he has a slip that is down, short leg. A man just behind square, a deep mid-wicket. A man just short on the square, that short mid-wicket. Those areas, a long on, mid-off, and a cover. Seems like he has learned from the first innings. He have plugged up those areas where those easy singles were taken and really said, you have to come at me. Seeley, full. Weatherburn just push that one back to him. Seeley. So when he's down the leg side, some bounce and turn there, as the pitch has always offered some assistance to the spinners. Continues. Still seems to have that issue with the left-handers. He's down the leg side again. Seems to be struggling to bowl against the left-handers, Seeley.
Yes, we acknowledge that from the first innings. But I must say a good take from the young man, Joshua Morris. That one spun across the left-handed batter and it kept low as well. A good hand from Morris, preventing that from passing him and going for byes.
Oh, that's a better delivery. Outside the off stump, his shoulder arms. No shot been played, but Stacey and I think that one hit him outside the stump, outside of the off stump, but he didn't play a shot.
Yes, the only way he can... I mean, when you're not playing a shot, you can still get out once it's hitting the wicket. If it's going on to hit the stump, that is, and the umpire has adjudged that that one would be missing.
Yes, you could see all 3 stumps behind that left leg that he pushed out. This one is on the leg stump. Seems like there's action in every delivery being bowled here by Seeley. They're looking for something to happen, which is good, the Barbadians. Skipper Burns just calls Weatherburn for a bit. Seems to be struggling somewhat, but good advice coming from the skipper. Good tactics as well.
Yes, Weatherborn a bit unsure as to how to go about to play. Sealy, he went on the front foot for one delivery, padded it away. There was an appeal, not out. He was adjudged to be not out on that occasion. He went on the back foot. So the skipper probably told him, that's where you need to be. Don't try anything. Going on the back foot will certainly not benefit the Jamaican team. So another maiden over completed, back-to-back maidens here for the Barbados team, and the score is 12-4.
Well, the Bajans are bouncing around on the outfield. They should be. Things are good with them. Sealy and Smith doing the business for them this morning, early. 4 scalps already. Looking to take those other 6 to get themselves into the middle, to get whatever is required of them that the Jamaicans put on the board. Oh, how they would love to be in that wicket before lunch. That would be a crack off a game, Stacey.
Yes, indeed. So, I mean, if you look at the 3 games that were played here at the Annisville playing field, albeit it's a different surface, that must be acknowledged. Only one team was able to chase successfully. Every other team batting last on the surface actually lost the match.
Smith's short lifting delivery, white signal by the umpire. Really put some effort into that. But went over the shoulders of skipper Burns and the umpire signal wide.
Yes, so the Leeward Islands versus Barbados here, they were chasing, they lost. And Guyana versus Windward Islands chasing as well. In the last innings, they lost. They were bowled out for 59 runs. Yes, the only team to have chased successfully in this tournament here so far at the Annisville playing field was Trinidad and Tobago against Jamaica. So that's something as well to keep in mind. They chased down 105 runs successfully.
Again, just on the line of the 4th stump into the keeper's glove. I think there's a stipulated 75 overs to be bowled on today's play. Final day, including 15 in the last hour.
75.
So they have to be mindful as to how they go through today's proceedings. I could remember Leeward's batting the final over, looking for the last wicket was Barbados, and they squeezed and got through that over and became champions. Number 11, number 10. Doing it for the Leeward Islands on the last occasion. He's playing that one with his full face of the bat.
Yes, and just to remind the viewers, there are 2 other matches on today. 5th place playoff, the defending champions. They're playing for 5th place versus Trinidad and Tobago. And Leeward Islands, just to remind you, they were bowled out for 118. Trinidad in response scored 126. They were bowled out as well. And Leeward Islands, they are currently 21 without loss. The other match, Windward Islands versus Guyana, playing for 3rd place. So Windward Islands, they were bowled out for 244, and Guyana, they are currently 163 for 2. So those are some scores in that game. And also the cricket West Indies. West Indies, they are in battle against India, the decider, the Brian Lara cricket ground in Trinidad and Tobago.
Quick single taken. Good call, good response.
So Barnes continuing something similar he employed in his 1st innings when he batted. He was looking to drop and run a lot. And we mentioned that partnership of 144 had 79 singles in it and just 4 boundaries. So a lot of good running was done there in that 1st innings. And notice with the pressure has been heaped on the Jamaican team that it's something similar. It's a similar plan that Barnes has in place.
Smith bouncing away. Oh, good lifting delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. Well left.
Yes, well left indeed. He left that on length. From my vantage point, it looked to be just jumping over the stump there. So good awareness of where his stump is and good awareness of what the surface is doing as well to leave that delivery on length.
It's a good steady bowling here by Smith, keeping things nice and tight for Barbados. Looking for wicket number 3. 3 slips in place, waiting. Oh, good delivery outside the off stump again. Good judgment. Shoulder arms into the keeper's glove. So these two batters from Jamaica, Weatherburn and Skipper Barnes, just weathering this storm that has passed through Arnisville early this morning.
You look so proud to say weathering the storm that Weatherborn is batting. The smile on your face when you said that, Kenroy.
There's a storm right now for Jamaica. It may develop into a hurricane. You never know. The winds are blowing. So that brings you over to an end. And Jamaica, in their second innings, they are 14 for 4. 14 for 4, something that we never expected. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, as it has often been said. And really, it has shown its face this morning. Jamaica was pretty much comfortable from yesterday's and this morning. Some wind and rain came through, but didn't affect the outfield, but only affected the Jamaican batters.
Yeah, and Barbados, they were certainly under pressure. 115 runs lead at the end of yesterday's play. Now up to 125. They knew that they had to come out and pick up lots of wickets in a hurry. But Weatherburn and Barnes, Weatherburn seems to be the type of player that likes these sorts of occasions. Yeah, he plays well under pressure. So he will be a big wicket for the Barbados team to get.
Yes, and how things are going, real and truly, Stacey. And if the Jamaicans get past 50, 60 runs today, it will be a very interesting game for the Barbadians. Not too sure how they would approach it if they do get all these wickets. And they have in approximately 160, 170 runs to get, say 200 within 2 sessions, how they would approach it, knowing that they were bowled out for 150 odd in their first innings.
Well, I think I have an idea, Kenroy. They do want to win this match. And as I mentioned to you, I spoke to some of the family members of the players this morning, Jaden Roberts' parents and Morris' mom, and they believe that the boys should put on, just get their best T20 shots out this afternoon and look to win the game because they have nothing to lose. So let's see if that's the sort of mood we'll see from the Barbados batters later on today when they do get a chance to bat.
Well, somebody has to be the hero. Who would it be for Barbados? Who will it be for Jamaica? Not too sure. Burns and Weatherburn is there. They are there doing battle for Jamaica. Seeley and Smith are doing battle here for Barbados with the other players supporting. So today's National Emancipation Day in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So it's a holiday here. So everybody's at home. City locked down.
That is wrong. Everybody is not at home. We are here.
St. Vincent is my home. Anywhere I'm at home.
You're at home in the country.
I'm at home.
At home in your house. We are here at the Arnisville playing field, taking in some lovely cricket action. 1 run coming from that over, 15 for 4.
Yes, and
there's a party on later on, Kenroy.
it's a huge emancipation concert on this afternoon at Victoria Park. Luciano, Alison Hines, Fireman Hooper, Skinny Fabulous, a host, Beckett, a host of artists, the gospel artists already, Cookshank, all the others. They've all set a genre. All the music that is played in the Caribbean has been represented here today in that show. So those who have time could go into the park. I think it starts at 2. But we are covering the action here at Arnisville between these two teams, the finals. Very exciting times as well.
Yes,
not too sure if they would give me any time to go that this evening. I'm not sure.
I'm going to be cheesy like you. I'm going to say, I hope, on Emancipation Day, Jamaica will be hoping to emancipate themselves from the stranglehold that the Barbados team have on them right now.
Well, let's see what happens here.
So Smith continuing, change of angle for him. Coming around the wicket now to the left-hander.
Somebody has to be the leader in the pack. Well, the Jamaican leader is there, Burns. So he has to put his hands up and say, I'm going to take my country to the title. But
Yes.
Sealy is on the other side.
Sealy, Smith, you have Roberts to come, Warrell as well. But these two batters, we've seen how resilient they are in their approach.
Oh, this is jiving. There's a loud appeal. He's gone. He is gone. Out caught at the wicket. Wicket number 3 for Smith. The fast bowler is doing the job here for the Barbadians. Wicket number 5 have gone this morning. Stacey, the Bajans are alive and kicking here. Jamaica in deep waters.
I was just mentioning how resilient both of these batters are, and I was going to continue by saying breaking this partnership as quickly as possible is key. And Raniko Smith answered the call, and Barnes has to go back edging. The change of angle worked. Coming around the wicket that time to the left-handed batter. Batter looking to drive. Was nowhere near that, and an edge that was accepted by Joshua Morris, who has been brilliant with the glove this morning, throughout this match really, and he continues to do so, holding on to that catch.
Well, if you haven't had your coffee or your tea, I'm asking you to bring it down to Arnold's playing field where this final is being played. Yes, serious excitement here. Wicket number 5 have gone for Jamaica. They were in the ascendancy, but as that wicket fall, there's a break being taken here at Arnisville. And we will take a small break here as well, up in the commentators' booth, as the guys refresh themselves and get ready to go again for the second hour. So we'll be back in a bit. Well, welcome back to Arnisville Playing Field. An exciting encounter continues here between Jamaica and Barbados. Jamaica just lost their 5th wicket with 15 runs on the board. If you're Jamaica and you don't want to hear these things, you may be having your dumplings and your ackee and all these kind of things. Don't spoil your breakfast. But Barbados, flying fish and cuckoo, we're ready for go.
Yes, certainly flying here as Smith continues to the new batter, Alex Hines.
This one is a good delivery, force up into the keeper's glove. Jamaica in all sort of trouble here.
Yes, Smith lines has been impeccable this morning. He hasn't left that area at all to any of the batters, and it paid off for him in the end.
Well done.
Simple bowling, sticking to the basics, line and length, and it's proven to be quite successful.
The horns are blowing from the Bajan parents. About 12 or so of them are there supporting their boys, doing exceptionally well this morning. Hines is forward to that one, circumspectly. Smith, the pick of the bowler so far. He's bowling with his partner, Sealy, the skipper. Didn't imagine this would have happened this morning. 15 for 5. Yes, you're looking at West Indies under 19 cricket. The final in this tournament on a final day. Some excitement being generated here. Smith. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Hines just ducking under that one. Evasive action as the excitement from the Barbadian players continue. It's a good lifting delivery from Smith. $15 for 5. I'm seeing it, I'm still not believing it, 15 for 5. Jamaica. Hurricane Hugo. Destructive hurricane that was. Way into the season as well. Smith. Oh, that's another lifting delivery behind. Ducks under that one. Evasive action. Could hear that going into the pitch. That brings you over to an end. At the end of over number 12. Jamaica, 15 for 5.
Yes, another mailing over there by Raniko Smith. Certainly doing the business for Barbados team this morning. 15 for 5. He's been a chief destroyer, chief wicket taker this morning, picking up 3 wickets. And Nathan Seeley has 2 as well in bowling to Weatherborn. Hasn't quite found his lines to Weatherborn. Yes, he had him edging. Was put down by Dawn in the slip. Hoping he can find back that sort of delivery to get this key wicket of Weatherborn. Yes, good morning to you, Alanson.
Yes, good morning to you, Stacey, and good morning to all our viewers.
So Seeley to continue to Weatherborn. False start there by Weatherborn. By Seeley.
There's non-stop action here this morning. Several wickets. In fact, 5 of them going down in very short time. And Barbados now are well in contention. In fact, they might be slightly ahead given their current position in the game. After starting off the day over 100 runs behind. And with Jamaica 10 wickets in hand in the second innings.
So Weatherborn getting off strike to Seeley. Hines now on strike. 15 for 5 here, Jamaica. 16 for 5, sorry. Watching the Barbados bowlers operate, I'm wondering if they'll employ a similar template like Jamaica, who had a spinner operating at one end and the seam at the other. Swanee plays down nicely, soft hands, get off the mark. Alex Hines. And a welcome single as well for Jamaica. They need all the runs they can get if they are to pose a challenge to Barbados batting lineup this afternoon.
Yes,
or
the first.
possibly this morning.
Yeah, it could be. That previous delivery was also a thing I think that they didn't take advantage of. They really need to be scrapping for all the runs that they can get. 1 run might make the difference in this game.
Yes, well, the way they went about things this morning in their first innings, yes, they were looking for runs. Yes, you would imagine their overnight conversation would have been to get runs as quickly as possible so that they can, be able to be in a position where they can declare quickly enough to send in Barbados to try and bowl them out. But some of the dismissals, Adrian Ware was caught in the covers. Jordan Johnson himself caught in the covers. So if batters just try to play themselves in before they look to go, it may have been a different story for the Jamaican team this morning. Over completed. 3 runs off it, and the score is 17 for 4.
Yes, 17 for 5. 18?
18 for 5, sorry.
Yes, 18 for 5 here at the Annesville playing field. Wedderburn and Hines, they have a mammoth task before them, having lost the top half of their batting for just a handful of runs. Although they are ahead in the game in terms of the runs that they have over Barbados, the lead is not at a we could say at a point where it's anywhere beyond the Barbados team to get, especially with the better part of the entire day remaining. So they have to ensure that they put a partnership together and that they are in the business of getting their team, having their team still at the wicket at lunchtime. Because I think if they are bowled out before lunch, then Barbados will be in with a good chance of winning this game.
So a bowl again from Smith. Well left by Wedderburn. He leaves well. It's part of his game that we've come to know, and it's a very good lever for a cricket ball, but I know that the Jamaican team will be thinking they need to find a way to get more runs. Having said that, they also need to find a way not to lose any more wickets, as they've lost a lot this morning in a hurry. 18 for 5. Not the sort of score they had in mind this morning when they commenced proceedings here. This one is driven powerfully over the cover area, and that'll be the first 4 of the morning, and no ball as well. So 5 runs off that one delivery for Wedderburn. Welcome boundary for the Jamaican team.
Yes, that was a good shot. And we are saying here that they have lost 5 wickets. And when you really look at the pitch, I think the pitch is a fabulous pitch. Really is a good pitch for batting. Gives the bowlers some movement, yes. There's some spin, there's some seam movement. But really and truly, it is coming on nicely, especially yesterday and today to the bat. And there's really no explanation other than some, injudicious strokes and not well executed strokes for the 5 wickets that we have seen lost this morning for the Jamaicans. So there's no reason why these two can't put together a partnership if they put their heads down.
Decided to leave that one too wide to trouble a batter, Wedderburn. He's looking at the umpires as if to say, why are your arms not outstretched? But it's still within the guidelines, that line there that is acceptable for Test cricket.
Yeah, it's not. It might have been a wide in the 50 over competition, but definitely not in the 3-day format.
He looks to drive that one in the offside, but it's in the inner portion of the bat and going in a straight direction. Well stopped there, hand by Raniko Smith to stop that one.
Yeah, that delivery had some inward movement. We have seen that Smith is able to get the ball to move off the seam in both directions. And he has to ensure that he's close enough to the pitch to drive. He was on the previous occasion, but this one looking to drive more on the up and get in the inner half of the bat.
Short delivery this time, playing a shot to it. An appeal by everyone except the bowler. It's a good short delivery into the body. Swiveled, got in position nicely to play that one, but just missing it.
Yeah, when the bowler doesn't appeal it, there's a good chance that it really was not out because every bowler wants wickets.
That's why I like that. Seeley didn't send anyone back on the boundary. We've seen him do that a few times in the first innings. After a shot is played, he sends back someone. Barnes does something similar as well. This time he ducks under that short one, and it's because they actually want him to be driving at those deliveries. Yeah, they actually want him to be driving at those deliveries. They don't mind him playing a drive and hopefully that one nicks off and goes to the keeper or someone at slip.
Yeah, that one was very short. In fact, surprised it wasn't called a wide. It seemed to have gone over head height on that occasion, but umpire has made a decision that it was within that shoulder and the top of the head region.
So another no ball again from Smith. The second one in this over from him so far. This is his seventh over on the trot. Might see a change from that end. The skipper wanted to keep him on because he's picked up 3 wickets and he's been bowling well. The second no ball in his spell so far. Might be signs that he's tiring a bit and he might need a break from that end.
Yeah, and he's also striving a little bit for the breakthrough. He knows that the wicket of Weatherbourne here will be crucial for his team.
So nicely played, nice soft hands to get a single there on that occasion. To end the over, and the score is 25 for 5.
Yes, 25 for 5. Still in a precarious position, the Jamaica team, but these two have shown some initiative in terms of getting the scoreboard moving along since they have been at the crease. And that's something that will be very important for them because as the runs come, the pressure will ease off them and transfer to the Barbados team. So it's not necessarily just about batting time in this case, but the runs are also supremely important.
Yes, and the intent to score compared to their first innings is quite different. I mean, the approach by the first few batters they were looking to just get at the bowling. No one was looking to knock the ball around, pick up singles, get themselves in. And it tells in the way Justin Beckford got out. You said to me off here that was a run out. How far he ran down the pitch to Sealy. Oh, that one is hit on the pad, a lot of appeal, but certainly not out. Yeah, so they were looking for quick runs, get them in a hurry, but it also brought about a collapse from the Jamaican team. But this is a better approach so far from these two, looking to get the single, maneuver the ball, get themselves set, and then look to launch an attack. I thought that is the way Jamaica should have gone about their innings, and now they're 25 for 5 because of some loose shots that were played earlier. Certainly bat on that one. Another appeal, lots of appeals in this match, but certainly some bat on that one, Allenson. I believe this one is too high, no? I think I'm calling it right.
Yeah,
3 balls bowled, 3 appeals. All 3 turned down.
Also, with the angle he's bowling, he will do well once he's getting some turn to hit the stump because he's getting the prodigious turn, and he's likely with that turn that the ball will be beating the leg stump from that angle.
Use of the feet, excellent use of the feet that is, and that will be another boundary for Weatherbourne.
Yes, that was a fantastic shot. He advanced down the pitch, got to the pitch of the delivery, drove it firmly past the man at mid-off between him and the man at extra cover, and that was an excellent shot. That's good to see from Weatherbourne that he is thinking to himself he's not going to be dictated to by Sealy, but at the same time has so far chosen the right deliveries to attack.
Close to the man at Chocolate. And it's the way he used his feet as well, compared to that of Justin Beckford, who looked like he was just charging down the pitch, and if I get bat onto it, I get bat onto it. Not mindful that if he misses it, he might get stumped. But the way Weatherbourne came down the stump, you saw that he was mindful of the spin. He didn't just run down to it. The way he used his feet there and his head was in a good position. He was well balanced as well on contact compared to Beckford.
Yeah, he came down an off stump thereabouts, and the ball is also turning into him. Beckford didn't cover for the away spin, when he came down the pitch, his front foot didn't come down in line with the ball, so that he will drive the ball through the offside. He instead came down with his body inside the line and was looking to hit. So that was number one. And then number two, he was looking to hit over the mid-wicket region,
Right.
as opposed to going over extra cover with the turn as the right-hander.
And then what I also looked at is the way his head was looking up into the sky. It tells me that he really wasn't balanced or in a position to play the shot. But a change of bowling here, Jaden Roberts. I call him the golden arm. The way he runs in and bowl is so much, he's filled with so much passion. You can almost feel it when he runs in and bowl that he just wants to pick up a wicket on every delivery that he bowls. So Roberts starting to Hines and a brilliant delivery to start.
Yes, and the batsmen here now to Roberts have to be mindful of the fact that he gets a little extra bounce from the pitch, gets the ball to lift off a length, so they have to be careful and mindful of that.
Oh, this one is edging but down, and there will be another boundary. I mean, it was an edge, but it was played down. He didn't try to drive at it, so picking up 4 runs there. Important runs being scored here now for the Jamaican team.
Yes, all these runs are adding up, and they will add to the pressure. The shot there from Hines, you saw him playing with soft hands, bat face angling downward, and he was able to keep it on the ground, and it eluded the man at second slip and third slip, went in between the two of them, all the way to the boundary for 4.
This one is cutting it. He's cutting it well also. This will challenge the boundary. The fielder Folks gives chase, does well, pull it in, and they pick up 2 more. So Roberts, a bit too short there and wide. And Hines, what we've seen of him in the first innings. He has very good hands, and anything out there, he'll play it away. Need to be straighter to him if you are to pose a problem to Alex Hines.
Yeah, so with that deficit of 111 and the lead that the Jamaicans had, it's now, after this delivery, it's now a case that they are 146 runs ahead. So in effect, they are 146 for 5. And as you mentioned, a few more boundaries and some runs coming along here. You know, even though Barbados are well in the ascendancy in this innings, in the overall picture of the game, it will put some pressure on them.
Indeed so. And they started well. They just have to be careful of not giving away that advantage, Barbados. Nicely bowled again. That's where you need to be to Alex Hines. That's a good area there from Roberts.
We mentioned in the first innings that when you were looking at Hines and analysing his technique, well, I noticed that he doesn't get back on a cross. And the second thing we noticed that for a tall young man, he doesn't really make a big stride with his front foot. And so he has to be careful here when playing at these deliveries, that he gets well over them, use his height to his benefit. And
Yes.
that's the end of the over.
Yes, so 35 for 5, and I can recall the way he got out in the first innings. It was a delivery that was pitched. I'm pretty sure it was there for the drive, but because he didn't get out to it, he ended up edging it to slip. So if he had used his reach, like you mentioned, a little bit more, he probably would have been driving that through the covers for 4. Instead, he just edged it to 4 slip. So 35 for 5, 16 overs bowled. The lead up to 146. 6 runs coming off that last over. A Sealy to continue. No surprises there, Alanson.
Yes, he does bowl very long spells.
Yeah, and he's the chief wicket taker in this tournament. He has, I think, 32 wickets to his name. It's a lot of wickets. Use of the feet this time. Oh. Appeals going up. Appeal for caught behind.
I'm not too sure. They seem to be appealing for several things there. I'm not too sure which one they were really appealing for.
Yes, and that's a perfect example of how to use your feet and how well to use it. You see, he was looking to advance, But because he noticed Sealy trying to slip it down, well, it got some torn on that one. He was able to check his shot because of how well forward he was on that. So good play by Wedderburn, using his feet well and showing you the difference of how to use your feet compared to how not to use your feet. Unfortunately, the stream wasn't up, so you weren't able to see Justin Beckford's dismissal, so we can make the comparison. So Sealy to continue. Oh, this is a massive hit. He latched on to that run, and a maximum off the bat of Stephen Wedderburn.
Yeah, that one was flighted outside the off stump. Generous flight given on that occasion, and also a fair amount of width, which allowed Wedderburn to free his arms. He used his full reach there, swatted it over wide long on for a handsome 6.
Yeah, so the lead now 152, passing 150.
And as I said, these runs will add up, and I think Wedderburn is very much aware of that. He is mindful of the fact that runs are important, but he's also, based on his play so far, he's looking to make sure that he doesn't really give it away. He's selecting his shots well up to this point.
Was on the back foot, looking to tuck it into the onside for a single, not fine enough. And so that was the difference really between losing 5 wickets this morning and probably being in a more comfortable position, Jamaica, in the shot selection by some of the batters. This one is floated up, just knocks it down the ground to get a single. It's a good batting. Continuing here by Wedderburn. Partnership being formed between him and Alex Hines. 42 for 5, 7 runs coming off that over.
Yes, and in the game at Couva in Trinidad at the Brian Lara Stadium, India batting force in the final ODI. They are 122 without loss after 17.3 overs, so they're going great guns. Of course, this game is a deciding game, so you would expect that both teams will be trying to win the game in order to clinch the series.
Yes, much expected from India after losing like that they will come out all guns blazing this morning, whether with bat or ball. So action continues here. Jaden Roberts around the wicket now to Stephen Wedderburn, who's now moved up to 22 off 46. Oh, fishing at that one. A belated appeal from Jaden Roberts. So not out. Just losing his concentration there a bit. Wedderburn looking to play at that one. Deliveries he's been looking to leave. Luckily there wasn't an edge on that occasion.
Yes, naughty shot there from Wedderburn. And I think the Barbados team are firmly of the belief that the umpire has to make the decision. So they will appeal. The umpire has to decide whether it's out or not. Single taken just behind square on the onside by Wedderburn.
Yeah, the belated appeal tells you really that sometimes the bowler, they won't hear anything because they're so far away, but he went up after the slip card and did. So Hines now on strike. This one is banged into the wicket. Short. 1 for the over signal.
Yeah, he thought about the pull shot momentarily there, but because of the height on that delivery, he aborted the shot. I think wisely so. There's no one back out on the deep backward squared boundary, so if he makes even half a good connection, there should be some runs in it for him.
A nicely bowled there by Roberts. Just keep bowling it there to Alex Hines. Don't allow him to free him his arms. That's the way you need to be bowling to him.
Yeah, he stands on leg stump to play mainly through the offside. You could see that he's chiefly an offside player, Hines. So if you are able to tuck him up just around middle and off, then that should be good.
Driven nicely. But it won't beat the man at mid-off.
And I think that's a good line being maintained here by Roberts. On that occasion, just a little bit full and driven. But the line is just around the off stump.
Yes.
Doesn't want to go to maybe fifth or sixth stump to
Yes.
Hines, who is looking maybe to play through the offside.
Nicely bowled once more. And Smith just having a word with Roberts there. Over completed. So 1 run coming from it. 43 for 5. And that's the sort of line and length that he needs to be bowling. It's something similar to what Ranico Smith did in his spell. A lot of his deliveries, I'm pretty sure, if we had a pitch map, you would see a lot of them are pitching in and around the same area to the different batters. So that's how he needs to be operating. And as I mentioned, Smith had a word with him. Hopefully he's telling him, just keep it there, play on the patience of these batters. And that's how he managed to pick up 3 wickets this morning.
So it's 43 for 5. A lead now of 154 for the Jamaicans. Seeley looking to pick up another wicket for his team. He's bowling to Weatherburn.
Oh, and it's a bit of miscommunication. No trouble in the end for Jamaica, but it was a heart-in-hand movement for them there.
Well, I think what saved them is that Hines never stopped running, because if he had made that hesitation when Weatherburn stopped, then he would have been in some big trouble. But he ran right through. It was his call. He ran right through and was able to make it in the end.
This one is a bit too short, played nicely. From the gap finding was great on that occasion. Therefore, Alex Hines to pick up 2 more runs to add to the score.
Yeah, that was well played. A little short from Seeley. Hines going back in his wicket, which he prefers to play off the back foot from what we have seen from him. And he just stood tall and punched it in the gap for 2.
That's well left by Alex Hines. So Morris just having a chat with Nathan Seeley, maybe telling him something that he noticed about Hines. So let's see what is the result of that chat, Alanson. This one is Fuller, driven firmly. Waterborne gets in the way. Won't be too happy to that. You're never too happy when you possibly miss out on runs because of your partner at the other end.
Yes, Weatherburn took a very long time to react to that one.
This one is a bit short again. Played into the gap once more. It'll just be a single. And so that's what we've noticed. There's also a no ball, so they end up getting 2 for that. And you see how well he plays when he has an opportunity to free his arms.
Yes, he likes the offside, as we mentioned before. He stays quite leg side of delivery. And he was able to access it quite easily twice in this over when Seeley just owed a little bit in terms of his length.
Nicely bowled, well played. So 48 for 5 at the end of that over.
It's 48 for 5 at this point. The last wicket fell at this with the score at 15. So these two have added 33 runs together. Vital partnership for the Jamaicans, really. I think seeking to pull them out of a deep hole that they had gotten in at 15 for 5. And at this point, with the score on 48, the lead has now progressed up to 159. So in effect, they are 159 for 5, the Jamaican team. And whatever runs they make, Barbados will have to get them. And Right now there is a drinks break, so we'll take a short break and we'll come back to you with live action after this interval. All right, welcome back to the Annesville playing field. Worrell now has come into the attack for the Barbados team. He has just bowled his first delivery to Hines, who just plays it quietly to the man there at square leg. I'm now joined in the commentary box by Kenroy Martin. This
Yes.
one's flighted, driven to the man at extra cover. There's no run.
Jamaica just easing themselves out of that little hole that they put themselves into by some aggressive batting, positive batting by these two. Lovely partnership between them so far. Hines.
This one is driven neatly. Slight misfield there by Robertson. It will allow them to get two. But we have spoken already about Hines, that he likes to play through the offside. He stands leg side on the deliveries. And that one allowed him just to drive in the gap. Roberts will be disappointed with that effort, that he wasn't able to keep them to one.
Oh, wicket number 6. Wicket number 6 has gone to the off spinner from Barbados. It's 49 for 6 Jamaica. Hines goes back to the pavilion. And they have found themselves in similar situation that they were in after a good partnership between these two. Hines goes caught at backward point.
Yes, it's 50 for 6. So that means that they are ahead by 161 runs. So in effect, they are 161 for 6. But that's a crucial breakthrough there. These two were looking quite comfortable at the crease. Hines on that occasion, not getting over the bounce on that delivery, while looking to force through the offside. He has been playing that shot against Seeley, who's a different proposition with the ball, leaving him, spinning away from him. And this occasion, Worrell getting the ball to turn into him. So a little bit more difficult to play through the offside with any assurance. And on that occasion, he was caught there by the man at point, taking a straightforward catch in the end. And he held it safely. The new batsman coming to join Wedderburn is Ryan Edwards. Edwards coming out to join Wedderburn at the crease. He will have to give Wedderburn some support. There's still a top order batsman there in Wedderburn. So Edwards and the remaining batsmen in the low order will have to lend their support to Wedderburn. Wedderburn will have to ensure that he marshals the tail here for his team as well.
How well can he do that? It's left to be seen, but Barbados with their tails up as Worrell continues. Really tough situation for these batters from Jamaica here. They have no one else to blame but themselves. Not taking away from the bowlers from Barbados. They bowled well this morning, especially the fast bowlers. Good take there by the wicket keeper. That brings you over to an end. Alanson.
Yes, and successful over there from Warrior. Captain making a successful change in that very first over that Warrior bowl. He was able to get the scalp. And the skipper would be saying it works like a charm.
Exactly. Pat himself on the shoulder.
Yes.
Job well done. So, Jamaica, 50 for 6. 50 for 6. Game on here between these two teams. It's just about an hour plus before lunch. Jamaica 50 for 6. And skipper Seeley has the ball in his hand. He's coming over the wicket. This one is a good delivery. This one is hiked over mid-on. Weatherborn on the go. 6 runs to him, 6 runs to Jamaica. Great shot.
Excellent shot by Weatherborn. He's now feeling himself, as we will say. And he has gotten his confidence in the wicket. Got dismissed cheaply in the first innings under controversial circumstances. And I think that he probably has had that seething inside of him since that time. And he has a point to prove in this innings.
Well, I think his approach is very good. Positive, hit the ball in his ears, and really take this batting to the Barbadians. I don't think that they could bat themselves in a worse position. But Weatherborn is the man to take them out of it, and he's done that so far. He has batted positively. The ball in his half, he hits it over the top. He plays his shot. So the responsibility is his to get Jamaica to a decent total to defend here against the Barbadians. So Seeley continues to fight on here for Barbados. Nothing to lose but something to prove Barbados. Jamaica was in the ascendancy yesterday. Good delivery outside the off stump to the keeper's glove. This morning the Barbadians have wrestled that out of their hands.
Some good bowling here still by Seeley, getting that bounce, especially to the right-hander. He dismissed Edwards in the first innings as well.
This one is whipped off his pads through square leg. He's gone for 1. He's coming back for the second, Edwards. It's no rabbit with the bat. Good running by Weatherborn. Excellent calling and running. 3 runs to Jamaica as the cheers comes from the players' dugout. Some excellent cricket there on their behalf.
Yes, so they will be pleased with that intent that they have seen from this pair. As mentioned before on air, runs are extremely important. And the more runs they score, the more they will keep putting pressure on the Barbados team, even if they're losing wickets. Because whatever runs they get, Barbados would have to make it. And at this point, their lead is 160 plus.
Well,
171 ahead.
Seeley again through covers, missing his line and length, dealt with by Weatherborn. Looking very positive. 2 more runs to him, 2 more runs to Jamaica. Total goes up now to 62 for 6. 62 for 6 Jamaica here in their second innings. 20 overs have been bowled. And really an exciting game on hand here. And whatever runs that the Jamaicans put on the board, the Bajans would have to go and get it. They have nothing to lose today, but something to prove.
Yes, 173 ahead. And something that is quite interesting about what we are seeing here in this game. Weatherborn, I think, is one of the first batsmen that I've seen in the rungs who has put a lot of pressure on Seeley. Seeley has basically had things the way he has wanted it for the entire competition in the 3-day format. So it will be interesting to see how he responds to the attack that Weatherborn is actually bringing to him.
Yes, put some pressure on the big bowler. was struck over mid-on for a 6, stroke 2 covers, played on mid-wicket for 6 as well. Weatherbourne did all that. Flighty delivery again from Worrell. Edwards is content and just playing forward, looking for that interesting single, intelligent single to get Weatherbourne on strike. There he goes. He tries to pull that one. Kept a bit low, but had the right intentions. There was Edwards.
Yeah, he really missed out on an opportunity to score there. Anything over that man at backward square would have sped away to the boundary for 4.
This one, it turns it nicely to mid-wicket. That single that he's looking for gets Weatherbourne on strike. Another one to the total.
Yes, and it's a good move to have the off-spinner bowling now because Weatherbourne is a key wicket. And it will be interesting to see if Worrell will be able to put a bit of pressure on him with the ball turning away from him. There's a slip in place. And a short leg. So some close company for him. But there's also a deep square leg, a long on, a long off.
Oh, what a delivery from Worrell. Pitched on the leg stump. Weatherbourne played, missed into the keeper's glove. An excellent delivery ball there by Worrell. That one bounced and turned.
Yes, and as I said before, this will be more of a challenge for him. As we see now, a second slip being added, the man from short leg being moved out with that turn that we saw on the previous delivery.
Again, this one is a straighter delivery. Gets behind of it. But Weatherbourne is the difference between Jamaica getting 200 and they getting 160, 180 here. Weatherbourne is the key for Jamaica here. Getting a total that is challenging. It's already challenging for me, in my opinion, for Barbados.
Yes, with a lead of 174, it's already challenging. I think well, if in any case they're able to get that beyond 200 lead, I think that it will put them in a good position to actually win this game and put a lot of pressure on the Barbados team this afternoon.
Yes, they would have to bat out of their skins to get to that 200 plus runs this afternoon on this wicket, knowing the Jamaicans bowling attack. But there's a break. The players have been refreshed, and we will take a break here as well, and we return to bring you more coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnesville playing field. Sealy to continue. He'll be bowling to Edwards. Got him out caught at slip in the first innings. Caught Dawn. That combination that we have seen several times in the competition. Bowl Sealy caught Dawn at slip. Especially to the right-handers as he comes in again.
Deja vu.
Yes, that one played softly to the man at mid-wicket. Warrior, no run. This one is on the back foot. He plays it out to the man at extra cover. Cover point actually. Smith was taken a catch this morning, taken several wickets as well. Been the chief destroyer for the Barbados team today. This one is played off the back foot. Straight delivery on that occasion. Maybe he's setting him up for one of those big turning ones. But that one in with the angle and played softly, comfortably there by Edwards. Well played again by Edwards. Showing a broad bat. And saying, well, you have to get through this if you want to get me. Again, very well played there by Edwards. Forward, back down to the bowler. That's a quicker delivery, flatter, full one. And that's the end of the over. No run scored there by Edward. It remains 63 for 6.
Well, this game is heading to an interesting place here at Arnesville with a lead of 113, Jamaica. They are now 63 for 6. I think it's heading to a pretty interesting point here, this game, Alanson. And Barbados have to be careful as to how they go about things here, or they might be looking to chase a total of over 230 plus, which would be a difficult task, in my opinion, here against the Jamaican bowling attack. But Weatherborn is key to this for the Jamaicans.
Yes, Weatherborn is not out on 33 runs. And if he can get to about 60, 70, 80, then I think he'll have put his team in a very good position.
Sweeps, there's an appeal. I think he missed everything.
There's always an appeal. It's the umpire's decision to say whether it was out or not.
The excitement of the Barbadian players. But Worrell has bowled well so far from his introduction. Continues to do so. Weatherborn is chipping and hitting on the inner portion of the bat. He's calling for 1. They're looking for 2, but excellent feeling by the man coming off the boundary, restricting them for 1. That's folks. So he was very quick off the boundary, running from the mid-wicket boundary and restricting them for 1. So 1 more run to Jamaica. And really, Alanson, if this game gets to where Jamaica has about 200 runs lead, it would be a very interesting evening going into the final set of sessions. Whether Barbados would take on the responsibility of going for the runs, which I think they would.
Yes, I think they would. Having won all 3 games for the tournament, and of course it's a final they want to win, and there's really no choice but for them but to do that.
Yes, nothing to lose but something to prove. We are the better of the teams. If you give us the opportunity to get that runs, we're going to make the best effort to do so. So Edwards content on just playing the supporting role to Weatherburn as the over comes to an end. Jamaica 64 for 6 here on the last day of this West Indies under 19 Rising Stars 3-day tournament played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines under excellent conditions here at Arnisville playing field.
Yes, so the lead is actually 175. So in effect, they're 175 for 6. As we see a bowling change, Folks will replace Seeley after his marathon spell. This morning, he has essentially bowled for an hour and 45 minutes, I think, or 40 minutes thereabouts, on change.
Well, he's the top bowler. He's the big man in the game. So it's expected of him to have long spells. He's a chief wicket taker for Barbados, but he has given himself a break and has brought Folks into the attack with Morris from the other end. Well, he has made some excellent changes during the game so far. They have worked. So he's hoping that this one will do the same thing as well. The introduction of Folks. There's a slip, there's a short leg, a man at square leg, deep mid wicket, a long on, cover, square cover, a long off. As Folks bowls his first delivery. Flighted Weatherburn strokes it nicely on the carpet as it hustles out to the man at mid-off. Picks up another singles. He's batting very, very easy. He looks really compact in his defense, and he's doing the job for Jamaica here, Weatherburn.
Yes, the batsmen were about to have a chat there, but decided against it. Umpire probably said, well, you could have that chat at the end of the over. The bowler is ready.
Well, the field comes in for Edwards. Edwards just stroke that back to the bowler. They're looking to bowl after the least of the batters.
Yeah, well, Edwards, he has been content in doing what we would say is a smart thing, which is just to support Weatherburn, who is going well.
This one is towed nicely at mid-wicket. Good feeling where the man, Roberts, short mid-wicket, moving to his left. So Folks over the wicket. Number 1 is on his back. Flighted. Played by Edwards. Bat and pad close together. Just pushing at it. It's being safe. Weatherburn is at the other end. He has 35. He's driving them back past the bowler. Goes past the man at mid-on. He calls for 1. Comes back for a second. Good feeling there by the number 3. Brown. He's back on the field. Left the field yesterday with some issues. Didn't bat. So 2 more runs to Jamaica as they continue to pile on the runs here. Every run is important. That one is a short lifting delivery outside the off stump and just tap to the man at backward point, brings you over to an end. Jamaica, at the end of this over, they are 67 for 6.
Yeah, so they're 178 runs ahead. They're in effect 170 for 6. And these two are looking to bat as deep as possible. Worrell is looking like the threat to Weatherburn based on what we have seen so far. Dismissed him in the first innings. And so Weatherburn has looked a bit more cautious against him with the ball turning away from his bat. And Folks, so far since he has come on, he's getting some turns, some bunks. And Edwards has been content to play defensively in support of Weatherburn.
So Worrell over the wicket, 2 slips in place. Driven up, easy single. They are content in giving Weatherburn the first delivery. Take a single and we bowl after Edwards. That's the plan. Field comes in for Edwards. Short leg is now being put in place. There's a man at short middleweight, a man at square leg, deep square leg. Worrell. Flighted and he's driven back pass with some power. It runs close to the fence, into the fence. 4 runs to Edwards. A good shot by him. And 4 good runs to Jamaica as well.
Yeah, we were about to say, I was actually just getting my mind ready to say another stoic defense from Edwards. But on that occasion, he got flight outside the off stump and there was room and he elected to flat back that down the ground. A very good shot, beating the man at mid-off, Roberts, and well, sufficiently time to get to the boundary for 4.
Well, fine shot there by Edwards. He's forward in defense.
So he goes back to the stoic defense.
Just toying with the Barbadians, saying I could do my job. I know when and where and how. I'm going to support Weatherburn. Worrell, flighted again. This one is hiked over mid-wicket. It would not get to the fielder who's lurking out there for that catch. It bounced 1-2 times to him. The return comes in and another single to Edwards. Another run to Jamaica and another run for the Barbadian to get.
Yes, and as I said before, all these runs will be, ticking over, and the Barbados team will be tracking them because they're now 184 runs ahead, the Jamaicans, and it's edging closer to that 200 mark.
Critical point, critical figures there, critical numbers, 200. It's a lot to be asking for on a last day wicket. The Jamaican bowling attack, pretty good with Hines and the others. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. There's a loud appeal. They're asking for it. The umpire stands still. Not out, says the umpire. And that brings you over to an end. Really some excitement from the Barbadians. I know that they want that wicket.
Yes,
badly.
I think they are yearning for that wicket of Weatherburn. And huge appeal there from the Barbados team. Umpire judging that it was not out. It was an appeal for caught behind. The appeal really started off there by the wicket keeper, Morris.
So 73 for 6. Jamaica in their second innings has a lead of 184. Edwards is on strike. Just played a lovely shot back past the bowler, beating the man at mid-off into the fence for 4 on the carpet. Folks flighted right into the block hole. Edwards just pressed on it. Finds the man right in a short extra cover. Barbados looking for their 7th wicket. That of Weatherburn or Edwards. Who would it be? I know they'd love to have Weatherburn. Folks flighted. This one is hit hiked down the road. Here I come. 1 bounce. Over the fence. 6 runs to Edwards. And he's telling them that I can do the job. Whether you want me to attack or you want me to defend. 6 runs to Edwards.
Yes, and with that 6, the lead moves on to 190 runs. And as I said before, these are critical runs being scored here by the Jamaican team after being 15 for 5 this morning.
Well, good comeback by the Jamaicans, knowing that they had 113 lead. Again, this one is on the leg stump, turns it to the man at short. Short leg, wraps him on his pad there. Protective gears being worn. Have to. Precaution has to be taken. Folks. This one is a good delivery outside the off stump. Edwards have nothing to do with that. Goes into the keeper's glove. Jamaica looking to really take this game away from the Barbadians. I really think if they get past 200 plus, it will be a difficult task for the Barbadians to get on a wicket like this, knowing that they were bowled out for 150 yard in their first innings. But it's a different scenario. Nothing to lose, but something to prove. Barbados 3 times in the finals, not clinching it at all. They would like to do it this time, if given the opportunity. Good delivery again by Folks, well negotiated by Edwards. That brings you over to an end. 79 for 6.
Yes, so Edwards showing very good defensive technique, and he's has also shown in this particular innings that when given the opportunity to score, that he's also able to do so. Driving on 2 occasions, one along the ground for 4, and another one lofted off the leg spinner down the ground for 6, straight as a die. And so he's saying to Weatherborn, man, I'm here to support you. I can do the job. Don't be afraid. Don't worry. I'm here with you. And then the Barbadians will be looking at that lead now of 190, approaching 200. They still have 4 wickets to get, including that of Weatherborn. And they will be thinking now that they need a breakthrough.
Well, they need that breakthrough. They need a wicket here to pull themselves really back into this game and not allow the Jamaicans to sort of put themselves in a position that they will not lose this game. Not calling anything. That one is a good delivery from Worrell. Outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. Good bowling by Worrell. I probably think it's time enough that Sealy brings back his main strike bowler into the attack. But who knows? He had a long spell this morning. Probably just waiting to get back into the action as Weatherborn punches that one to cover. Picks up another easy single. Brings Edwards into strike.
I think one of the things that they're probably thinking about is that trying to see if one of the spinners can dismiss Weatherborn. And then maybe they will just, unleash with the strike bowler. And perhaps Sealy himself will also come back into the attack.
Well, in the last 2 or 3 overs, Weatherborn has gone pretty quiet, took the single, and allowed Edwards to bat. Edwards is driving in a portion of the bat, kicks up another single. So it seems as though they have switched roles. These 2 batters.
Well, I think it's good thinking because looking at the bowler, I don't think Weatherborn is as confident against the off spin of Worrell. And so when he's on strike to Worrell, he's looking for that single.
Defensive mode, Weatherborn, Worrell, just on the off stump. Please it down there. 81 for 6, Jamaica. Easy single again to mid-off. Had a shock of a start this morning. Losing 4 wickets for just about 3 runs. They were 15 for 4. For a partnership between Weatherborn and Hines that brought them to where they are now. But the over has come to an end. It's 82 for 6, and we welcome Max Stacyan into the boot.
With morning to you once more, Kenroy.
Yes, and with Jamaica 82 for 6. That lead continues to mount, and the task for the Barbadians gets even harder, and the mountain gets a little bit higher as each run is placed on the board. So, Folks continues over the wicket. I hit outside the off stump. There's an inside edge that would have been a difficult catch to take there, Morris, but
yeah, the batters are free in their arms now. Well, it's actually by signal
by the umpire.
Yeah, and that drop catch off of Sealy from Dawn to Weatherborn is proven to be costly, Kenroy.
Yes.
Yeah. I know they celebrated as if they won the match when they got that wicket of Johnson, but I said on air, the biggest wicket to get would be Weatherborn.
He's driving again up to our mid-off. Easy single.
Yes, he's
Easy
a young
single.
man. Yeah, I've seen him play, and the way he plays, he seems to thrive well in situations like this. So it's almost as if when Jamaica is facing some sort of adversity, the young man always shows great resolve and almost every time gets them out of a hole, Weatherborn. So he's indeed the biggest wicket to get, and he's showing that again this morning.
Folks, too. Edwards looking more confident as he goes on in this innings, looking to whip that through mid-wicket. Hit in the middle of the bat, sounding sweetly as well. Folks continue to plug away here for Barbados. Flight it Edwards just looking to play it straight back to the bowler. So there's a deep mid wicket, a long on, long off. Those guys in the countryside just awaiting that big shot. This is a good delivery, pitching just about middle stump and turning across Edwards into the keeper's glove. Tells you that there's torn on hand there for the spinners. Again, Edwards pushes forward. That's the end of the Forks over. At the end of that over, it's 85 for 6. 28 overs have been bowled in this innings. And Jamaica continues to creep up to that 200 mark. This morning, Jamaica losing those 4 wickets in quick succession. Barbados really doing well, the fast bowler, picking up those wickets. And Jamaica seems to have sunk into the deep, but Weatherborn, he's unbeaten on 39. He has Edwards with him. He has gone to 18. It's a good little partnership between these two so far. Worrell has bowled well from that end as he continues to bowl for Barbados. But Jamaica was in the ascendancy yesterday. Barbados wrestled that away from them. Jamaica seems to be pulling themselves back out of that hole with this good innings from Weatherborn and supported here by Edwards.
We have all the bowlers to bowl to Weatherborn. So Worrell seems to be causing him the most worry. Remember, he picked up that wicket of Weatherborn in the first innings. He was the bowler that dismissed Weatherborn in the first innings.
So he seems to be a little bit uncertain to Weatherborn, to Worrell there, Weatherborn. Not looking to go too hard at him, being very careful as to how we go about. This one is short and he cuts it to the man at cover. Barbados versus Jamaica, final day in the finals. This one is swept. It's in the air. Somebody's getting under it. He takes a catch. Weatherborn goes. Folks have taken an excellent catch running in from that mid-wicket boundary. And we spoke about it. Weatherborn not being too comfortable about Worrell. Worrell has taken the wicket of Weatherborn. Jamaica, 85 for 7.
Decided to take him on with the sweep, and that's a massive wicket here for the Barbados team. And I mean, Worrell again, the man to pick up that wicket of Weatherborn. And I must say, what a catch by Isaiah Folks. It's a catch that tells you the determination and the passion that these Barbados players have to win this game today. Excellent catch from him, well judged running in, and had to put in the dive at the last minute, getting his hands under it comfortably. Well taken, the Barbados fans. They certainly like that one. 85 now for 7. Jamaica, 196 runs lead, looking to push it up to 200 plus as Nashane Mead enters the wicket. A new batter for the Jamaica team. So Worrell, we spoke about how he troubled Weatherborn, the only bowler really to cause him some worry. In the end, looking to take him on with a sweep shot. And I was just saying to myself in the back, every time Worrell bowls to Weatherborn, the best thing he should be looking to do is get a single and get off the strike and face the other bowlers. I'm not saying that he's not capable of playing him, but he certainly caused a lot of problems to him early this morning.
So the 7th wicket has fallen here for Jamaica. And the score is presently at 85 for that 7. A different contrast to the first innings that they batted. Different situation circumstances here. It's the last day of this, the final game between these two top teams in the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars 3-day tournament. Oh, he's bowled them. Worrell have gone to the defense of Mars. Wicket number 8. He's still forward and it has struck the off stump. 2-2 for Worrell.
A bit of magic there from Worrell. Slipping that one through the gate. Nashane Mead is perplexed by that. Came fully forward, but that one just beat him through the gate. Bowled again. He's now on a hat trick.
Wicket number 8 for Barbados. Bowled Morris. Need fully forward. Ball going through baton pad into the lumbers that are set up there. And really an excellent delivery. And Jamaica has slumped into some serious trouble here at 85 for 8.
Yeah, it looked like it passed through baton pad, but actually that one beat the defense. It passed at the outside edge and turned into the gate of Nashane Mead, beating his defense. He was fully forward. Not sure if it is a case of him playing down the wrong line. You know, he didn't get that front foot all the way across. He just came down in a straight line and the ball just turned into him, ricocheted into the stump. And Worrell, Saurav Worrell, is now on a hat trick. Tamari Redwood in his sights to pick up a hat trick for the young man. So what a piece of bowling by Saurav Worrell, delivering for the Barbados team when they need it the most, picking up the big wicket of Weatherbourne and right away getting that man Nashane Mead. So hat trick delivery coming up for Worrell.
Worrell anxious to get that Redwood. Passes. This one is played defensively by Redwood in the approved manner. Brings a successful over for Worrell to an end, and Jamaica, after 30 overs, they are 85 for 8.
And Redwood coming fully forward, ensuring that that delivery doesn't beat him and hit his stump. And Redwood, he'll have a job to do with ball in hand later on. For now, Jamaica needs him with bat. There with Ryan Edwards, who was beginning to open up his arms. Interesting to see how he'll take things on here as Nathan Seeley senses an opportunity and he's deciding he's going to come back into the attack, looking to wrap things up as quickly as possible. 196 runs in the lead, Jamaica.
And here comes Nathan Seeley back into the attack. The man with the golden arm for Barbados. But Worrell has done it for them today. But during the tournament, he has been the most successful bowler. Skipper as well. Seeley looking to wrap things up here. This one is outside the off stump and he's having a go. Is Edwards wants to continue in the vein that he was going in a few overs ago, saying, listen, I'm going to take this bowler on, get as much runs as possible. Seeley. This one is short, back and punches. Looking to wrap things up here for Barbados. They have had a very good morning. Excellent morning for them. This one is bouncing and Edward is on top of it, just running it down to third man era. Picks up a single, brings Redwood into strike.
I'm surprised they didn't send Deshaun James in the first innings. He hit some nice shots, has some power, the young man, ahead of Redwood. But decided to go with Redwood instead, sticking with their batting order.
Redwood tops away at the crease, waits for Seeley. This one is a good delivery, sliding in with the arm. Barbadians wanting these other 2 wickets just before lunch. This one is a good one again. Flighted. Looking to get these wickets before lunch here. To get the afternoon, to get as much, get anything that the Jamaicans set for them. I think they would have a go at it. Dead ball signal by the umpire. Sealy just holding on to that right leg of his. He has toiled during this tournament, the 1 day and also the 3-day tournament.
Still not ready, Nathan Sealy. Thinking about that perfect delivery that he wants to bowl to Redwood to dismiss him. So here he goes. Hope he gets through this time.
Oh, good delivery.
Yes. So Redwood survives that over. 1 run coming from it. 86 for 8. A lead of 197 Jamaica.
So Nathan Sealy has bowled so far 13 overs. He's picked up 2 wickets for 41 runs. And Smith, he bowled 7 overs, 11 runs, 3 wickets. Worrell, he bowled 6 overs, 12 runs, and he has picked up 2 wickets so far. And Folks, 3 overs for 11, 3.
Yes, so Worrell picking up 3 wickets so far. Almost every time he's introduced into the attack, he picks up a wicket in his first over. Did so in the first innings. Did so again in the second innings. A single turn down by Edwards. He wants to face most of the strike to Worrell. So Redwood really wants a single. Had another opportunity to get one. It was an overthrow. But Edwards just turning it down. He wants to face the majority of these deliveries to Worrell. This time he takes the single. They're looking for 2. Clow, he's gone. Certainly he's gone. That bat was short. That was a major mix-up between these 2 batters. Looking for a second run. It wasn't there. Redwood turning, looking for it. And in the end, was short of his ground. Poor piece of judgment there by those 2 batters.
Well, I actually laughed when he took that single on the leg side, wondering why he turned down the first run and then looked to run that leg by. I was wondering what was happening, and then everything turned disastrous for these 2. Bad judgment on both of their behalf, and Jamaica has lost wicket number 9 through the run-out route.
Yeah, it's really interesting that, as you said, the first delivery, he turned down a single twice. You know, they had an opportunity to get an overthrow as well in that over after he turned it down. And on that occasion, he decided, okay, I'm going to take the single. Maybe if he had run quicker, I don't know if he was thinking he probably could have gotten 2 there. Well, I don't think 2 was ever on there, to be honest. Redwood short of his ground. So disaster. 1 more wicket now for Barbados to get. Still not 200 in sight. 3 runs away from that. Question is now, can they get to 200?
Well, I think it's an open season, really. I use that word because this game could go anywhere. Jamaica had the ascendancy at the end of day number 2. Came back in the morning, this morning, and Barbados wrestled that away from them, taking 4 early wickets, putting them under pressure, and now they're here just before lunch at 87 for 9, a lead of 197, and really with 2 sessions to go in today's play, I think that this game is open season. They have given Barbados the opportunity to get back into this game and probably win outright as Worrell continues from the southern end.
Yes, so Deshaun James, a new batter, took 5 wickets in the first innings against Barbados yesterday. Need him with the bat now. Oh, finger goes up. Huge appeal and much obliged by umpire Raj Kumar. Struck on the pad in front. And now Barbados bowled out Jamaica for 87 and they need to get 199 runs for victory.
Well, it's all over for Jamaica in the second innings. 87 all out, and they have given Barbados the opportunity to get 197 runs to win. It's just about 10 minutes or so before lunch, so there's 2 sessions plus to go in today's game. We have bowled just about 31 overs. I think there's a maximum of 75 overs for today. I'm not too sure if there will be early lunch.
We might as
The
well.
umpires are looking at their watches. But really, this is open season for Barbados. This is an opportunity for them to win this game. After 197 in 2 sessions, last day of the West Indies under 19 tournament, looking to become champions, I think they would go for it.
Yes, and I feel like last year left some scars as well. They weren't able to win it then. They presented themselves with the best opportunity to do so, beating all teams in the wrong matches. And here they are in the finals, looking to be unbeaten in this tournament. Jamaica looking to do the double, 199 runs for victory this morning. Barbados, they came out showing full intentions to win this game, picking up 10 wickets just for 87 runs. Jamaica. Saurav Warrell pick up the bowlers eventually. 4 wickets, 14 runs. Raniko Smith started the destruction. He picked up 3 wickets this morning. 2. Nathan Seeley as well chipping in. We'll have those figures for you shortly. Kenroy?
Well, just to let you know how things went this morning, Jamaica started back this morning 4 without loss. And as we spoke, we lost the wicket of Ware. He was out for 4, bowled Seeley. Then Williams, he was out for a duck soon after that. Jordan Johnson, the key batter for Jamaica, came in and he lost. He only batted 6 deliveries. He was out caught at extra cover by Smith for a duck. Weatherburn, the man who only put up the resistance in the second innings, he got 39. And Bedford, he was also bowled by Nathan Seeley for 1. Barnes, he got 4. Alex Hines, he got 12. Edwards was not out on 20. Mead, he got a duck. Redwood, he got a duck. And James, he got a duck. So similar starts to the innings. Early in the innings this morning, you had 4 wickets gone for 5 runs, really. 4 for 3. And at the end of the innings, they lost the other 3 wickets for just about 2 runs. At the end of the Jamaican innings, they are 87 all out with a lead of 113. They are now asking the Barbadians to get 197 to win this tournament here in St. Vincent and Grenadines. With 2 sessions to go, it's open season. And we would have a break here as well. And as they return, we would have coverage brought back to you from Arnesville playing field.
Yes, welcome back here at the Annisville playing field. Jamaica were just dismissed for 87, a lead of 198. Barbados, they require 199 runs for victory. Opening batters Zion Brathwaite, and not too sure if it's Achilles Brong there. You know, he was injured in the first innings and retired out. It looks to be him, so he's fit and ready to go. Deshaun James with ball in hand picked up a fifer in the first innings. So here we go, first delivery. Dot ball to start, and I'll just give you some updates in the other game. Barbados, third place playoff, Windward Islands versus Guyana. Windward Islands, they were dismissed for 244. Guyana, in reply, are 265 for 3. In the other game, fifth place playoff between Trinidad and Tobago and Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands made 118. In reply, Trinidad and Tobago 126 all out. And Leeward Islands are currently 68 for 4. So James to continue to Brathwaite. This one is full, driven nicely. Can't beat the diving fielder, Justin Beckford there. Kenroy, nervous over before lunch?
I don't think there'll be any noise for the Barbadian batters. They have a task ahead of them to get 199 really. I think they just need to get in and then get going with things here. They have been given the opportunity to get these runs in 2 sessions. Just be smart about it.
This one is pulled. Man is there, Ryan Edwards. So first run. One less run to get. Zion Brathwaite is off the mark as well.
What is critically important here for the Barbados team is that they get a solid start. Don't utilize too many deliveries, not too many overs, but they need a solid start from these openers so that they could set the platform for the others to come. And really, if they play sensibly, I think that they would be able to get these runs this evening in these 2 sessions once they have that platform been set.
Yes, and I'll add to that and say keeping wickets in hand is vital as well. You don't want to lose all your wickets. I mean, and the way these two bat, they'll put away, they'll keep scoring. That's what I've noticed of the Barbados batters. They love to score and they keep scoring throughout their innings. So they need to keep wickets in hand as well. One a bit too wide, not troubling Achilles Brong. He leaves it alone. So Jamaica deciding to start with their strike bowler from the first innings. Hunting up wickets for sure. This one is short, lifting delivery. Played down uncomfortably by Achilles Brong.
Yeah, good shot lifting delivery from James on the body of Brown. Negotiated well in the end. But some aggression from James continues from his first innings. But I think what went on this morning is that the Jamaican has batted themselves into some trouble. Yeah, they could actually bat themselves out of a tournament win. The way that they batted this morning. Not taking away from the bowlers from Barbados, but the way that they went about things this morning have gotten them into this situation. That's the solitary over that would be bowled just before lunch. So in reply to this 199, Barbados, they are 1 without loss. And we'll go for lunch here. We'll break for lunch and return as Barbados would have 198 to get to become champions in this West Indies under-19 Rising Stars 3-day tournament being played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines here. And we are on the final day. We had a Tantimall finish, the last one, and we seems to be heading to Another one here at Annisville playing field. But we'll have a break for lunch now and we'll return to bring you more live coverage of this under 19 tournament.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Arnsville playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lovely multi-island nation, 32 islands and keys. Come and visit us soon. That's my plug for tourism here in St. Vincent. You have the diversity of attractions. You have the lovely beaches, but you also have the scenery for hiking, lovely waterfalls, etc. So a varied product on offer here. But now we take you back to the cricket. It's Barbados who are in pursuit of a target of 199 to win. They are one without loss. And this is the final of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 competition. And here with me in the commentary box is Miss Stacey Adams. Good afternoon, Stacey.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Alanson. Hello to all the viewers out there. You see Alex Hines with the ball in his hand.
Yes, and this move is not surprising, as Hines is probably their most economical bowler, and I think that they want to heap a little bit of pressure early on the Barbados batsmen. They don't want them to get away to a quick start against the Pacers. This may have been discussed by them during the lunchtime, and then probably put some pressure on them to try to go a bit harder at the total and induce some mistakes.
It's a bit too short to start there. Lucky to get away with that one. Alex Hines scored. He had 22 runs and 5 maidens, 1 wicket in the first innings. That's much better from him.
Yeah, that one was straight around middle and off. Coming in with the angle, not turning. Not a big turn off the ball, Hines. More of a rolling off spinner. They take a rolling left arm spinner. They take a single off this delivery. So Brathwaite gets going after lunch. Takes his tally up to 2. Barbados 2 without loss.
Yes, Brathwaite, one of the leading run scorers for Barbados in this tournament. In fact, he has 186 now with that single he just took. In the first innings, he wasn't able to get off to any sort of start, didn't find any sort of fluency in his innings. He only managed to score 16 of 40. But Achilles brung his back out. Good to see him in the second innings after retiring out due to an injury. And he has 181 runs in this tournament so far.
So the openers, they have given Barbados fair enough starts in the tournament, and that has been a major reason why they came into the finals undefeated. Hines now to Brown, full delivery, looking to sweep. Seems to have gotten a bottom edge on that one. They will have time only for one. But that one was down the leg side, and I think he's lucky to get away with it.
Yes, a bit off his radar here, Alex Hines. Not what we've grown accustomed to seeing from him. Had a few deliveries earlier. Before that one shot, on that occasion it was too full. He largely operated from the Becco end. Surprising that he is operating here at the commentary booth end for the first time in this match.
That's the end of the over. First over after lunch. 2 runs from that over. Barbados are 3 without loss. And they require another 196 for victory. What do you think are the chances? How do you see the chances for either team here, Stacey?
It's difficult to estimate at this point in time. I mean, we've seen the way things progressed in this match. Jamaica, 87 all out this morning. Certainly not something we saw coming. 196 runs for victory. It's doable, but I'll say it's up to the Jamaican team to maintain their line and lengths. In particular, Redwood, I think he'll be a key member of this bowling lineup today. If he can find some consistency, should pose some problems to these batters. But at this point in time, it's difficult for me to say, who will be the winner of this match. There's also a draw that can come into play. But I think both teams will be looking to win this one outright.
Thank you for that analysis. As we have James now on the off stump. Good delivery. Defended there by Brown carefully. Just alongside the pitch. And there's no run.
Yeah, interestingly, it didn't seem to get up as much. We saw some in the over before lunch that bounced awkwardly on Achilles' brung. On that occasion, it didn't quite get up as he defended.
Yeah, and I think that variation in bounce will become more marked later on in the day today. And so the Barbados team, they have to be mindful of that. The pitch, all in all, has played quite well. But it's now getting into day 3, and we have had good sunshine throughout the match. This one is turning it to the man at square leg. Who does the feeling, and there's no...
From one end, a pacer from the other. Just as this innings progresses, I wonder if they'll be able to maintain that same bowling plan that they had in the first innings in this second innings. It's a different proposition now. They have to defend 199 runs, 196 more for victory Barbados. They had things switched around actually in the first innings. The pacers operated from the commentary booth end and the spinners from the Becco end.
This one is driven out to the man at cover point. Beckford does the feeling. There's no run. Yes, and looking at the field set here from the Jamaicans, there's one slip. There's a ring field on the offside. There's a gully. There's a man at backward point, a cover point, an extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, who is quite short. A square leg just behind square, and a fine leg in place. Do you think that there's cause for them to have an extra catcher in the slip cordon?
I think so. All he does yet, still a brand new ball, and we've seen Deshaun James. He has the ability to move the ball away from the right-hander. Nicely bowled there from him, getting that lift off the surface. We spoke about the variable bunks that we've seen, some just kicking off and some keeping low on that occasion. Some lift there to Achilles' brung. Seems a bit uncomfortable playing those deliveries.
Well, he tends to defend square on, and once there's a bit of variation in bounce and you're defending in that square position with your 2 feet basically pointing back towards the bowler, then you're going to find yourself in some trouble. So he doesn't remain side on for as long as some of the other batters. There's James in again to him. He's pulling at this one. Should be caught on ball. Easy catch, and James gets the wicket. Looking for that pull shot, rushing on to him. That one beat him for pace, and that's the end of Achilles' brung.
And that's what we've been speaking about. He seemed uncomfortable playing the short stuff, James. Just banging it into the wicket. Achilles' brung looking to play a pull shot on that occasion. Maybe he had looked to play it through the offside. May have been a better shot selection. Unfortunately, he decided to play across that, and a good catch from Deshaun James, who decided he's going to take matters into his own hands, not allow another fielder to get under it, and takes the first wicket for Jamaica.
Yes, and that's an important wicket. Brung, who tends to put his stall up for the long run and sets up stall at the wicket and occupies time, and that's a big wicket for the Jamaican team, as Joshua Dawn, after receiving a golden duck in the first innings, comes out to bat against the same bowler who dismissed him, James, albeit that James was bowling from the other end. Dismissed him LBW to one that held its line, straightened after pitching.
Yes, and you must be wary of James picking up another wicket in this over. The way he went in the first innings, after picking up 1 wicket, he picks up 2, and he did so again. The next time he picked up another wicket, his third, he ended up picking up another, the 4th in that same over. And Don came into a brilliant ball to him. 206 runs to Don in the tournament so far. Wasn't able to add to that in the first inning, so he's on a pair. So James up to Don. Had him LBW in the first innings.
So James into Dawn. This one is down the leg side. And what a thing that would have been if he had been strangled down the leg side there.
Nervous moments there for Don. He survives. And James has finished that over as well.
So 3 without loss at the end of the over there by James. A successful over for him.
3 for 1.
3 for
Yeah.
1, sorry.
So Heinz will continue. So they've switched things around. I wonder if it was a case of them discussing. I mean, the way the field is set, it's telling me, and it will tell because they do want to defend the runs. That's one thing, but they also want to pick up wicket. So the enigma is how do we manage to pick up wicket and contain the flow of runs. But what I think now, it's still early. The batters are still finding their feet. You have that attacking mindset in terms of the field setting. And then if you notice, some expansion of drives, trust your bowlers to produce those nice line and lengths for you and set the field accordingly.
Yes, I firmly agree with you. I also think that there's cause for having either a silly point or short legging, both of whom can work for Hines, who gets the ball to angle into the right-hander. And if he gets one to turn, then it will bring that slip and the silly point into play.
Indeed. And we know how he operates. He's been quite miserly in this tournament so far. He really plays a containing role. It tells by the number of wickets. He hasn't picked up a lot of wickets in the tournament, but his economy is low. So he really contains the batter, doesn't allow them to score freely.
Swan almost giving away some overthrows there, Beckford. Batsman didn't really leave his crease at the non-strikers end. Yes, and you're mentioning Hines, he was very successful for them in the 50-over competition. Very effective, opening the bowling, taking a few wickets and also keeping the runs down. As this one is punched again to Beckford that short extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, and if he's able to be consistent in his line and length again, the batters won't have a choice but to go at him because they do want to score, and that will bring in his wicket taking.
And this one is played calmly by Brathwaite. Back down the pitch. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden. It remains at 3 for 1. So another 196 required here by the Barbados team. Jamaica looking to put some pressure on after having taken a quick wicket after lunch. Remove one of the openers. But I do agree with your analysis in the previous over that they should attack just a little bit more while they have the opportunity to do so with the new ball and while they still have a lot of runs to the good, so to speak. So I definitely think that a second slip should be in. As this one is down the leg side, loud appeal. But like we have seen from the Barbados team as well in the field, young men can get very excited in the appeal. Not to show that that one was close to the bat, but a judge not out by umpire Rajkumar.
Yes, the umpire on move. I'm here thinking the amount of appeals we've seen. I mean, it might have an occasion where it's actually out and the umpire is thinking it's not out because, they're appealing for everything. That one clearly missing the bat of Dawn. And Deshaun James just looking for that magic delivery, coming back into the right-hander, but just starting it a bit too straight.
This one is on the pads, nicely stroked away by Dawn. Should get 2 runs. He has time enough for 2 as Mead does the fielding. Throw comes in now. And 2 runs to Dawn. He's off the mark and he'll be breathing a sigh of relief.
Indeed so. And just talking about starting it too straight. On that occasion, again, too straight there from Deshaun James. Looking to tail that one back into the right-hander, but he just needs to bring his lines a bit more on the off-stump. Off-stump.
There's James again. He's coming into Dawn. This one is in the rib cage area. Plays it down nicely. Goes to the man at square leg and there is no run.
Yes, and he's bowled quite a few of those deliveries, and they've troubled the batters. A lot of them defending with hard hands, ball popping up, and they don't have a short catcher in play. So a short leg could be another option for the Jamaican team.
Yes, they need to have the mindset that they're trying to get 10 wickets. And they should be telling themselves, based on what they're seeing happening before them, what is the likeliest way of taking a wicket?
Yes, and this is a key wicket taker. 6 wickets so far in this match for him. And he's bowling well. An adjustment in the field, an extra man goes on the onside.
Here's James again to Dawn. It's a good delivery, full delivery. Defended nicely by Dawn. Back to the bowler, there's no run.
Yeah, when you come out 199 runs on the board, you shouldn't be thinking, oh, you know, I've lost this match and I should just be defensive. You should come out fighting, even if it's 50 runs. And your field setting should show that as well. But the field setting for the Jamaican team, it appears as if these two men have been batting for 50 overs or so long. And just one slip, a man in the gully, and no other fielders catching close. And Deshaun James is bowling quite well.
I do agree with you as he comes in now to bowl to Dawn. This one is on the pads again, lowering in that direction. Should be time for 2 as Johnson does the retrieving. And they get 2 quite comfortably. So 2 more to Dawn. So he has flicked 2 off his pads and he has collected 4 runs quite easily in the end.
Yeah, with the field setting, it actually is forcing him to bowl straighter, and he's just a bit too errant in line there, getting it too straight and strain on the pads of Dawn. And it's easy for him to put away. What the captain should be asking him to do is attack around that off stump or around that 5th stump, 4th stump line. Yes,
Just about there.
Just there, exactly. Quick single taken. So that, I think, is a line that he should be bowling, and then he can look to angle it in from there as well.
So as the end of James is over, at the end of the over, the score is now 8 for 1. So 5 overs having been bowled, 8 for 1. So sedate start here from the Barbados team after lunch. But they will need to know that, of course, I'm sure they're aware of it, that they have to build a platform if they are to overhaul these runs. They cannot find themselves in the position that is similar to what happened to Jamaica in their second innings where they were 15 for 5. I think if they find themselves maybe 30 or 40 or 50 for 5, then it will be very difficult. It will be a mountain for them to climb in order to overhaul the 199 that they need to win.
Yes, so Hines to continue. A key member of this Jamaican attack, if they are to bowl out this Barbados team.
This one is on the pads. Good feeling there by the big man where dives to his left and there is no run.
Excellent stop there from him, and they need all of this as well. Fielders cutting off, diving around, saving every run as much as possible to keep pressure on the Barbados batters.
This one is full and defended back to the bowler by Dawn. This one is another full delivery and played back to the bowler by Dawn once more. So this one is played through the covers. Only time for 1. The fielder there made very fast over the ground, able to keep them down to the single. Score is 9 for 1.
There's one fielder out, Jordan Johnson, on that mid-wicket boundary.
This one is played off the pads, but straight to the man at square leg, no run. So Hines, being his miserly self.
Just feel like it's building to something here.
This one played back to the bowler, and there's no run. So, at the end of the over number 6, it is now 9 for 1.
So James, again, I like that line, that last delivery that he bowled to Don. I think that's where he should be operating. But to see that they have a man at the square leg boundary, a man at fine leg as well. Might see some short stuff, Alanson.
It's likely as he comes in now to Don. This one, the double bluff, setting the field for the short ball and then coming very full and on the stumps. Well played by Don to the man at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah. Smart bowler is James, looking to pitch it up to Don. He's been trying to get that full in-swinging delivery to him. However, he's just been straying on the pads a bit. That one was spot on that occasion. Fuller in the black hole. Not much the batter can do.
Here's James again into Don. This one is outside the off stump, short, wide, left well alone there. Maybe attempted to see if Don will have a go at it. Maybe looking to just get him to play an injudicious shot after a quiet period here.
Well, that's how he picked up his first wicket. It was short, and the batter decided to have a pull at it, and he got a top edge. But Don decided, I'm going to leave that alone, just get the measure of the wicket, see what is happening. He didn't get to bat long in the first innings. He was dismissed after first delivery.
There's James again into Don. This one is driving nicely down the ground, but should be intercepted. Yes, Beckford intercepts it. There's no run. So the Jamaican fielders looking quite sharp so far after lunch. We have seen a few stops, a few diving stops. Some good work by the fielders, and they look up for it so far.
Yes, and they've taken 100% of their catches so far. That's the one. In the first innings, they dropped 3 catches, so it's good to see they're up and about in the field, looking sharp, as you mentioned.
James aborts his run up that time, about 6 or 5 yards from the umpire. You could see that something wasn't right. He just slowed down and eventually came to a stop, just stretching that groin area on the left leg.
Yes, he keeps favoring that area. I've seen him doing some stretches on his legs as he continues to do some more stretches. Even in the last over, he's a key man in this Jamaican lineup, so they'll be hoping that it's nothing too serious.
This one, loud appeal for LBW. Maybe slightly high from where I'm standing. But done a very good delivery from James, and he's certainly bowling a testing spell here to the Barbadians.
Indeed. I keep mentioning he's a key man. He dismissed Don in the first innings, LBW. And as that ball struck Don's pad, he probably had glimpses of the first innings. On that occasion, he was adjudged to be high. So he survives Don, certainly causing some problems. Well, not just to Don, a lot of these Barbados batters. He picked up 5 in the first innings and has already picked up the first wicket so far.
James again into Don. This one is a bit shorter. He plays it off the back foot to the man at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. That's the end of James's... is it? No, I think he has another delivery. Saw the umpire making a move to him, and I was thinking that he was about to give him his floppy hat. Feeling in that floppy hat is James.
Yes, but I'm liking this battle between James and Don. James has his number, obviously. Don trying to fight him off, but he's bowling in excellent areas. James, so far in this over, I'm liking this. I still want to see that second slip, just in case that ball edges through that vacant gap.
James again turns this one down to the man there at deep backward square, and that's a single taken by Don. Now this brings it to the end of the over. It's 10 for 1 at the end of over number 7. 4 overs having been bowled by James and 3 overs by Hines.
I see Don using his feet to James in the last over. A few of the Jamaican batters, when they batted in the first innings, use their feet to some of the seamers just to throw them off their line. So that's a good ploy from James Don, but he has to be wary of that short delivery that James bowl. It's sharp, it's short, and it's sharp as well. You know, it really gets a kick off the surface. So Alex Hines to continue.
That's Hines bowling with one slip, ringed field on the offside, which we'll get to after this delivery. It's flighted, and a single is taken by Don. That's good cricket. He played it softly enough, although it was heading in the direction of the man there at cover. Played it softly enough for them to get a single. So good cricket by him. Something we've seen from him throughout the tournament, that he's able to keep the scoreboard ticking along, using soft hands by breaking his wrists, and manipulating the ball into the gaps and so on.
Yeah, and that's why they celebrated his wicket so much when they got him first ball in the first innings. He's a key man to this lineup, Don. Thanks.
This one is driven down to me. It should be a close one. He doesn't gather. He's disappointed, is Weatherburn. Would have been close if he had picked up cleanly.
If he had collected that cleanly and had a throw at the stump, it would have been really close. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to grab it.
So I was mentioning the field. There's now a 6-3 field. No one out deep at any position in the field. There is a man at backward square leg. There's a man at short mid wicket, a mid on, mid off, a short extra cover, an extra cover, a cover point, and a backward point that's quite deep along with a slip. This one is full, played back down to the bowler. Hines has apparently settled into his line against these right-handers. They are thereabouts, not offering that much in terms of any bad deliveries. And I think that will be his role for the afternoon. This one is flicked nicely into the gap by Don. Gets deep into his crease, works it to the onside. He gets 2 runs. So that's good batting, good use of the crease.
Just have to avoid strain on his pads, Alex Hines. Just need to keep it in front. The way the field is set, they're asking him to keep it straight or try and get that one pitching and leave in. That's better there from Hines. And Don plays really late. I think he's one of the batters that plays really late in this tournament, and it's a hallmark of how well he plays. Just waits on it and plays it right under his eyes. Don.
This one is being pushed down to the man at mid on the run. Edwards does the feeling.
Yeah, cries up catch it because he played it aerially, he played uppishly, but nowhere near any fielder. It's 14 for 1 at the end of that over.
Yes, at the end of the over, 14 for 1. 8 overs having been bowled. They're just scoring at just below 2 runs and over, which would not perturb them too much at this point, the Barbados team. They will be content to have a so they'll not be too perturbed by this rate of scoring. They will be content to have lost only 1 wicket, and they'll be thinking to themselves, if they can keep a lot of wickets in hand, then they can have a push a little bit later on in the day towards the target.
Indeed. So that's where the Jamaicans, they have to find a way to break through, get them on the back foot as quickly as possible. something similar to what happened in their innings when they batted this morning. So that's what the Jamaicans should be looking to do as Brathwaite gets another single. You can't get the batters feeling too comfortable in the middle. You have to unsettle them, have them thinking about different plans, the Barbados team. So far, it's quite easy for these two to work it around and pick up the singles. Still a mountain to climb when you look at the score, 184 more to win. So it's pretty even, Stevens. You can't really say where the game is going to go just yet.
This one is played. It is weight on the back foot there, Dawn, looking to punch it through the offside. Only gets it to the man at short extra cover Beckford. Does the feeling there's no run, 15 for 1, as mentioned by Stacey, and another 184 runs required by the Barbados team, the Jamaica team. They need to take 9 wickets. And there's also the possibility of a draw if neither team is successful in doing either of those by the time we get to the end of play. James into Don. It's on the back foot, punches this one to the man at extra cover again. Good line and good length being maintained here by Deshaun James in his 5th over.
It's going for less than 2 runs and over at this point, James. And that's what you want from your bowlers. And they run into bowl. If they're not picking up wickets, they shouldn't be. The batter shouldn't be scoring freely off them. So James is doing a job right now for the Jamaicans. And Hines as well at the other end. So a good bowling partnership between these two so far.
This time Dawn advances on the wicket. And there was sending back. Brathwaite was looking for the single. There was no run on there. Would have been a suicidal run if either of them had decided to go to the opposite end. Quickly in there was a field of Hines at the short mid-wicket region.
Yes, good backing up there by Weatherborn and company. Somebody else was there also backing him up. No, I think it's the captain Barnes and Beckford. And Hines had to have a shot at the stump, and he did. So Don using his feet, but James is deceptively quick off the surface sometimes. And there you go, that
This
short
one
pitch.
is a short delivery, wide, very high. This one almost pitching at James's toe.
Yeah, just letting him know that he cannot advance down the track to me. I'm a fast bowler. And if you do that, I do have that short delivery in my armory. So it's called wide, but I think it's a well-directed short delivery in terms of letting the batter know he cannot come out of the crease to him that easily anymore.
Yes, it's definitely served its purpose, which is to keep him in the crease. James into Dawn once more. This one down the leg side, getting on top of it, down to the man at deep backward square, comes in to do the fielding mid, and the single is taken. Score moves up by 1 to 17 for 1. Here in over number 9.
Yeah, certainly not panic stations yet for any of the team. Jamaica or Barbados. Barbados still have 9 wickets in hand, and Jamaica, they still have a fair bit of runs to play with. So both teams, I think, will be a bit comfortable at this point in time. No one really running away with the game just yet.
Slight change we made to the field here. The man at mid-wicket comes a lot straighter, almost to a short mid-on. So 6-3 field employed here as James comes in now to Brathwaite. Leaves this one outside the off stump. Good delivery, just wide off stump. And that's the end of the over. At the end of over 9, it is 17 for 1. Hines will continue, so this bowling pair has been unbroken from the inception of the innings. James with that solitary over before lunch, and since then has continued his spell, and Hines bowling unbroken since lunch as well.
Might see a change at the end from James. I saw Ryan Edwards warming up. We know he has the most wickets for Jamaica in this tournament. Well, he's tied with Tamari Redwood, 14 apiece. Most wicket for a seamer in this tournament. So he'll have a job to do. He wasn't able to pick up any wickets in the first innings, so he surely want to run in and get at the Barbados batters in this second innings. Another chance for him, as he didn't pick up any in the first one.
Yes, in one of the previous rounds, getting 10 wickets against the Windward Islands. Edwards, 6 wickets in one innings and 4 in another. So had that very productive game, but this match so far hasn't really been amongst the wickets. He would want to rectify that as soon as he comes on.
So Hines to Dawn. Bit short and wide, but left alone by Dawn. A bit watchful from him. Goes back, whips this one into the onside. Well fielded there by Johnson to end the over. 17 for 1. So Ken Roy, welcome. I haven't seen the Barbados batters really looking to attack the Jamaican batters so far. Will be interesting to see what happens when they try to do that. Game is a bit subdued at this point in time. Ryan Edwards gives his cap over, hands his hat over to umpire Raj Kumar, so he'll be having a bowl now.
I think that they're just trying to assess things from where they are, trying to get that platform that they need to set the base for the others. But they have to be very careful as to how they go about it. They need to be scoring as well because they need a momentum. But Jamaica has done a very good job in containing these batters, and they have picked up a wicket. It would be very interesting to know how many overs remaining for the day, and that would actually tell you the amount of work that the Barbadians would have to do.
Yes, hardly a loose delivery bowl by James and Hines in their spell, and I believe for much of this innings, Hines will have a lot of work to do in this innings because he has been their most miserly bowler as Edwards running. This one died on its way to the keeper. Good stop there by Trevon Williams.
So just about 53 overs remaining for the day to conclude today. They need to get that 199 runs They have lost their wicket, first wicket. They are 17. 10 overs have been bowled. So they're just assessing things from where they are. I think Barbados are doing that. Would they make any change in their batting order? I think they would. But the Jamaicans keep bowling tightly. Hines would have a lot of work to do in this innings. The way that he bowls, his style and so on, it would require him to bowl a pretty long spell from one of the ends. He's bowling from this end, the top end, to restrain these batsmen from Barbados. The batsmen from Barbados can't really get him away, and they would have to take a lot of risk, and that includes taking a chance of losing a wicket as well. So Edwards continued to bowl from the southern end. Good line outside the off stump. Good single there between Dawn and Brathwaite. They have been able to sneak those singles, which is good. But they have not been able to get the boundaries to ease the pressure of the scoreboard. So you have to give the Jamaicans credit for that. They have not bowled any loose deliveries per se. They have stick to their field setting. The bowlers have bowled just on the off stump, keeping things nice and tight, and not allowing the Barbadians to get way to a fiery start. It was just outside that off stump again.
Yeah, and that's why it's so difficult to call it at this point in time. Containment on both ends. Jamaica keeping the runs from flowing and Barbados not losing wickets in a hurry. It'll be interesting to see how the game progresses close to the end of the day's play.
The thing about this situation is that the Barbadians could bat as they are doing now, but when it requires them to step it up, hopefully they would not lose a wicket out, and then they would have to really be careful as to how they go about batting. What is important that they score. If they keep scoring and keep the scoreboard ticking, it becomes easier for them when they need to really step on the accelerator. But the way that they are batting now is very subdued. The overs would be dried up, and work becomes a little bit harder in the back end for batters coming in and new batters and so on.
Yes, I think Ryan Edwards as well. He's key in the second innings. He wasn't able to pick up any in the first innings. I'll continue after this.
It's a good shot from Dawn through mid-wicket. It's getting close. They're calling for 3. Good run in between them. So that's what they need to do. Be a little bit more aggressive with the running and so on. So 3 good runs to Dawn. Score moves up now to 21 for 1. And
Yes.
completion of just about 11 overs. So 11 overs have been bowled. Maximum of 52 remaining for the day.
Yeah, so what I was saying about Edwards is the fact that he hasn't been able to pick up a wicket in the first innings. I think his role is particularly key, not just for the wicket-taking part. If he is able to pick up 2 to 3 wickets, I believe that will galvanize the Jamaican team, and that might well set them on course for victory. Yes, the other bowlers will have to pitch in, but I'm gonna make a bold call and say Edwards and Redwood, if they are able to find their consistency this afternoon, I think it will spell trouble for the Barbados team.
Well, the Jamaicans are not in any hurry, per se. They are taking their time, setting the right fields, bands, and make sure their bowlers are settled. They're not the ones who are looking to win. So that's a quicker delivery from Hines.
Well, both teams are looking to win, really. Barbados, they desperately want to get their hands on the trophy. Jamaica already winning the white ball tournament. They want to do a double, and it'll look good for them to do that. Barbados wants to play unbeaten in the tournament. They weren't able to win last year. They made the finals, but they weren't able to get over the lines. Leeward Islands victorious in that finals against them.
In the context of the game, the Jamaicans are ahead, really. So as I said, they are not really in a hurry to do anything unorthodox.
Yes,
The Bajans are the ones who have to bring the game to the Jamaicans. So the Jamaicans are just sitting back and allowing things to happen as they are now. It is not threatening for them.
yes.
So it's all up to the Barbadians to bring the game to the Jamaicans.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of points accumulated in the first innings, I think Jamaica, they might be on top right now. So Barbados, they definitely need to take the game to the Jamaicans. But for now, they're just in an assessment phase. They're not trying to lose wickets in a hurry and looking to set things up for the batters to come. And the Jamaican bowlers, they're bowling in nice areas, not allowing them to free their arms, or they're not bowling too many loose deliveries either, looking to frustrate the Barbados batters.
Well, all the Jamaicans are doing the basics. Keep it straight, keep it simple. Bowl to your field. Allow them to take the risk. They are not taking the risk either. And they just accumulate whatever overs they have to bowl. They are taking their time, get to their field. They are not in any rush. As I said, the Barbadians, if they want to win this game, they have to bring it to the Jamaicans. And they're not
Indeed.
showing the intent to do so. Although there are just another 51 overs remaining in the day, I am thinking that they may leave it to be a little bit too late. They have to have a momentum. The Jamaicans are just sticking to their plans, bowl a fast bowler from one end and the spinner from the other end, and just tie things up, make it difficult for them to score.
Yes, and it's a plan that's worked for them, and I like that from Jamaica, the fact that they found a formula that did well for them in the first innings and they decided to stick with it, unless, of course, Barbados decides, I'm going to mess with this plan a little bit. So it's good to see that they found the formula and they're sticking with it, and it's working out quite well for them.
So Edwards will continue to bowl from the southern end. He's just on that off stump. Has bowled a solitary over so far. Another good delivery just on the off stump, and he has that packed offside field, basic offside field. A slip, a gully, square cover, short extra cover. He has a fine leg. A man at mid wicket, a man at mid on, and the square leg. So, semi-defensive, semi-attacking. That's how Jamaica is playing it now. This one is hit with some power by Don to the man at backward point.
It's good
Sorry,
stop.
that's Brathwaite. Pretty good stop by him. Weatherborn it is.
Yes, Weatherburn, a good stop by him, and that's also something we've seen a difference in the field from Jamaica compared to the first innings. Lots of people diving around, nothing passing them, so they're up for it. I know it seems like a quiet period now, but I assure you, with every delivery ball, that or not, the tension is rising.
Good bowling. There's a stifled appeal, but a good delivery there by Edwards. Looking to get after the bowling there is Brathwaite. So a full delivery right on the crease. Sneaking under the bat. Brathwaite was late on it. Edwards. Flat. Skiddy bowler. Don't normally hit the seam too often. Hit the side of the cherry and it slides on. Again, Yorker length, known for that.
So I like this line of attack from Ray and Edwards so far. Coming around the wicket, looking to angle it into the right-handed batter. 3 good deliveries bowled from him so far. Brathwaite looking a bit unsettled, anxious, looking like he wants to get at the bowling.
I think that would get to the fence. No, good feeling there. Pulls back right in front of that boundary. 2 runs completed. So 2 more runs to the Barbadian.
Yes, it looked like that was deliberately played. He realized what Edwards was trying to do. You know, he was trying to bowl it full. He opened the face and ran it down to the third man area and picking up 2 more runs. A good bit of cricket between these two teams.
Edwards again just under the off stump, keeping things quiet. Barbados 23 for 1. Barbados they have another 300 deliveries to get 176 runs. So a lot of deliveries, that is, to accumulate that score. They are going about it rather slowly, but there's a lot of time in this game remaining. So Hines continue from this end.
Yes, Hines
He has
as we
bowled
expect.
6 overs so far. Just outside the off stump, close to that off stump, going through there. Dawn leaving it alone. Alex Hines around the wicket, outside here. Straight to delivery to Dawn. He stands up and just punches it to the man at mid-wicket. What does the feeling? Quiet time here for this game, rather sedated. This one is full delivery, driven to the man. Only finds the feelers in the way. Dawn. He's timing the ball nicely as well. I just need to find those gaps, pick up the 1s and the 2s, keep the scoreboard ticking. Bajan's finding it difficult to do so. Another dot delivery. Bowled by Hines. He thrives in these situations. Hines. Through the tournament, he has bowled tightly. And these are the situations that calls for someone like him. Again, it's a short delivery and he rock back and pull it through mid-wicket. A loose delivery by Hines and dealt it in accordance by Joshua Dawn. So one of those bad deliveries been tossed up there by Hines and it was dealt in accordance by Joshua Dawn. 4 runs to him.
Yeah, after a bit of attritional cricket from the Barbados team, they finally were able to break the shackles. A short delivery that was pulled for 4 off the bat of Joshua Dawn.
Forward in defense again. And that is pretty good by Dawn. Things are pretty tight, and when there's an opportunity to score, you have to score. And he did that with ease, and that brings it over to an end. And Barbados, after 13 overs, they are 27 for 1. Dawn has gone to 18, and his partner Brathwaite is on 7. They're looking for a total of 198, 199 to win, really, to win this championship, the last day of the West Indies Under 19 Rising Stars tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Has been a tremendous time here, seeing the youngsters performing with bat and ball. And we had great weather for the past 2 days or so. Edwards continue bowling here for Jamaica. He's in his 3rd over. First spell. It's been stopped. Edwards run through. Probably saying something. Aren't you ready to go? Little discussion between bowler and batsman. Could understand the tension between both teams. Both teams are looking to win. The umpire comes up and we'll have a little discussion with Brathwaite. It's not an easy thing to be running off for 20 yards and then stop in the middle of that. Fast bowlers tend to get woke up by those sort of actions. Knowing the intensity of this game, everybody wants to win. The Jamaicans just get a little bit hype there, as we know they are to be. Edwards outside the off stump, beaten by pace. As Brathwaite into the gloves of the wicket keeper. So all of a sudden there's a little vibes coming from the Jamaicans.
Yeah,
the subduedness have just been erased.
And that's what you don't want. You don't want to fire up on already fired up Ryan Edwards. We saw that in the first innings. I mean, had some words with Joshua Morris when he came out into bat and was fired up. Bowled a fiery spell to him. Everything but a wicket in that spell to Morris and Seeley at that time, I think, who were batting.
Oh, look at that delivery. I think that one hit in the poles from the bowler, the footholds, and kicked. My God, a good take by the wicket keeper. And the umpire signals one over the shoulder, but that was really not a short delivery. That was a lifting delivery outside the half stump. But still, he judges it as one over the shoulder. But that was a wicked delivery there from Edwards.
Fair to say, Zion Brathwaite asking, pulling out from batting when Edwards was running in. Totally fired him up, Ken Roy. Those last two deliveries tells a story.
Well, Edwards is driven sweetly through covers. It's going close to the fence. When they get there, just slowing up in front of it. They have gone for two. They are back asking for a third. And if they had pursued, it would have been a third run. But a good follow-up shot there by Brathwaite, driving him through the covers and picking up two more runs. Two attractive runs there to Brathwaite.
And that was sweet from Brathwaite. Got in position nicely, well balanced. Deserved the four really, but didn't have enough on it to get to the boundary. But the battle is on between bat and ball. All of a sudden, everyone is fired up out there. Lots of chats. It was a quiet period. And after two excellent deliveries, Brathwaite leaned into a drive from Edwards. Let's see what's next from this delivery.
This one is off the legs. Turned sweetly through mid-wicket. He's gone for one. He's back for two. So, in the space of four deliveries, the game has taken a different turn. And really, really, would that benefit Barbados or Jamaica? Well, it seems to be going the way of the Barbadians. They're scoring runs freely now. They're liking what they're seeing. Different approach. Edwards would want to stem those runs. As there's a change in the field, the man has been pushed back on the square leg boundary. Tells you that he's going to go short. Or it's going to be a double bluff. Here he goes, Edwards. Oh, there's a loud appeal. It's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. The Jamaicans thought that they had him. But not out, says the umpire. And they would count themselves. I'm not too sure how to describe that one. From my vantage point, it seemed like he was hit in front of the stumps. But the umpire is in the best position to do so, to make that decision. Not out, he said. And Brathwaite is batting still for Barbados. Edwards really thought that he had his man there. And also the Jamaicans.
This over has been action-filled, Ken Roy. One more ball remaining in this over. What's to come?
Well, Edwards looking for his wicket. Brathwaite. This one is pitched up. Just squeezed out to the man at short extra cover. The end of an entertaining over. And the umpire signaled time. So there's a break here. Water break here at Arnisvale. So at the end of the first session after lunch, Jamaica versus Barbados. Barbados need to get 198 runs. They are 31 for 1. And really a good session of cricket. Very subdued, but we'll be back to bring you more coverage here at Arnottsville playing field in this game between Barbados and Jamaica, the finals of the West Indies Under-19 tournament. Well, we are here back at Arnottsville playing field where we continue bringing you live coverage of this, the finals of the West Indies Under-19 tournament. 3-day affair between Jamaica and Barbados. A very interesting game on hand. Barbados need to get 199 to win this game and to really win the tournament. Jamaica also trying to defend that. They batted themselves into some trouble after having the ascendancy on the day before. As we start proceedings here is Hines, the measly Hines continue to bowl. And with me is Alison Cookshan. Welcome back.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Ken. Good afternoon, viewers. To our viewers. Close LBW shot in the last over, but with the angle seem to be missing the leg stump going down.
Hines just drifting a bit on his pads. Has to be careful about that. Don't have a lot of protection on that side. As he continues to bowl. Better length for me. Driven up to the man at cover. Dawn. He's timing the ball nicely, just not finding the gaps. He's a patient cricketer. Has a good head on his shoulder. Joshua Dawn came into this tournament at age 15. Driven up to the man at cover. He's called for a single. That is on. Good running between the wicket. Good communication between him and Brathwaite. He's gotten 100 already in this tournament. 250 so far as well. Youngster. Has shown promise. And continues to develop. Brathwaite as well. Hines, left arm spinner from around the wicket. Outside the off stump. It's in the air, officially just over the head of the man at short extra cover. So fortune favor the brave there. Brathwaite just playing a bit too early and that was ballooned over the man head. That's Bedford, who is there, short extra cover, and he picks up 2 more runs.
He was dismissed similarly in the first innings with an uppish drive to, I think Beckford was the field on that occasion. So he has to be very careful that he gets to the pitch. And if he doesn't and he wants to go aerially, then he has to ensure that he's finding the gap between the fielders.
Well, that Hines over has come to an end. Fortunately for Brathwaite, it fell in no man's land. Barbados, after 15 overs, they are 34. 16 overs been bowled, 34 for 1. Dawn is on 19 and Brathwaite on 13. Need to get to that magical figure of 199. Have another 47 overs to go in the day's play as things continue to unfold here at Arnisvale.
Yes, this partnership, after the fairly early fall of the wicket of Brown, growing in significance. I know the wicket of Dawn in particular will be very valuable to the Jamaicans, but Dawn will know that for his team, he needs to stay there and bat. He has already shown good discipline in his innings so far. Looks in good touch, getting the deliveries to leave his bat quite nicely. And the Barbados team will be hoping that he stays there very long and deep into this innings and gets the support from his teammates.
So there's a change in the bowling. The leg spinner comes into the attack. Redwood. And immediately the hand comes out. No ball.
It's an issue that he had in the first innings. He bowled several no balls, which really can't be justified for a bowler who's just walking in off a few steps. So he really needs to work on that and eliminate that from his game. These are runs that may come in to be very handy for the Barbados team as we go later into the evening.
Well, it's Redwood. Suffer from some inconsistencies in his bowling. As I just spoke of it, this one is a full toss. Just spoke of it. And he's been banged over mid-wicket by Dawn for 6. A full toss by Redwood, and it's gone the distance.
Yes, and Dawn will be saying bowl that to your friends because that was a very friendly delivery. Not just the fact that it was a full toss, but the line as well on the leg stump, midland leg stump, and that was an easy put away for a batsman of Dawn's quality. And that he did put it away nicely over straightish mid-wicket for a big 6.
Yes, and I've seen him bowl on several occasions. He tends to toss this ball, bowl a lot of loose deliveries. And in this situation, he has to be very careful as he comes back and bowl a good delivery just on the middle stump, down his back, and just plays it to the man at short extra cover. In this game, the context of this game, he has to be very careful with this spell. He could go for runs, or he could get wickets, either. He's that sort of bowler. And Jamaica would have to use him and use him wisely. Again, this one is driven up to the man at cover. Teasing Dawn outside the off stump. There's a slip. Square cover, extra cover, cover point. A man at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Short fine leg and a man at deep square leg. Just on the turn there, the sweep. Again, this is another full delivery. Dawn is just driving it up to bet for that short extra cover. Seems as though he has bought those pieces of land in St. Vincent that on the wicket there. He feels there from the beginning of the game. Anytime somebody's employed at short extra cover, it's Bedford. Good hands. This one is outside the off stump, just holding a back a bit there. It's Redwood and Dawn just checked his shot to the man at cover. So Jamaica looking for a wicket here. Bringing in their leg spinner, Redwood. Was struck over mid-wicket for a 6. Loose delivery. Good delivery, squeezed out. So that brings the Redwood over to an end, and after that over, Barbados have gone on to 41 for 1.
Yes, progress being made here by the Barbados team. They're 41 for 1. They require another 158 runs for victory, while the Jamaica team needs to take 9 wickets. Redwood there in his first over, struggling to get his length correct. In the end, he bowled a few good deliveries, so his team will be hopeful that from now on, that he will maintain that good length, and then that will actually pose some problems for the Barbados team, as we see a change of ends for Edwards coming now from the administrative centre end.
Well, I thought that a bowler like Mead would have been introduced around now, just to keep things tight. He bowls a heavy ball, bowls the ball just on one side of the wicket as well. And Edwards have changed ends. I think he bowls a better deliveries. He's more comfortable from this end, really, Edwards. I'm seeing him bowl from the bottom end. Struggles a little bit from that end. But I think the introduction of someone like me now for the Jamaicans would be critical for them as they go forward.
Yeah, well, with Hines coming off, he was keeping things tight. They would need some other bowler to keep the pressure on. Or if Barbados starts scoring very freely, with the loss of only 1 wicket, they will feel very good in terms of the progress that they are making. And as you get closer and closer to the target, I think the pressure becomes greater on the fielding team.
Well, Hines have completed 8 overs. He was replaced by Edwards, 14 runs from those overs. Edwards is in his 4th over in his first spell. Bowling to Brathwaite. This one is a good delivery just at the off stump. Edwards seems to be pumped up. Don't know what Edwards ate.
Yes, I think there's a little bit between the two of them, which is always interesting to see. I mean, from the viewership perspective, between Edwards and Brathwaite, neither of them wanted to take a backward step. Two aggressive-minded individuals. So it'll be interesting to see who wins the battle here, and most importantly, who wins the war at the end of it all.
The war has been fought here between Jamaica and Barbados for supremacy. In this, the West Indies on the 19 tournament, 3-day tournament. This one is squeezed out, punched out to Bedford, who owns the land in front of that bat, short extra cover. It's been patrolling those territories for all the time that he's been on the field. Bedford, pretty good fielder as well, good hands. Edwards, left arm, seamer, slides it, bowls a good Yorker. Again, this one is just down the leg side, losing his direction, his trajectory. A little tickle on that could have gone into the fence or 4.
Yes, they would have challenged the man at fine leg, who is reasonably square, not as fine as some others will have them. So, as you mentioned, some little bat on that could have travelled very close to the boundary or over it.
Edwards around the wicket. Short lifting delivery down the leg side. Really want a piece of Brathwaite his Edwards. Trying his utmost best. Run all the way down to the crease.
Yes, and this is the passion you want to see from the players. It's an important game. It's the final. You're representing your country. You should have that pride. As long as they don't go overboard in terms of doing anything that is untoward. Well, it's good that they have that aggression. So good to see that from both Edwards and Brathwaite.
So the battle is on. Edwards to Brathwaite. Full delivery, squeezed out again. Aimed at the toes. So a good finish to the over here from Edwards. And after 18 overs, Barbados are 41 for 1. We have Brathwaite on 13 and Dawn on 25.
So yes, that was a maiden there from Edwards. Score remains on 41, as you mentioned. They still require another 158 runs. And Redwood will be continuing. I think as important as his spell may be in terms of wicket taking for Redwood, I think the runs that come off him will also be important, because if he is taken for some runs here and the Barbados innings get some momentum, that momentum can carry into the remainder of the innings. Now, if he's able to take some wickets, on the other hand, then that will be very telling, because 41 still 158 adrift, so there's still a lot of runs to get, and some wickets now will be very hurtful to the Barbados team.
Well, Redwood, thing that bothers me most about him is his inconsistency and the way he delivers those bad deliveries. He has to be very careful. Jamaica should be looking at that as well. There's early days yet, so they're taking a chance with him. As he bowls, there's a short delivery outside the off stump, and Don punches it through the covers into the fence. 4 runs to him. Just spoke about it again, and a loose delivery outside the off stump, and Don would not miss out on those. 4 runs to him.
That was a lovely shot. He got onto the back foot. He waited on the turn, and as it turned away from him, he punched it with a straight bat through the covers for 4, and that was a classy shot from Don.
Yes, another delivery from Redwood gave him the room, and he utilized that and scored another handsome boundary here, Don. If he keeps picking those boundaries off of Redwood, it will make things much easier for Barbados. This one is a better delivery, pitched just on the leg stump coming across, and Don is equal to the task. Plays it up to the man at mid-wicket.
I think this is a better feel now to have the man out at the sweeper cover for Redwood. You have mentioned before that he is not the most consistent of leg spinners in terms of his line and length. And just to give him that extra protection, because it's not a huge target, albeit a solid one that they have to get.
Again, just bowling on the body of Don. Don giving himself some room to punch it, but hustle Don to him. Only finds a man at cover, who does the feeling. Barbados slowly but surely getting up to that position. They are now 45 for 1. Good platform being laid here. I spoke about that. Again, that one almost sneaked through the baton pad of Don. Has to be careful as well, as he tries to get things going here for Barbados. Don, he's a key man in this runs chase.
Well, I think what the Jamaicans need to ask themselves as well is, how are they trying to dismiss each batsman when Redwood is bowling? Because you could see that there's a slip. There's no short leg, there's no silly point. So the slip is the only attacking fielder that is there. I think they could afford to put another man or 2 around the bat.
Well, with his level of inconsistency, would you risk it?
Yes, it's what the risk at this stage, with only 45 runs on the board, 46 runs on the board.
Exactly.
If you get a little bit later on, where they're already at 60, 70, 80, then you start to really think now, getting a bit more defensive. But you have to attack while you can, while the runs are still, a bit on the lower side.
Well, they have a man at slip, short, extra cover, sweeper on both sides, mid on, mid off, up. This one is torn off the legs neatly. Another single. So the runs are coming for Barbados.
Yes, and what the skipper must be thinking now for Jamaica is, Redwood, how many more overs can I give him if he's going to give her a boundary and over, which we have seen from him already. And that would be something that they're thinking about, because Hines has bowled a long spell. I think their intention was for Hines to keep it tight, which he did. So he accomplished the task that they had for him. But that's not what they want from Redwood. They want Redwood to take wickets, yes. But they cannot afford for him to attack and at the expense of, attack and at the same time be leaking a lot of runs, because with only 199 to get, you can quickly find yourself behind the 8 ball. So the skipper might have to think about how long can he run the risk of having Redwood on. Maybe another over or 2. But you have to give him an attacking field so that if the mistake is made, that you get the wicket, because if not, then you have just given away runs without really having anything to show for it.
Edwards bowling well again to Brathwaite. Pushed up to the man at cover. Well, listen to all you have said there, Alanson, but how much mistakes would you make against an inconsistent bowler? A batsman like Don and Brathwaite, they would maximize those bad deliveries. So I think it's a risk, really, bringing him now. There's Mead. I think he should keep things rather tight and see how things goes first. That's one is driven up. There's problems here. There's some problems. So some miscommunication between Don and Brathwaite. If that had hit the stumps, I think he would have been going back to the pavilion.
Again, that man Beckford in the action. Very quick over the ground. And almost effecting the run out there. Indecision between Don and Brathwaite. They're going to have a little chat now. Maybe just to reinforce what should have happened there on that occasion. Would have been rather unfortunate for the Barbadians to have lost a wicket in that manner at this time, with the partnership going quite good for them at this point. Dawn, of course, a very valuable wicket. Brathwaite, young man, a pugnacious batter, quite belligerent and determined. So, these two would be quite important. Would be very important for the fortunes of Barbados, given the way that they have played so far in the innings.
Yes, and the foundation which they have laid thus far, these two, sets a tone for Barbados as well. They have not lost any big set of wickets, and it's important to have wickets in hand when you're chasing. That's very important. And with the likes of Roberts in the back end of the Barbados batting lineup, they could really get to this target. This one is a short one into the body, and he just comes in and turns it off neatly. This Brathwaite takes another single.
Yes, that was well played. Rising delivery into the mid-riff era. And he just got himself outside the line of the delivery and tucking it down to fine leg quite neatly. And was through for an important single for his team.
So Edwards continued to fight hard here for his team, Jamaica. Batted themselves into trouble this morning. Good delivery, Don. Solid in defense. Missed out in the first innings, Don. Got a gem of a delivery. Got a duck from James. And second innings, he's looking solid. He has already compiled 30 runs so far. Chief scorer for Barbados.
Yes, and if you look at that bat, it's quite red. Has done a lot of work batting with that one.
Loves that piece of wood in it. And he turns that one sweetly off his pads. Comes back to the non-strikers end. Takes another single. The over comes to an end. Barbados, after batting 19 overs, 20 overs, they are now 49 for 1.
Yeah, so they need exactly 150 runs to win, the Barbados team. And I think they will be more pleased with the position that they're in now. As we said before, if they are able to go up to T, having lost maybe just one more wicket or so, then they have all the wickets in hand to go hard at the remaining runs later on this evening. So I think that's maybe the ploy for them. I think Jamaicans need to be aware of that ploy and not just settle for bowling quiet overs. They have to try to get some wickets, because with wickets in hand, it will become easier later.
Yes, and with the implementation of Redwood, the runs have come rather easily, and they have picked them off. Edwards is trying his best at this end. So the Jamaican bowlers need to bowl in tandem if they are to restrict the Barbadians here. They have set a pretty good platform, so that 50 for Barbados, 50 for 1. as Brathwaite and Dawn continues here for Barbados, they have the platform that they need to really push on after tea or so. And with the remaining overs, I think that they would have a go just after tea.
Well, as if they remain and keep the wickets in hand, still have a few overs left before tea, quite a few. But from this position, as I said before, they would want to keep maybe 8 or 9 wickets, minimum maybe 7 or so wickets in hand going into the post-tea session.
Yeah, they would go and reassess their positions and may come out with a different plan, probably switch the batting order somewhat. Persons like Roberts at the back end who could really strike the ball probably needs a elevation. Just a few things, but Jamaica has to be careful here that at the tea interval they may have to go on the defensive based on how things are happening here. Redwood continues to bowl for them.
Yes, and if they have to go on the defensive, you wouldn't really see Redwood bowling because. So that's why I'm saying that now is the time to bowl him and give him an attacking field. See if he can get a wicket. Because when runs become a bigger issue a little bit later on, you would not be wanting your bowler who is so inconsistent to be bowling.
So Redwood continues. Again, just asking the question of Don. Oh, that's Brathwaite. As he overcomes Sonnen. A better over bowl here by Redwood. Basically on target. Have not seen a loose delivery than the first, and I was punched to the sweeper and they picked up a single. Better over bowl by him. And the first innings, I think he took about 6-7 overs really to get into his bowling. Redwood before he started pitching and so on. So that is something you have to look at as well.
Leg spin is not the easiest of arts to master. He's still a young man. But I think that's the first thing that he needs to work on, just being a little bit more consistent. So practicing his bowling a bit more, being a bit more consistent because he has the ability to bowl wicket-taking deliveries. You have seen him get some prodigious spin on the wickets that he has bowled on throughout the tournament. But just hasn't been able to maintain a good line and length for a long enough period.
Yes. Consistency, a word that we have used on numerous occasions in this tournament. Don simply just turns that one to square leg, picks up another single. Barbados move up by 1-51 it is. Don seems to be the man who has taken on the mantle of batting through the Barbados innings and scoring those runs needed. Oh, how Jamaica would love to have him back in the pavilion. Edwards bowling to Brathwaite. Another good delivery. Look at Edwards. Just going after Brathwaite. Kind of offsetting him somewhat. The umpire would have a word with him. He wasn't threatening a run or anything. But the bowler, Edwards, picked up and fired at the stumps. And went into the keeper's glove. Edwards.
As I said, you have to be careful that he doesn't boil over the top.
Unprovoked?
Because it's all well and good to show the aggression, but without the batsman attempting a run, there's no need to fire that delivery, because if he had struck the batsman, then I'm sure that would have been not the nicest of scenes to have here. So yes, he needs the aggression. It seems to be something that fires him up to get him into his work, but he has to still remain under control.
Edwards around the wicket. Outside the house up, and he's hitting that over cover. Brathwaite has replied with a wonderful shot over cover. Goes into the fence now. 4 runs to him. And Brathwaite is saying, you are aggressive, I'm aggressive as well. And that one was hit with some power over cover. 4 runs to Brathwaite.
So a game within a game here between these two. We have seen it now for a few overs. And a blow dealt there now by the batsman there, the opening batsman, Zion Brathwaite. This one had some weight on it. And he said, well, you're running up in my face, you're throwing at me. Listen, this one had some weight, I'm going to go after it. And he was able to get it over the man at point away to the boundary for 4 important runs for the Barbados team.
Well, the Willer has talked. Here comes the ball. And he's in behind that, stylish, and he says, "You can't get through my defense." Reminds me of the old way of playing cricket with the fast bowlers. So some good competition here between these two. A little banter, yes. But Brathwaite just keeping things nice and tight, stylishly playing that one. say to Edwards, "This is my defense, can't get through it."
And a few spectators who are here, most of them supporting Barbados, I must admit, are loving this little game within a game here between these two. And we're having some encouragement as well from the Jamaican and Barbados teams in the Players Pavilion.
Full delivery pushed up, called. Don sent him back. Should have done better with that full toss, but probably just looking to preserve his wicket in the situation. And the umpires are in the middle, paying attention to the ball, has taken the ball. I don't know what is happening there. They're going to have a conversation. But seems to me that things have heated up, really, as Don and Brathwaite would have a mid-wicket conversation.
Call it skipper for Jamaica to have a word with him. I think that Brathwaite was in his crease there, and the wicket keeper, after having collected that ball, going to throw that back to the wicket, but it struck Brathwaite. He was not very pleased with that one at all.
Well, some heat being transferred here at Arnisville. The sun has left us with some. This game is very heated. The championship is on the line. Jamaica already won the champions, looking to do the double. Barbados, who have been robbed, or unfortunately, let me say, didn't get to that mark last year, didn't get to the championship after playing so well. They would want to redeem themselves this year. And really a good game between these two. The aggression is coming out between the players. But they are taking us a little break. And we will take a break here also in the commentators' booth and bring more action to you when this break is over. Back here, where the hot spot is at Arnisville playing field, Jamaica and Barbados battling it. Edwards have the ball in his hand. Brathwaite at the other end. Things have been settled down with the umpire. This one is outside. The awesome Brathwaite is driving sweetly over cover. He's gone for one. Back for two. So Brathwaite is having the best of this little competition between him and Edwards.
It's an interesting one. That one I don't think he was as much control over as the previous one that went for four. And that in that occasion he was laughing it airily without much power. Got it in the gap, which is good. So he was still able to get a couple. But maybe it's a case where Edwards now having him going can, if he's still on the next over, maybe reinforce the covers and maybe try a slower delivery or two, a cutter or two, and see if you can get him lofting to one of those feelers.
Right. Well, after 20 odd overs, 21 overs being bowled, Barbados are now 57. 57 for 1. And Dawn is on 33. And Brathwaite, within the last 4 or 5 balls, have gone up to 21.
Yes, and I must say that I like the attitude of the young man, Brathwaite. He's not taking a backward step, a bowler is coming at you. These are the things that we like to see as spectators in the Caribbean for sure.
Delivery again by Redwood, easily picked off by Don, another single. So the runs are coming here easily for Barbados now. This period, they're enjoying this period after being sedated for a little while by Hines. Redwood. Good delivery. Better delivery from him. Just on that off stump, he would be asked to bowl that line on a more regular basis. Jamaica just rather quiet in the field. Just waiting for something to happen. Very much on the defensive side. 2 sweepers, 1 slip. This one is flighted. Over cover again. Bradford seems to want to have a go here. Evaded the man at short extra cover. Picks up another run. And seems to be in the mood again, Bradford.
Yeah, that was a close call. Beckford caught him in the first inning spectacularly in the same position. So he has to be careful, as I said before. He has to ensure that if he is going aerially, that he's well clear of all the feelers. Still hitting it around head height in the cover, so that can be a bit dangerous.
Oh, there's a loud appeal. That ball pitch and span. He send him out. He's out caught. My God. Don has to leave. I would love to see the replay on that one. But Don, that ball pitched, turned. Don was forward. The ball went into the first slip. And there was a sedated appeal. The umpire finger came up. And Don has to walk back to the field. And Barbados have lost that vital wicket of Don for 34. And really and truly, he is not very pleased with that decision, Alanson.
And I can't blame him. I've just seen the replay. Can't blame him at all. That one turned, as we said, Redwood, he is able to get the ball to turn viciously. Turned actually from the straight to the man at slip. And that is what happened on that delivery.
And we have seen that on several occasions in this game where the ball pitched and turned and went to the first slip.
So, what is it 1-1 now? Because it happened with one of the Jamaican batsmen in the first innings, I think Weatherburn. And now it has happened to Don.
And this is a crucial point at the game. Don, who have gone in and he's settled, and really to have that being done at this time is really human mistake, human error. Blame it. It's all right. But the Barbadians would have something different to say about that. Their key batsman is back into the pavilion. It's 59 for 2 Barbados. Unfortunately, Don has to go back to the pavilion. And Bradford is there on 22. But Jamaica is pretty much happy to see the back of Don.
Well, I don't know. I can't say really much about that particular dismissal. All I would say is that we saw something like that in the first innings, and we have seen it now in the second innings. And I don't think that is good enough, plain to speak.
Well, this could change the whole context of this game. The loss of that wicket. The umpire decision is final. As is Burden. So Bolden now walks into the crease for Barbados. He replaces Don. Things are pretty much quiet here, hearing the shouts from the pavilion, from the Barbadians, not hearing anything.
Yeah, it's not a situation that you like to see,
yes.
Martin. You know, it happens in cricket, but, you know, these things can leave a very sour taste in the mouth for either team, basically, who has suffered at such a decision.
Critical juncture at the game, critical juncture in this game. Redwood, bowling, first delivery. This one is back, turning into his body. So some successful Redwood.
I must say, not the way that I thought that he may have been successful, but he has a wicket to his name.
Compliments a lovely leg break, pitching and turning. Oh my God. Cricket, lovely cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. There's a slip, backward point, short extra cover mid-off, mid-wicket. Man fine. This one is toss, and bowling is driving to the man at cover. Oh, how things have changed within 3 or 4 balls here at Harnesville. But this is West Indies under 19 cricket being played here at Arnesville in St. Vincent and the Grenadines under wonderful conditions. Barbados versus Jamaica. Barbados have been given the task of scoring 199 runs to eclipse this championship really, and Jamaica, defending one of the champions, have won it this year and looking to do the double. So without further ado, here comes the introduction of Mean. He's a mean bowler as well. Keeps it very tight, don't give a lot away. And please, Arnesville have gone rather quiet. Barbados 59 for 2. Looking for the target of 198, 199 to win. Mead has been introduced to the bowling attack of Jamaica. Jamaica pretty happy though. With the back of Don. Batting well on 30 yard. Wouldn't mind seeing him at all in the pavilion, and that has happened. Enough would be said.
All you could say is wow.
Enough would be said. In the context of this game, a very important wicket. But Mead is taking up the attack from this end. He'll be bowling to Brathwaite, who seems to want to have a go, wants to step things up here. So be careful with him. Mead outside the house, and Brathwaite is cutting down to third man. He's gone for 1. He's coming back for 2. Seems like he's on a mission, Brathwaite.
Yes,
Has played a shutter ball so
yeah,
far.
that's very good running from him. And because of the dismissal of Don, albeit controversially, but Don's dismissal now will put a lot of weight and value on his innings, that of Brathwaite. So he now needs to say to himself, listen, I'm not going to get out. I'm going to try to keep the scoreboard ticking over as risk-free as possible. And I'm really going to be the man here this afternoon for my team.
Barbados is on 61. Barbados 61 for 2. As Mead pulls out of his delivery stride there, not getting everything right, just missing his run. So we should be in for some tremendous action here. Post tea, after tea. As Barbados and Jamaica continue to battle here for supremacy in this 3-day tournament. West Indies under 19 Rising Stars. Mead out of Jamaica with a number 20 on his back is bowling to Brathwaite, who's been batting from the beginning. This one is driven nicely to the man at short extra cover. That's Bedford. I think Bedford probably went to the department and have a deed for that portion of land.
Well, there's one thing I must say about Brathwaite though. Even in the previous game, we saw him, he plays a lot of shots, but doesn't really maximize his placement. And that's something he has to work on, either playing the ball just slightly later, just opening the face a little bit, or closing the face as needed to get the placement in his shots. He hits a lot of shots straight to the fielder.
So the umpire just stops Mead in his run. Brathwaite wasn't ready for that delivery. There's a slip, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a fine leg. This one is just in the air of the rib, played by Brathwaite. The man at mid-wicket comes in and feel there's no run.
Yes, and Mead, he bowls a heavy ball. You could see Brathwaite just shaking off his bottom man after that delivery, hitting the ball hard. Mead is a bowler, bowls a lot with his, well, from his shoulders, we would say. That doesn't mean that he's actually bowling from the shoulder, but that's a term that is used. Strong upper body,
yes,
and really hits the bat hard.
This one is outside the house. There's a sedated appeal. Well, Mead didn't have much to do it. Just push his hands up. Wasn't really interested in that one, but the keeper and the slips went up. Not how says the umpire. Things seem to be happening for Jamaica here.
Yeah, when the bowler doesn't appeal, I usually say when the bowler doesn't appeal, there's a very low chance that it is out. He joined in the appeal after he saw his teammates appealing. And that one beating Brathwaite outside the off stump.
This one is outside the awesome. Beat him completely. Good delivery there by Mead.
Yes, that's where he wants to be. He gets the ball just to move off the seam, just a little bit in, just a little bit out. And he's fairly consistent with his line and length. So if he's just about that fourth or fifth stump as we saw on that occasion, getting it to come in, getting it to go out just a little bit, I think that is where he should be aiming.
Yes, just in that area, fourth stump. Between fourth and fifth stump. Have Brathwaite coming forward, pushing at it. As he runs away from us again. Straighter delivery. Brathwaite is equal to the task, and Bedford, who's controlling that piece of land, just runs around to his right, picks up. He overcomes stun end. 61 for 2. 24 overs been bowled.
Yeah, 61 for 2 at the moment. Barbados lost, losing the massive wicket of Joshua Dawn 2 overs ago. 61 for 2. They require another 138 runs to win. They still have 8 wickets in hand. And so it's still quite interestingly poised here at the Arnesville playing field as we near the tea interval, as we are approaching that point in the game. And when we come back, we will be able to tell you exactly how things are and who needs what and how many overs are left, etc.
So Redwood seems to have find his radar to his left-handed bowling. Redwood over the wicket, flight it outside the off stump. Bowling looking to drive it in the inner portion of the bat. The oohs and the ahs are going up for Jamaica. Seems like something is happening out there. Redwood. Good one. Sliding on with the arm.
So 63 overs in all. That's what Barbados have to make the 199 run target. They are now in the 25th over. So 38 will remain after this one.
Oh, good delivery there by Redwood. More consistency from Redwood. Keeping things nice and tight. Bowling. Haven't gotten off the markers yet. Still looking to score that magical 1. All batsmen love to do that. This one is driven up. Brilliant feeling by the man at short extra cover. Dive into his left. And just
taking a little bit of a sleep on the ground there as well.
Well, after a long day in the field, the rest is important. Redwood has bowled 4 good deliveries thus far. This one is short. Punches to cover. Yeah, I've gone for 1. Coming back for 2. You can always count on Redwood to give you a loose delivery.
Yes, it's something that he does invariably, as we have mentioned before. And it's now the end of the over, Martin. So the Barbados team, they have 63 overs in all to face. They have 38 remaining. They need another 136 runs in 38 overs with 8 wickets in hand. The ratio doesn't look too, the scenario doesn't look too bad for them. But we never know. Can they make it? It's a lot of runs still in the overs that are to go. They have to probably bat a bit more aggressively than they have been doing so far.
Yes, and this is the issue of batting too slow coming down to this period. It gives you too much work to do in the back end. It's another good delivery from Mead. Heavy ball he bowls.
It's a good length, just around the top of half stump. That's where it would be hitting. So not a half volley for you to drive. Not short enough to cut or to pull. Or to play a back foot and punch through the offside. So good line and good length there by Mead.
Yes, he's in that air of uncertainty. We say again, just ease him back. Have to be very careful, Brathwaite. Mead slides that delivery from that length. And what he can do as well is get one to take off from that said length with the same action. Reminds me of somewhat of Ian Allen bowling. Comes and bowl 2 deliveries, same length, same line. And the third one is a much quicker delivery. Same line, same length, and kicks off. Mead bowls this heavy sliding delivery. There's a extra man been put in the gully area. Heavy offside field. This one is straighter, pushing up to the man at mid-off. Good cricket. Tight stuff here by Mead. After the loss of that wicket of Dawn, the run seems to have just dried up somewhat. Probably would be a talking point over tea. But Barbados just need to recuperate. Settle down again. Outside the off stump, good line. Steady bowling here by Mead into the keeper's glove.
Yes, and just a quick update for those who might be wondering about the West Indies score. India made 351 for 5. In response, West Indies are 17 for 3. Captain Shai Hope just dismissed. Mukesh Kumar has taken all 3 wickets. The Indian medium pacer.
My word. West Indies cricket. I tell you. Mead continues. Outside the off stump into the gloves of the wicket keeper.
Yeah, that's a very good delivery by Mead. You're looking at where he's bowling. Just about that one is about the 5th stump. And he's getting the delivery to hold his line. And to maintain, so it's coming in slightly with his angle, open chested action, and then it's just holding its line outside the off stump. So very good delivery.
You just mentioned that West Indies score against India, and I lost my train of thought completely. What can I say? What can I say? Well, that brings the Mead over to an end, and Barbados 63 for 2. 26 overs completed.
Well, you don't need to say anything. You just need to let's keep commentating on the game that is in front of us. Which is quite interestingly poised, might I say.
Indeed.
Yes. Good competition here in the final. It is living up to the moniker of being a final game. You know, both teams jostling, giving a jab here and there, a counter punch here and there. And both of them still very much in the reckoning, going on the cusp of the last session.
Indeed. As Redwood again bowling, just backing away, looking to punch that. Has to be careful. Redwood turns that ball viciously, coming back into him. If that keeps low, he would be in some serious issues as Redwood continues. Flighted. Holding just forward in defense. Things rather quiet for Barbados.
I was venturing to say that it seems as if he might have found his line and length, but I might be a bit too early in the over to say so.
Let's see how things proceed from here on it. And there's a short delivery outside the off stump. He's back and punches it through the covers. 2 runs to Barbados. 2 easy runs. Always seems to ease the pressure from the batter. Is Redwood.
Yeah, bowling is a key batsman. In the first innings, he got off to a start, got dismissed. But while he was at the wicket, runs were being scored. And I think that is something here that he has to keep in mind. Just keep the scoreboard ticking along. He's taking a lot of risk in punching these deliveries through the offside against Mead. Has to be watchful because of the turn on offer.
This one is flighted and driven to covers. He has gone for 1. Still looking for 2. Well, good feeling by the man. Chasing. Restricts him to 1. So 3 deliveries have been bowled. 3 runs have been scored. Redwood continue working for Jamaica. Has picked up that important wicket of Dawn. One is outside the off something to the keeper's glove. Brathwaite still there. He's on 24. His partner is bowling. He's on 5. And Barbados are now 66 for 2 in pursuit of that total of 199. So a little bit of lackluster cricket here by Jamaica, Jamaica causing an extra run, really not paying too much attention. That Redwood over comes to an end.
Hey,
67 for 2.
That one was a full toss. I think Brathwaite would be very disappointed in not getting more from that delivery. And at this point, after 27 overs with 36 overs remaining, the total is 67 for 2. Barbados need a further 132 runs from those 36 remaining overs. And it's likely that this will be the last one before tea.
Right.
I
believe so. Mead has the honor of bowling this over. Brathwaite is driving up to the man at cover point. Those overs would be very critical as to how things unfold here after tea. Who has the momentum going into tea? Not too sure. Can we call it? No, we can't. Mead continues. Good delivery. Brathwaite is well behind that delivery. Solid in defense.
Interesting field set. As we have mentioned from the inception, just one ball's not slip all the way through. The gully is there as well. Backward point, man at cover, man at extra cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, square leg. So very standard feel, nothing all that enterprising.
That one had some juice on it. From the same area where he's bowling, he's very consistent as Mead, and it took off, and you could hear the sound in the keeper's glove from where we at. Much quicker delivery there by Mead. Very deceptive he is. Oh, another delivery just on that off-stump line. Mead very consistent with his bowling. Hits that off-stump line, fourth stump on a regular basis. Hardly strays.
Yes, we have mentioned ad infinitum his consistency. Saw it from him in the 50 over format. We have seen it from him now in the 3-day format. Generally bowls just on around off something in that corridor of uncertainty.
Again, straight. Doing just as his skipper asked him to do. Keep it tight. Look for a wicket or two. Don't give the runs away. Doing a very good job. He's into his 3rd over. So, a maiden over being bowled just before tea. Umpires have just touched the bills, they fell down. So at tea, here at Annisville in the West Indies Rising Stars 3-day tournament, the final day of the finals between Jamaica and Barbados. Barbados are 67 for 2 as we go in for tea here at Annisville.
Yes, welcome back to the session here at the Annisville playing field. We are coming to you live from the entrancing multi-island nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Action continues in the finals between Barbados and Jamaica. Barbados are 67 for 2, looking for 199 for victory. Just to update you in the other games quickly, Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago. 5th place playoff, Leeward Islands, they were bowled out for 118. Trinidad and Tobago in reply 126. The second innings, Leeward Islands bowled out for 125. Trinidad and Tobago are currently 36 without loss, requiring 82 more runs for victory. And in the 3rd place playoff, Windward Islands were bowled out for 244 and Guyana in reply 359 all out. So back here at the Annisville playing field, Redwood to Nima Bolden. And the other batter is Zion Brathwaite. Interesting to see what the postseason session brings. Allenson has a lack of intent to score really from the Barbados batters before tea. I'm wondering if they're just giving themselves time. First delivery floated up and well defended there by Bolden. I'm wondering if they're giving themselves time, batting time, keeping wickets in hand, so maybe close to the last hour of play they can unleash.
Well, I think even keeping wickets in hand, they could try to get a few more singles. Try to go maybe at 2.5, 3 runs and over minimum, because they are going a good bit below that at this point. They will need to go at close to 4 runs and over for the remainder of play in order to get the runs. They need 30 in the 35 overs before this delivery. Before this over started, they needed another 130 plus runs. So that's just under 4 runs and over.
Yes, they do have batters to come with the capability to go big, namely Seeley and Roberts himself. Bolden himself, if he gets set, can hit a big ball. But just expected to see more intent as Redwood comes in to bowl. This one is floated up and driven. Half stopped there by Brian Barnes, the skipper, but no runs as Ryan Edwards comes along and finishes off.
Interesting fielder. There's a slip. There's a short extra cover. 3 fielders deep out on the onside to Bolden, who likes to sweep.
Yes. Well, they have those bases covered because we've come to know that Redwood has been quite inconsistent.
This is where they might pick us up.
Have been quite inconsistent, really. This one splayed off to the onside. So first runs off the tee of the bat of Nima Bolden. As you mentioned, the inconsistency, some coming through there on that delivery from Redwood as he closes out that over. 68 for 2.
Yeah, 68 for 2. Another 131 runs required for victory by the Barbados team. They have 34 overs in which to do so. Jamaica, if they want an outright victory, they will need to take the remaining 8 wickets. However, I've been informed that, of course, if there's a draw, that Jamaica will be the champion. So the onus is on the Barbados team to make the going or make the run in this innings.
Indeed, so on. They've given themselves a chance. They haven't lost a lot of wickets. Just 2 wickets down and 68 runs on the board. Still a lot of time remaining in the game. About 34 overs remaining in the day's play. So it's less than a run a ball for them. But they do need to find a way to score off most of these deliveries. The Jamaicans taking nothing away from them. They have been bowling well. Mead continues to Nima Bolden.
Yeah, I think that now there are 19 overs remaining before the last hour begins. That last hour, 15 overs, within which captains can make a decision to call it a game.
Good start from Mead. certainly won't see any of the captains taking that decision. I think it'll be a fight to the finish by these two teams. Certainly in for a stirring contest between these two. Both teams want to win it outright. Yes, Jamaica, if they draw the game, they have accumulated more points throughout this match to take the trophy. However, seeing the way they've battled in this match, they want to get an outright win to Barbados.
Absolutely.
So a quiet period here, but as I mentioned earlier, with every delivery bowl, the tension is rising between these two teams. I'm sure it's rising up here for me, as I'm thinking to myself, what is going to be the approach from the Barbados team? When will they decide to break the shackles and try to go at the bowling of the Jamaicans? We haven't seen that just yet from them.
To me, it has been very metronomical. Repeats his action, gets the ball in good areas consistently throughout the tournament. That is something that we have seen from him in particular. And maybe just a couple of the other pacers.
Also a question of, Deshaun James. When will he be reintroduced into the attack? Well defended again. A different Nima bowling we're seeing in this innings. In the first innings, he started quite quickly out of the blocks. Was looking to play a shorter ball really until he settled down. So again, he's here trying to settle himself, get the measure of the wicket, looking to play a long game.
Yes, he would want to get some runs in this innings. Looked fairly good in the first innings, but didn't go on to a big score.
Full toss, not put away. And that's what we've been talking about. Loose deliveries like those should be sailing away to the boundary. Instead, it goes straight to a fielder and no run added to the score.
Only if it is that they're trying to hit the ball a bit too hard when they see an opportunity to score and not really concentrating on the placement.
That's a possibility because the loose deliveries have been few and far in between. Not a lot of those have been served up. This one is short, and he latches on to that one. A welcome boundary of the bat of Nima bowling. We've seen his prowess on that pull shot in the first innings, and he continues to do so to end the over, 72 for 2.
Yes, it's an area of strength for him. Very good on the pull, likes to sweep, and good on those horizontal bat shots through the onside. On that occasion, me just airing a little shorter than usual in terms of his length, and ball and getting quickly onto the back foot to hit that through square leg for 4. So another 128 runs.
Yes, you can also look at this approach from the Barbados team, and from a Jamaican perspective, you might be a little fearful. Usually when you see teams settle in and just look to take their time, it tells you that they're not worried about anything. That's one way to look at it as well. They're not trying to get at the bowlers per se, not trying to play any injudicious shots. And as I mentioned, they're just looking to settle in. But Redwood, a key bowler in this attack, is going to continue to Brathwaite, who faces his first delivery after tea, and he is up and running after tea as well, getting a single.
Yes, they feel quite deep on during the bowling of for the bowling of Redwood, who, as we mentioned, hasn't been the most consistent bowler either today or in the tournament. So just some extra protection being given here by his captain.
It's a loud appeal. Umpire nods in disapproval, so it's not out.
Yes, big appeal there. We are behind the bowler, so not easily able to tell how much turn was on that delivery. It struck him fairly close, basically in front of the stumps, but we don't know if it had a lot of turn and would go past the leg stump or whatever. So the umpire in a better decision to make the decision.
Just floated up, driven, not getting to the pitch of that. So not able to time it well and hits it straight to Beckford. Yes, so it's with hope that Redwood can find some consistency. I know we use that word a lot, but it's really been the way he's played the tournament so far. Certainly when he delivers, when he gets his line and length right, he surely bowls a brilliant ball, always troubling the batters. But every now and again, he serves up one that can easily be put away. So he needs to get those sorts of deliveries. Well stopped there by Beckford. Good hand from him.
Yes, he's a brilliant fielder, is Beckford. And was quickly across to his right, diving on that drive that we saw there from bowl and keeping it to a dot delivery.
So 1 run coming off that over, 73 for 2. 30 overs bowled, 31, sorry.
Yes, with 31 overs bowled, it means that they have another 32 overs remaining in the day, inclusive of the last 15 in the last hour. And that means that they need another 126 runs in those 32 overs. So close to 4 runs and over.
So 192 more deliveries to get 126 runs. Oh, this is played into the covers. Can't find a gap on that occasion, Brathwaite.
He has played a lot of nice drives, but has found the field on several occasions. Sorry.
No, it's okay. So where the field is set as well, they have that drive covered. Seem to be prolific on the drive. So they have a fair bit of fielders on the offside. 5 of them, in fact, waiting for that drive. So one is pitched up, driven nicely, but straight to Jordan Johnson at mid-off. See him walking across his stump and practicing a lofted drive on the onside. Maybe saying he should have done that with the delivery that was bowled. This one is driven again, and the onside half of the bat should get to the boundary. Does it? No. Fielders there, Weatherborn. And Edwards giving chase, pulls it back in. They pick up 2.
Yeah, that was a better shot. He just opened the face there to ensure that he got the gap. He has been driving nicely to the men at extra cover and cover point and mid-off form drives without getting any runs. This time he just opens the face, gets it behind point, and was able to get 2.
Yes, correction. Redwood and Weatherborn chased down that ball. Oh, almost playing it back onto his stump on that occasion. So close for Jamaica.
This is a shot that we have seen that he favors the cut shot. And on that occasion, just not bouncing as much as he thought, getting the inside edge and perilously close to his stumps. But he survives, continues to fight another day.
This time he opts to leave it alone. Not looking to play a shot to that. So 75 for 2. You mentioned how metronomical Mead has been. He really runs in and just hits a spot constantly. And that's what you want in this situation. Play on the patience of the batters.
Yeah, it's a I think he will be key for them, for the Jamaicans, and also Hines.
Oh, plays on this time. Is it bold? Just waiting to see. Looks as if he's played it onto his stump. So Zion Brathwaite has to go. 2 balls ago, he missed it. Just almost playing it onto his stump on this occasion, dislodging the off-stump bail.
Yes, and that's why I said somebody like Mead is a very dangerous bowler at this time of the game. The pitch is now worn a little bit, and because of his consistent lines and lengths, he'll be able to exploit any variable bounce that you have on the pitch. And more likely than not, when it does happen, it will be threatening to the batsman. So on that occasion, we saw the Brathwaite, after a very long innings, chopping on, looks very disappointed. But another key wicket there for the Jamaicans, and Morris comes to replace him at the crease, the wicket-keeper batsman.
Yeah, I think it played in his mind a little bit, the delivery that he played before and almost chopping on. He decided to leave that one, and he got across the stump on that occasion, just getting across the stump, but that one was actually tailing into him, and it hit his glove and went back onto the stump. So excellent piece of bowling there. Credit to the bowler. I'll give credit to the bowler for that wicket. Good thinking from Mead, drawing him forward and then looking to tail it back in.
Yes, he has maintained a very good line and length, a testing era in that corridor of uncertainty. Has gone straight a few times, but not too straight on mid and leg, maybe just around off stump. And he has maintained the pressure and reaped the rewards.
So Redwood now to bowl in. New batter Joshua Morris. So Morris scored 20 off 52 balls in the first innings. Had a start, wasn't able to carry on. It was LBW by Deshaun James. Oh, looking for a drive. Just bouncing over the stump there. Pick up 2 byes. Well, I'll wait to see the signal. Wait to see if they got an edge on that. Or if it was byes. Yes, byes indeed. Some inward movement there from the leg spinner.
We have already seen from him that he gets a lot of turn. We saw that in the dismissal of Dawn. And that one was another one that spun in viciously to bowl. And that's why I said before that punch that he's looking to come back on his back foot to play against the leg spinner is a very dangerous concerning the degree of turn that Redwood is getting.
Sweeps this time. But Weatherburn is there to prevent it from going to a boundary. And that's the support that the leg spinner needs. You know, he usually bowls those deliveries that the batters, those innocuous deliveries, I should say. So it's good that the captain, who has great belief in his leg spinner, has decided to give him the necessary protection. So what could have been a boundary is just a single.
Yes, and his leg spinner is an attacking bowler, so at times they will go for some runs, but you're trying to use them to get wickets.
This one is full. Good dive again, body under line stuff from the Jamaican team. They've been exceptional in the field in the second innings. So good stop there by Ryan Edwards.
Morris is one of the more aggressive batsmen in the Barbados team, so it will be interesting to see his approach here in this innings.
This one is a top edge. Can the fielder get there? He stretches out his right hand and there's an opportunity for a run out. Oh, everything was happening there on that delivery, Alanson. Joshua Morris just making it back in time. A brilliant effort there by Nasheed Mead. Just finishing up his spell, well, I believe. 14. It's 14. Mead. Outstretched arms there of Mead. Adrian Ware ran around from the slip. Yeah, ran around from the slip. Trying as well to get to that delivery. Or how they wanted that wicket. But a brilliant effort from the young man. He just finished bowling and tried stretching out his arms. And now he has the ball in hand. He has a job to do with the ball in hand after that effort. But my word, that was so close. They were so close to picking up a wicket in that over, Jamaica. 78 for 3.
And that's why that's the effect of a leg spinner. Sometimes the deliveries, that one was actually a full toss. Some of the deliveries that seem a bit innocuous from leg spinners actually end up getting wickets. And that's one that is usually the case just because of the degree of turn and the bite that they extract, that grip that gives their deliveries a bit of fizz off the wicket.
This one is ill-directed. And that's a danger ball for Redwood, really. That one that pitches outside the leg stump of the right-handed batter coming back into him, and then they think they should play across to the onside and end up top edging or getting a leading edge. And we've seen that happen to Joshua Morris. Luckily for him in the first innings, none of those deliveries went to hand, and something similar again almost happening there on that occasion. So a bit off his radar here to the left-handed Nima bowling. He bowled most of his deliveries to Zion Brathwaite in that over. Ended up picking up the wicket of the right-handed Brathwaite. So just now to bowling. Still has the wrong line. He is around the wicket now as well to bowling in this over. It's better in terms of his line.
We have seen him bowl some long spells, Mead. A very fit individual. And we could let you know, as everyone knows, it's one of the hottest times of the year. And we have also been experiencing just finished July, the hottest July on record, based on the records that have been kept in modern times. So it's not easy conditions to be running and bowling fast.
Well, if July was hot the way August started, I don't want to think about the heat expected in this month.
It just gets hotter.
This one is pulled away. He latched onto it quite nicely, bowling, and that's another boundary for him. Cannot bowl short to bowling at all, Mead.
Yeah, and I think that is what Mead was running away from. That's why he overpitched on a couple of occasions. Bowling has, I think that will count that as a third pull shot that he has played off him in this game, including one in the first innings. And as soon as he pitches just fractionally short, Bowling is ready and waiting to play that shot. And I think now he's going to have a change of angle. He's going back over the wicket against Nima Bowling.
Too full this time. Play it down the ground. I don't think he timed it. It won't get to the boundary. Johnson and Ryan Edwards there giving chase. Just a single. Certainly wasn't expecting that full delivery. It was a bit on the back foot when he played that shot down the ground.
Yeah, I think it was an attempted Yorker gone wrong. He saw that the last delivery he bowled was a short one. It was pulled away. He's thinking to himself, well, now let me try the Yorker. The batsman might be on the back foot expecting another short delivery, and this time he just overpitched. So just the execution going awry there, but not bad thinking in terms of stringing the deliveries together from the bowler.
So Morris now to face up to Mead. Looking for that magic in swinging Yorker. Gets it all wrong. Cleaned up by Trevon Williams, the keeper. Brings the over to an end. 83 for 3. Barbados in pursuit of 199 for victory, requiring a further 116.
Yes, and they require that 116 of exactly 30 overs. So that's just shy of 4 runs and over. Having lost 3 wickets, they're still very much in the hunt. But they have to put up with some good Jamaican bowling here, and they have to devise a plan as to how they're going to go about scoring these runs. But I think that once they go maybe another half hour or 45 minutes or so with a lot of wickets in hand. Then thereafter they may try to up the ante.
This one is too full. Just. Is it a drop? Oh my goodness. Boland hit that straight to Jordan Johnson, who puts it down. We were talking about how well they've been fielding in the second innings. They put down 3 catches in that first innings and a drop catch again there from Johnson.
So the leg spinner creating chances as is expected, but not taking advantage of that one. It seemed to be in the air for an eternity going towards him, Johnson, but he just didn't make any step or any effort to maybe just take a little forward movement, and it actually seemed to carry to him, even though he didn't move forward. And his teammates looked very disappointed, not least the bowler, on that occasion.
Yeah, well, it's the 3rd drop catch off of Redwood's bowling in this match. Oh, he's bowled him on this occasion. I was just thinking to myself, getting Morris on strike is key here for the Jamaican team to Redwood. He has looked uncertain to him throughout this entire match, and Redwood picking up that wicket of Morris. So 4 down now, Jamaica.
Yeah,
Barbados, sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what he was trying to do with that delivery, because knowing that it's a leg spinner turning across you, it seemed as if he was trying to play that ball into the onside, not to the pitch. And he was bowl all ends up. He really should be trying to hit the ball straighter and trying to hit the ball down the ground as opposed to going across the line. Really had no clue on that occasion, did Morris. And Redwood gets another wicket. Really could have had 2 wickets in the over. So the leg spinner coming into his own as the Barbados skipper comes out to join his counterpart and teammate Nima Bolden.
Certainly an ill-advised shot playing across the leg spinner, especially when you've just arrived to the crease. So Seeley, the skipper in, much to do. He's done a wonderful job with the ball in hand for them. Now has bat in hand. In the first innings he scored 24 of 38 deliveries.
Yes, it's a big task, and if they continue to pick wickets, the Jamaicans, they will make it even more difficult for the Barbados team to get over the line. To a new batsman, still no second slip or short leg. Maybe a chance to attack a bit more for the Jamaicans, but not being taken advantage of.
Yes. Let's start presenting that straight bat, much like what Joshua Morris should have done, and he probably would have been batting there all now. Flighted delivery. Well forward there by Nathan Seeley to end a successful over. 84 for 4.
Yeah, successful over there from Redwood. And the Jamaicans really, at this point, they have a stranglehold not just on the game situation, but on the scoring. The Barbados team not advancing the scoring as much as I think they need to. And they are still losing wickets. So that is something that would be of concern to them. If they were 84 for 2, then they'll be saying to themselves, you know, we're still in a fairly good position. But now, I think the pendulum is now swinging slightly in favor of the Jamaicans in terms of the outcome, albeit that it is still fairly balanced.
I agree with you. And the key bowler in the first innings enters the attack. Deshaun James picked up 5 wicket haul to him. He picked up that first wicket of Achilles Brown in the second innings for the Barbados team. And he's going to replace Mead. He picked up Nathan Seeley in the first innings. Caught by the keeper. Had him edging to the keeper. He posed some problems as well to Nima bowling early in his innings as well. Wasn't able to pick up the wicket. Had him edging and misplaying and missing earlier. So James, well, in the first innings, sorry. So James now a key bowler in this lineup. Yeah, message him. And he will operate similarly to Nishane Mead. Both of them quite metronomical in the way they go about the operation. Just bowls it in a channel and just tries to be consistent there as much as possible. Occasionally, they will bowl something short or search for that Yorker. But the way he started is really where he'll operate for most of his spell. This one is full, looking for the Yorker. Seeley thinks there's a run. Nima Bolden says no. And luckily for him, he got back just in time.
Yes, you could hear the excitement there from the Jamaican fielders as they had sensed the opportunity for a run out on that occasion, but Seeley was able to get back safely into his crease. The return actually striking him as he was essaying to put his bat in over the crease. But all of a sudden, the Jamaicans, they have enlivened on the field.
Nicely driven, can't find the gap though. It's good feeling again. All those men like a wall on the offside. He's doing a fine job. Apart from that drop catch in the over before, he's done a job in terms of saving a lot of runs there.
Packed offside field, as you mentioned, cover. Well, backward point, cover point. A deepish extra cover, a shortish extra cover that is a bit straighter, and a fairly straight mid-off along with a slip. 6-3 field.
Yes, and one of the best opportunities for scoring is if he can open the face of the bat and try to run it down to third man. That might be a scoring option for Nima Bolden if he has that shot in his armory. The way the field is set, it's pretty hard to drive anything through that gap and get a run unless his placement is spot on. It'll be tough. So that's a scoring option for him. Just running it down through to third man that's vacant.
Perhaps that's what they want him to do as well with this slip in place. Keeper there, Williams as well, ever present. They probably will hope that he will attempt that shot and get a fine edge through to the slip or to the keeper. That's the only gap that is really on the offside. That's between the first slip and the man at backward point.
And not a lot of players play that shot. Not a lot of players are able to open their bat face. You just have to play later, wait on it a touch more, and just open your bat face and guide it through the area that you want to get it in. So maiden over to start from Deshaun James. The score remains on 84 for 4.
Yes, and at the moment the handbrake is firmly up for the Barbados team. They need another 115 runs in order to win off just about 27 overs. and so they need to get moving. They have lost 4 wickets, and this partnership is pivotal to their chances of winning this afternoon, while the Jamaicans will be thinking that we are going fine, just more of the same, and it will see us over the line.
So, Tamari Redwood has found some rhythm in this spell. Picked up that wicket of Joshua Morris. He has Nathan Seeley in his side surely. This one is played nicely. Walks into the onside. So Seeley gets off the mark. Certainly a lot to do from a Barbados perspective. Still 6 wickets to get from a Jamaican perspective. Can't get it in the gap once more. Some frustration building here for Nima bowling. He has played some good shots but just can't find the gap.
It's a good field set here by the skipper for the Jamaican team.
This one is too full. Can't get it away as well as he wanted to. Just a single.
That's a lot of effort for a single. And Boland would be very disappointed with that high full toss that he wasn't able to get it over the rope or to the rope.
It's lucky for him he didn't time it as well. Could have well hit it straight to the man there at mid wicket as well.
Yes, the shout coming from the supporters of Barbados. Believe here at the Annesville playing field. This one is another full toss, hitting the gap. And it's through the field there where the ball goes for 4.
No, that's not what you want to see. Went straight to him, you said? I didn't have the benefit of sight on my part from where I'm sitting.
He had to run to his left, to his right. But he got there essentially, but the dive came late, and so he dived over the ball. Yes. I think that if he had kept his foot in, he may have been able to stop it, or if he had dived maybe a step before.
There's some pressure release there at the end of that over. It's 91 for 4 now. This point in time, Jamaica certainly on top. Don't want to hand that over to the Barbados team. They're in the ascendancy, Jamaica. Just want to continue to place pressure on these batters. Can't allow them to score freely. 7 runs coming off that over all of a sudden. Will that unleash something for the Barbados team? It's left to be seen. So Seeley facing up now to James. Welcome back, Kenroy.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm back.
Full in, swing in. Luckily for him, he got his bat down in time. May have been tailing down leg as well. A single nonetheless to Nathan Seeley, but a good delivery to start from James.
Well, premier fast bowler from Jamaica has returned. Barbados 92 for 4. Looking for that 199. Task looking a little bit more difficult for them. But with time, as time goes on, things may change. Hmm. 102 from 136 bars.
Leader.
Hmm?
Lead.
So James around the wicket to bowl in. Runs away. Good delivery, another dot delivery. Every dot delivery brings more pressure onto Barbados. Jamaica won't have to do much. They have taken 4 wickets so far. Another wicket would be very good for them. But for Barbados to win this tournament, they have to get these runs. So another 26 overs remaining for the day to get a 136 deliveries, 102 to get. This one is driven on the onside, calls for one, picks up another single.
Yeah, not where he intended for that delivery to go. Bolden was losing his shape a bit. Getting the inner portion of the bat head into the onside on that occasion. So Jamaica, certainly they are in control of the game, picking up those 2 quick wickets as they have done. So it's just a matter of them maintaining that sort of control and pressure. The Barbados team, on the other hand, looking to break the shackles. Looking to score with more intent. 107, 6 more runs for victory. Oof.
With every dot delivery, pressure keeps mounting. So that ends another James over. And the Barbados 93 for 4. Looking for that target of 199. 38 overs have been completed. There's another allotted 25 overs. They have 6 wickets in hand, Barbados.
So we're going to see a change of bowling. Redwood is going to be replaced by Alex Hines.
Hines, a very tight bowler. He bowls pretty economical. So a good move by the skipper here from Jamaica, bringing back Hines. Just to keep things a little tight. Bowling, looking to get on with the game. He has with him his skipper Seeley. Brings him forward. No run. Bowled in. So there's a deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Short mid wicket as well. Oh, he's out caught. So the change in bowling has brought some results for Jamaica again. Bolden looking to cut that delivery. Game big on him, hitting the outer portion of the bat into the hands of Ware at first slip. He juggled a bit, and Bolden goes back to the pavilion. Barbados now have reduced to 93 for 5.
Yes, that one bounced on him a lot more than he expected. Nima Bolden. Unexpected bounce, the undoing of him. And Ware juggling that catch about 4 times before he eventually took it. 3 times to be exact. Finally holding on and celebrating rightly as he should. So the 5th wicket goes down. Nima Bolden, the set batter. 23 or 54 he made. Has to go back, and 2 fairly new batters will be at the wicket now. New man coming in, Jaden Roberts. The skipper has only faced 7 deliveries.
Well, that's the issue with the game here with Barbados. 2 new batters, they have to settle in, but they have limited time to do so. With the reduction of the overs and the time at the crease, really, how much would they be able to do with that amount of deliveries to face, that amount of overs to face? Well, Barbados, tight position they're in. Nothing is impossible, but 93 for 5. Looking to get to the 199, but the players would have some refreshments, and we would have a break here in the studios. I'll be back with you to bring you more coverage of this finals between between Jamaica and Barbados. Well, here back at Annisville playing field where the finals continue here between Jamaica and Barbados. Barbados have just lost a wicket of Bolden after bowling of Hines. He was caught at slip by Ware, and they have now been reduced to 93 for 5. Looking for that total of 199. So Jamaica have really taken charge of this game. Hines just been introduced into the attack. Left arm around the wicket. Is bowling to Roberts. New batter. Full delivery outside the off stump. Good all around the Roberts, but have not really come off with the bat so far in this tournament. Show his ability in the last tournament. Had some good knocks. Need one of those today for Barbados. As Hines continue to be tight just on that off stump. Asking him to come forward. Righted delivery, looking to turn it, hitting the outer portion of the bat, living dangerously. There is Roberts.
Yes, looking to go across. Alex Hines, not advised. It's a left arm spin operating to you. Ball is usually supposed to pitch and go away from the right-hander. That occasionally gets an outside edge. Survives that over Jaden Roberts.
Well, another over been bowled by Hines, a maiden over, including a wicket. So that's encouraging there for the Jamaican skipper. Change of bowling brought him bowling. There's now Roberts and skipper Seeley doing the job here. Has to do the job here for Barbados. After these two, there's not much to talk about here in the Barbados batting.
Yeah, Hines coming into the attack, doing what he does best, bowling a lot of dot deliveries, but also picking up that crucial wicket. Certainly should set the Jamaican team on their way. But still, it's cricket, and we're here playing it. Barbados team, they have batters to come. Robert Seeley in the middle, but they certainly have a hard task ahead of them, having already lost half of their team and no set batter at the wicket. So Deshaun James to continue to Nathan Seeley.
Full delivery down the leg stump. Missed out on that is Seeley. Another dot delivery for the Jamaican bowler, James. Really should have gotten some bat on that one.
Yes, and we've seen a lot of deliveries like those. And when I say a lot, I don't mean a whole lot. I mean a few loose deliveries that were bowled, that weren't put away, whether it went for a single or missed out totally like that. So Barbados team certainly need to show more intent to loose deliveries like that and try to get them to the boundary.
James. Oh, good delivery outside here. Some Seeley fishes at that one into the keeper's glove.
Reminiscent of his dismissal in the first innings, really. He had a similar delivery like that, and he went searching, ended up edging it straight to Trevon Williams. Not too dissimilar at all to the way he got out in the first innings. Got to be careful with the way he's flirting outside the off stump to those deliveries to Deshaun James. That's
James right on the money. Right in front of the batter's eyes. Seeley is forward defensively. Barbados have never really seems to me like they wanted to challenge this total. Batted rather slowly and have lost wickets in the process.
Yes, I've been so impressed with James. This is my first time seeing him bowl in this tournament. And I must say I'm largely impressed with the young man, the way he goes about his business. He's a short man, but he's deceptively quick. And he knows what he should be doing, looking to run in and keep hitting one area. And there you go, you know. Looking to advance to him and showing him he has that shorter delivery as well. Hugely impressive young man, Deshaun James. I must mention as well this tournament being played here, and something I am pleased to hear, delighted to hear really, that they are going to select a team, and they should be traveling to Sri Lanka in August the 20th. I heard the date. And they should be playing 350 over games and 2 4-day matches as well. So very happy to hear bilateral series being played between under 19 teams. Lots of cricket. You know, it's important, it's essential to their development that they not only play World Cup matches. We know that, you know, World Cup is next year, 2024, I believe, in Sri Lanka as well, the under 19 World Cup. But it's essential for their development if they get to play bilateral cricket between these teams and not just play tournaments like these and then go on to play the World Cup all of a sudden. So it's good to hear that a series is coming up for these youngsters. So that Bangladesh and South Africa under 19 team as well had a bilateral series. Yes.
So another James over comes to an end. And Barbados still there. Another maiden over. 93 for 5. What would be the Barbadians' approach here? Not sure. Very sedative. Not too sure as to what they want to do. Probably thinking there's another day in this game. Somebody got to do something for Barbados. And it's left up to Captain Seeley and Roberts, who's there. They have lost the top half of their batting already. Two last recognized batters in this team. Seem as though the groundsmen have signaled certain things. They are just getting themselves ready, packing up the covers and so on, getting things ready for the finish of this game. Hines continues to just bowl tight outside the off stump. Roberts just defending. So you were speaking of those series for the under-19s, as you say. Welcome back to that. These under-19 needs whatever cricket they have to play for development. Need to have some of them bursting through into the senior team, their talents and so on. And the likes of Chonsu and the Seeleys, those youngsters who have done well in this tournament, would get the opportunity to showcase their talent somewhere else. Happy to hear that. This one is hiked over mid-wicket. We know him for that. 6 runs to Roberts. A flighty delivery by Hines, and he had no problem in dispatching that over mid-wicket for 6.
Yes, and we know that's what he can do. He's a dangerous customer, Jalen Roberts, once he gets going. So it's an important wicket still for the Jamaican team to get. That one flighted the delivery before. 2 deliveries before Alex Hines actually got some bunks in the wicket.
Again, he goes through mid-wicket, connects, gets another single. If there's anyone who could take this game away from the Jamaicans, is Roberts. He has the ability to hit the ball out of the park, and he has the ability to get a quick fired 80 or 60 or 80 runs. Roberts has the ability to do that.
Yes, that single brought up on 100 runs for Barbados. So less than 100 runs now for victory. There's just 5 wickets in hand as an appeal went up. And no, says umpire Rajkumar.
It's a new sort of celebration for Hines. Went and made a push-up, asking the umpire, is that good enough for you? The umpire said, no, you need to do a few more. Oh, man. So Hines around the wicket. Confident appeal just a while ago to Seeley. That brings another over to its end. And the Barbados, after batting 41 overs, they are now 100 for 5. Need another 99 runs to get 5 wickets in hand. 22 overs remaining for the day. Somebody needs to do something. Wondering what's happening on the left-hand side there. It's all good. So James would continue the attack for Jamaica. This one is torn nicely through mid-wicket by Roberts. He's calling for 2. Skipper Seeley sends him back and says, no, hold on. Only 1. So another run to the scoreboard, 101 for 5. Roberts have not really scored any runs in this tournament. He needs to really kick off. This is his last opportunity to do so. And what a time that would be if he does. James, good delivery. Sealy punches that up to square cover. No run.
Yeah, they say that fast bowlers have a memory, the memory of an elephant, and the way James is bowling to Sealy so far, it tells me that he remembers his dismissal from the first innings, and he's just continuously pitching it on that line and length that he got him dismissed with in the first innings. Let's see if he'll continue to persist with that line and length.
Sealy is going hard over the top. Comes all the way down. One bounce into the fence and the umpire signals for. So James just losing his length and up in Sealy's half, and he stroked that one over the top. One bounce for four. 4 runs to Barbados, 4 runs to Sealy.
Yeah, superb shot from Sealy, looking to hit straight down the ground. Didn't try to overhit it, just timed it, lofted it well, held his shape well as also, and picking up 4 welcome runs for his team. And we mentioned that these two, they are going to score once they're there, so it's essential to Jamaica's cause that they pick up 1 or 2 of these batters as quickly as possible.
This one is short, pulls, not in control, just your proportion of the bat, falls behind square, picks up another single.
So after pitching it up and being smoked down the ground for 4, he decided to go short. And there was a batter close. May well have picked up a fielder close, sorry. Unfortunately, there was no run close to take a catch. So good thinking from James, going short after the full delivery. The pitched up delivery was hit down the ground. So a taller man on strike now, Jaden Roberts. This one pitches and leaves him a bit. Offered no shot. Deciding to leave that one alone. It's a touch wider.
So the countdown has started really for the Barbadians.
Back on target to finish that over, Deshaun James. It's 106 for 5.
So as things continue to unfold here, it's Annisville. 106 for 5 Barbados. They're looking for a target of 199. Roberts is at the crease, also with Sealy. Hines was very successful in his last over, picking up that wicket. So Hines around the wicket, he'll be bowling to Sealy. This one a straighter delivery on the legs, just turn it into mid wicket as he picks up a single as Alanson slides into the seats on the other side. Welcome back, Alanson.
Yes, thank you, Kenroy, and greetings to those who are viewing. Still undecided as to what will be the outcome of this game, but at the moment looking very much in favor of the Jamaicans.
Well, Jamaicans bowling pretty well, keeping things tight. picking up wickets. Very important.
Yes, after this over, there will be exactly 20 overs remaining. Then you'll have 5 more overs before the last over begins.
Oh, good feeling the man at mid wicket. He's playing that one officially Sealy, bouncing once or twice before the man at mid wicket, and scampering a single. So the runs are coming here for Barbados, slowly but surely. Hines. Straight, flat, over, comes to an end. And as we get to that pivotal mark of 20 overs remaining for today's play, Barbados would be looking at that as well. 5 wickets have gone, 110. And they have batted just about 43 overs in today's play.
Yes, they require another 89 runs from these 20 overs. A run rate of just about 4.45, my mathematics tells me. So they need to step it up just a bit. They have lost 5 wickets. I think a lot will depend on this pair as to whether or not they're able to overhaul the runs that are required.
So there's a change in the bowling from this end. Edwards have been recalled. Left arm seamer. It's in the air. Easy catch. Easy catch. Simple dismissal. First delivery from Edwards. And Roberts has continued his dismal showing in this tournament. He goes back to the pavilion. Out caught. Short extra cover. And Barbados have lost wicket number 6.
Yes, I think that he probably would have been better served to just go through with that shot. He may have gotten it just wide at the man at long off. We have gotten a boundary. Tall man. Although it was not a half volley, he has the height to still get over a delivery like that. But in the end, stopped his shot, checked his shot. I think the ball may have come off the wicket a little bit slower than he thought. It was not a slow delivery, but it may have been just one that Edwards just put into the pitch a little bit harder, which reacted in that way. And that's the end of the threat that Roberts posed at the wicket.
Well, Jamaica would be happy to see the back of Roberts. 110 for 6. That brings the number 1. Folks to the crease. He will be doing battle with skipper Sealy. 110. Jamaica doing exceptionally well. Barbados never really seems as if they want to get to this target. Still a lot of work to be done. They have lost 6 wickets, 4 in the HUD. Edwards' first delivery on return picks up the wicket of Edwards again. Straight another off stump immediately again. Folks just plays forward. No run. Thinking here, what would be the Barbadian approach from here on in? Would they just play to the end of today's play, try to get through it, look to get that remaining runs? Not too sure. For them to win this tournament, they have to bring the game to Jamaica. They have not really done that. Jamaica has kept a hold on this game.
Yes, and I think that now that they are 6 wickets down, the Jamaicans will feel that they can take the remaining 4 wickets and win the game outright in the time that is left.
Good slower delivery ball by Edwards. I think that they're probably thinking about that as well. But would Barbados want to lose outright? Don't think so. Skipper Sealy is there with it. Folks, we're down to the lower order for Barbados. This one is hit to the man at backward point, coming off the outer portion of the bat. So a good over so far from Edwards, keeping things tight, and a wicket on his first delivery.
Yeah, he's maintaining that line just outside the off stump and not too full. Batsmen coming onto the front foot, but not out and out half volleys. Saw that one that stopped, appeared to have stopped in the pitch that got the wicket of Roberts. And that's something that the batsmen have to be mindful of. The pitch has warned us a bit. Third consecutive day of very hot weather here at the Arnersville playing field.
This one is drifting up to the man at deep extra cover. A run being refused.
Yeah, that was a run. I mean, the man at extra cover was very deep. The ball wasn't really smacked to him with any power. And that was a run there that was there for the taking.
Well, they refused to take that run, so that leaves Sealy on strike. Hines should be bowling this over as well. Yes. Things have slowed down considerably here at Arnersville. Jamaica seeking the ascendancy in this game. Have not played any flamboyance of cricket, no flamboyance cricket, but they have just played simple, tactical cricket as the skipper makes some changes to the field. He's pushing back a sweep, a deep mid wicket, long on and long off. Hines continue to bowl measly here for Jamaica. This one is on the leg stump, just turns it off. It's Sealy, picks up a easy single.
Yeah, there's a very lull period of play here. Doesn't seem as if either team is really making that push to victory, just really meandering towards the eventual outcome. And I must say that I have been disappointed in the way that Barbados has approached their innings. I thought that they would have been going for these runs, knowing that they needed an outright victory to win. And I thought that they would have had a more aggressive approach to their innings. And that it would have been a more entertaining afternoon.
I do share your sentiments as well, Allenton. Thought that Barbados will have gone to see if they could get these runs to capture the title, but they have not done so. So Heights continue.
Yeah,
Folks is forward and just plays it with the covers.
he doesn't really bowl any bad deliveries, Hines. And so those deliveries that folks say, it's coming forward, maybe he can just push to get a single to that deep man at cover, as opposed to hitting the man at extra cover regularly. Just open the face slightly. And there's a single there because the cover fielder is very deep.
Where's the one, you know? So the skipper is just easing his field back, pushing them back. Flighty delivery by Hines, probably wanted him to go over the top.
He pushed back his mid-off down to long-off.
Oh, trying to give him a single as well and keep Sealy off the strike. Didn't do that, just blocked it. The over comes to an end. 111 for 6. Number 6 is on. 11, that's Sealy. And folks haven't gotten off the markers yet. 45 overs have been bowled. And they need to get to a total of 199 to win this game. But really and truly, how things look here, it seems as though Jamaica would become champions. Don't want to talk too soon, but I've said it already.
I mean, 18 overs remaining. They have to get another 88 runs, 89 runs, 88 runs actually, of these 18 overs. So they haven't really scored from the last 2 overs that much.
Edwards. Outside the off stump, we have seen that play basically for a couple of hours. Just pitch on the off stump and the batter drives that ball to the man at extra cover all day.
Yes, and there's no run. No change in the shot, no attempt to get at it earlier, hit it straight, or maybe delay it and hit it a bit squarer or finer.
Deja vu. Ball after ball, straight extra cover. This one is wrapping him. There's an appeal. The head of the umpire shakes. Seemed as though it was going down like somewhat, but the umpire signal not out. But good delivery there by Edwards.
Yes, for those who missed it, we had some excitement earlier between Edwards and Brathwaite. Both of them going at each other game within a game. Brathwaite eventually dismissed, not by Edwards but by Mead. But while it was going on, it provided for some interesting viewing.
Yes, indeed. Brought some excitement to the game as well. Edwards runs away from us here again. It's a short delivery, wraps him on the pad. Sealy doesn't make contact. Another dot delivery.
He was looking to pull that one, but he didn't get up as much as he had anticipated. Striking him on the tie pad. And there was no run.
So Edwards is the number 58 on his back. Runs past the umpire. Pitched up delivery. I've seen this all. He's run for single. If he had picked up cleanly, I think he would have been in some trouble. But a sneaky single taken there.
But just to say that has been the feel for most of the day. that drive wasn't a powerful drive, so he was able to get the single to the man there at cover, who has been deep for most of the day. And that has been the line from Edwards and most of the pacers for the day. Yet you have not seen that single being taken on several occasions.
First time it's been challenged. As the field is brought in by the skipper. This one is another delivery right on the off stump, driven up to the man at short extra cover. Deja vu. You have seen that all day, have you said before. Just pushed up to the man at extra cover, and there's no run. Barbados seems to have given up the ghost, really. Just batting through the day. Jamaica just doing what they are asked to do. Bowl on a tight line, keep things quiet. Looking for those other 4 wickets to claim full points in this game. Oh, how they would have loved that. Or they would love that. At the end of this tournament, 111 for 6, Barbados. This one is pitched up and driven. Call for the single, and he gets it. Again, it's been challenged by these two, and they are successful at doing so.
The feelers have been deep, and once they have to move even just a little bit to the right or left, although both of them are pretty quick over the ground, the single is there once you have not really smashed it to them. And something that we have been seeing all afternoon, and really it's only now that they're taking the single. This is contrary to what we have seen, what we saw in the first innings from Jamaica when they batted that big partnership of 144 between Barnes and Johnson. That was replete with singles. In fact, in that big partnership of 144, they really only scored just 4 boundaries.
Yeah, some excellent running between those two. Good judgment. Took on the feelers, put the ball in the gaps, and really ran nicely between both of them. The communication was excellent, and that propelled them to a big partnership of 100 plus. And really, as you said, no boundaries. As Hines continues to just bowl on the off stump. Folks just driving that to the man at short extra cover again, who does the fielding, has been rather busy. Outside the off stump, that one keeping low, while taken by the wicket keeper.
It would be interesting if we could get some data as to how many balls have been driven straight to the man at short extra cover in this innings. I'm pretty sure that we'll get a very high count.
I think it's probably over 50% from my memory. That man at short extra cover been extremely busy all day. So again, just been tucked off his pads. No run, another dot delivery.
Yeah, they would have gotten about 1/3 of the way for that single. Going straight to the man there at backward square leg. Edwards, who has a strong arm as well. Absolutely no chance of a run.
Again, folks, long forward. No trouble. Hines just content and just bowling that ball on the off stump. Wicket to wicket. As the shadow lengthens here at Annisville. He's right behind that one. Over comes another maiden over.
Yes, and that takes the overs down to 47, which means that, up to 47, which means that they have 16 overs remaining in the day. And after this over, that will enter into the last hour. And this over will be bowled by, seemed as if it was going to be Edwards, but it's going to be Redwood, it appears, who is going to take up the attack from the administrative centre end. Edwards removed after his spell, I think because of the fact that Redwood has looked threatening throughout his spell, albeit that he has given away a few freebies. I think the captain has decided to go back to him in order to get a couple of wickets.
He has been the most successful bowler in this innings for Jamaica. So the skipper decides to go back to Redwood and see if he can pick up other 2 scalps or so for them. Changing ends. There's a sweeper, a deep mid wicket, a slip, cover point, cover, mid-on. Now being pushed back to long off. And a long off. Long on, sorry. Redwood. Shot outside the off stump. Cut away. Picks up a single. That's Sealy. So the field now comes in for Forks. It was open up for Sealy to take that single. He did that. Now the field comes in. So the skipper now applying the pressure on the Barbadian batters looking to complete this game. I do agree with him. So it's now up to the Barbadians to secure their wickets.
Yes, but that last delivery really showed us the degree of tone that Redwood has been exploiting here and extracting from the pitch today.
Redwood. Flighted delivery. Some bounce on that one. But well played by Forks. As the man at short leg now comes into a silly point area. Short gully. Redwood. Oh, he edges that one inside. He's gone for one. He's coming back for two. Good running by Sealy and Forks. 2 runs to Barbados. 2 to Forks.
Yeah, that one was played just behind square on the onside. And they were quickly through for 2 runs. Good calling and good communication. They ran very quickly through for those 2 runs.
Redwood flighted delivery. That's pushed to the man at short extra cover again. Who does the feeling? This one is flighted, played right in front of him, soft hands. Man at silly point picks up. This one is pitched outside the off stump, some bounce and turn there for Redwood, taken by the wicket keeper. Over comes to an end. And umpire calls the water cat for drinks, and there's a break here for the last off play. So we will take a break here in the commentator's booth, and we will return to bring you more live coverage of this, the finals between Jamaica and Barbados.
Welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field, where we have just entered the last hour of play here in the Cricket West Indies under 19 final. Rising Stars competition. We have Barbados under 19. Barbados taking on Jamaica under 19. Barbados under 19 requiring 199 to win in this fourth innings. They are currently 116 for 6 or 48 overs. 15 overs remaining for them to get another 73 runs if they can. And for Jamaica to get another 4 wickets if they can. With me here in the commentary booth is Miss Stacey and Adams. Good afternoon, Stacey.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Alanson. And all of the viewers. Is that Mead doing some stretches there? How to have a bowl.
Yes, Mead, he will be bowling to Sealy. Solitary slip where ever present there at slip, the big man. And here is Mead now into Sealy. He's driving, pleasant drive, but straight to the man at cover. It doesn't score. Hines, the man there who does the fielding.
Yes. It looks to me Jamaica, Barbados, they're just looking to play a draw. They're not looking to win the game at all. Not sure. I have to check to find out who is in front in terms of points. Points accumulated from the first innings to the second innings.
There's Mead again into Sealy. This one just beating him outside the off stump in that corridor of uncertainty. Well, I would venture to say that it is likely, well, not likely, I think it has to be that Jamaica is out front. They scored a lot more runs. And they also had a fast bowler who took a 5-wicket haul, so they'll get some fast bowling points as well.
Yes, that delivery though, that Mead bowl to Sealy, it's not too dissimilar again to how he got dismissed, just drawing him forward and playing a shot to a delivery. He really shouldn't be playing a shot too. So that's the area that the seamers need to be operating to Sealy.
So that's Mead again into Sealy, just outside the off stump, left alone, taken by wicketkeeper Williams. There's no run.
Yeah, the way Barbados is playing, I certainly feel as if they're not looking to win the game. I mean, we spoke about their intent earlier in the batting innings, and I was thinking to myself, the way they're going about it is not as if they're looking to win the game outright.
Into Sealy again, this one a Yorker length delivery, jammed down on it. The Barbados captain just pushing it out to the man at extra cover. His opposite number, Barnes, doing the fielding.
Yes, and for the first time today, that wall on the offside is no longer there. Just 2 men in and around the circle. And what would have been a circle there, they sent out, well, now they are bringing them into the circle. They sent out those 2 men. But cover is coming back in, mid-off coming back up as well.
This one is played defensively to the man at mid-wicket. Well, we haven't seen a shot in anger, especially against the Pacers, in that direction. So there's really no need for the man to be going out. I'm not too sure what would have prompted that move, although he's back inside now.
I think it may be a case of maybe they want to bowl more at Fox instead of Sealy. So just offering him that single we saw in that delivery, one of the delivery before, Barnes just running alongside the ball and Sealy not obliging, trying to get a single.
So one is played to the man at mid-wicket. That might be the case. I do agree that might be the reasoning behind the ploy. But do you agree with that ploy? Is there such a big gulf between the two in terms of batsmanship? I'm putting you on the spot.
Well, Sealy has faced more deliveries than Fox, so there's that. He's been there longer than Fox. Fox will be the newer batter, so it's a case of getting the batter that's newer on strike.
All right, I'll take your point. As Hines, he is now bowling from the administrative centre end. He will be bowling to Folks, who will have a lot of feelers around him for company. Definitely will not be feeling lonely up there. Has a short leg, a slip, and a silly point.
Just looking at the way Barbados have gone about their batting innings, I must say you've mentioned on air as Alex Hines continues to Folks 2 men around the bat. You spoke about
this one, Hines is bowling this one on the off stump, played calmly back to him by Folks. There's the run.
Yeah, you spoke about a number of deliveries that were hit straight to the fielders in the cover area, not being able to score the Barbados team. And just going back to that partnership that, I think that was the highlight of the tournament for me, really. From both tournaments, really, 50 overs and this, the way they went about picking up singles is something that we've been calling for from the youngsters.
This one is on the off stump again. Folks covers up calmly as if he's saying, I'm coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, so just to continue, it's something we've been calling for from the youngsters as it relates to their development and their progression to a higher standard of cricket, namely playing for a West Indies team, senior team one of these days, that they're able to find ways to not get stuck at the wicket. They're able to manipulate the field and always show intent to score when they show up. So Barbados' approach, quite questionable, I must say. Yes, I don't know if they're in a position where they just need to draw the game to win, but they're certainly not looking to try and score these runs that's remaining. The 116 for 6, and it's not going anywhere really. Jamaica trying their level best to get another wicket or 2. 3 men around the bat now. Haven't seen that for much of the day.
Yeah, so we are actually awaiting some further information regarding the playing conditions as to the different scenarios from this point onward. I think there is probably an attempt from Barbados to try to get to 150. They will get another batting point. And a few other things that they're trying to do in order to be victorious. But it seems definitely that the outright win is looking beyond them at this point.
Yes, so Redwood now takes the ball in hand from that end, replacing Nashin Mead. And Alanson, I'll just go back to that point of showing intent to score and being able to find the gaps. It's not just about being able to play your shots, hit the ball straight to a fielder, or hit the ball straight, drive it well. There's no point in driving a ball well and you're not able to get a single. You can do that for 20 deliveries in a row. 50 overs you're playing, if you're playing. 20 overs if you're playing that test matches. You just drive all your deliveries to a fielder in the cover, then you're not going to get a run. You have to be able to manipulate the field, whether you use soft hands and look to get a quick single, whether you use your wrist to get it into a gap. So it's something just for these youngsters to think about as they continue their development, and something we like to see as West Indies fans being implemented more by the various batters on show.
Well, Stacey, we have some news that is reaching us to say that Barbados are actually ahead on points in this game. I'm still a bit baffled as to how that is the case, but I guess further information will get to us as time goes by. And then that will definitely explain their approach to this innings.
Oh, is that a breakthrough? A huge appeal. They're still appealing. Oh, the umpire didn't think there was an edge on that one.
Yeah, we'll have to see the replay. We have seen already that Redwood has turned the ball off the straight to the slip fielder, so we don't know if that has happened again. But I'm just awaiting the replay just to see what happened on that delivery. Just looking at the replay. Not able to tell so clearly from that replay. This one is another quicker, flatter delivery from Redwood. Pushed out to the man at square leg.
Yeah, that one looked pretty close there, but not out. So I think it's because Barbados were able to bowl out Jamaica twice. So that's why I was saying when they were batting first, I was surprised that they didn't go and declare before being bowled
When they were
out.
9 wickets down.
Yes, I thought that's the plan that they would have had. I've seen them done it before, but they were looking for the extra run. So I think because Barbados were able to bowl out Jamaica twice, I think they accumulated bowling points. We'll confirm that shortly.
Interesting.
And then fast bowling points as well accumulated. Raniko Smith picked up 2 wickets this morning. I think that may have added to it as well. They get a Pinchas quick single there. So single to complete that over, 117 for 6.
Yes, and based on those scenarios, then it means that Barbados know that they are just slightly ahead in terms of points. And having been able to bowl out Jamaica twice, that they would have gotten 2 points from each innings. But it's interesting that when you look at the scorecard, if you really have to ask who is in front of the game, that the team who is leading in this position in terms of the game's position will not be declared winners. But it also goes to show that, I mean, you have to know the rules and you have to use the rules to your advantage when you're in a competition.
Yes, the Leeward Islands did that successfully against the Barbados team last year, so they're dishing out the same treatment here. Having said all that, the game is still being played. 4 more wickets for Jamaica to get, and we know anything is possible from here on out. And these 2 batters, they've settled in and just looking to play the long game.
Well, we are in for a period of more attrition, and if that is the case, I think I will have a few bowling changes because I don't think that either batsman is really going to hit one up into the air at this point. To have these and the field changes as well, and have some people, more persons closer to the bat, because at the end of the day, you need the 4 wickets in order to win.
Indeed.
Jamaica.
I agree
So they
with
need
you.
to change their approach totally and start thinking wickets.
Yes, I agree with you, Alanson.
The operative question now is, are they aware that that is the case? Is their management aware? Are the captains aware of what the scenarios are?
I believe so. The second helmet came out, they had 3 men around the bat. They only have 2 now, apart from the keeper. But I certainly will be ringing the changes now. I'll give Deshaun James a spell. I'll let one of my pacers be in operation, as in particular to Nathan Seeley, who's shown that he's willing to hang his bat outside of the off stump so often.
Yeah, and I don't think I will be bowling Hines at this point. Hines to me is a more defensive bowler. You need to have your attacking options bowling at this point in the innings if you are to really prize out those 4 wickets that are remaining in these last few overs.
Yes, there's also a case for Ryan Edwards to come back into the attack and just ask him to run in hard and bowl quickly at the stumps. He did pick up that wicket, the last wicket to have fallen. And Jaden Roberts pitching it up. So those are options that the Jamaicans have at their disposal to use.
Barbados will just be thinking more of the same. Bat and pad close together, high elbows, and tight in defense. And if we continue that for a few more overs, then we'll be home and dry.
Yeah. They certainly won't mind facing up to the spinners unless one of them gets a ball to turn square, produce a magic delivery. Haven't seen a lot of that so far in the second innings. So there's a case for them to use the likes of Deshaun, Andre and Edwards, even Nashane Mead. Just to unsettle these batters, they've found some comfort in facing the spinners. And if you do need a wicket or two and need to bowl out the team, it looks quite difficult with these two in operation for the Jamaican team. So I think they should go back to the plan that they had. One spinner at one end and the pacer at the other. And with the spinners in operation as well, the overs are going by quickly.
Agreed. Redwood, he will continue. 2 slips in place. He is bowling to Sealy. Field still very spread. Not sure why that is the case at this point. Don't see Sealy in this situation with his team 6 down and having only to draw to take the trophy. Going all guns blazing out on the boundary. So really they should populate that area around the batsman and put some extra pressure on him. Maybe just have 1 or 2 out, but have a few more attacking fielders. As Redwood comes in again to Sealy. This one is fully sweeping, this one in the gap. That should be challenge the boundary. It will go all the way for 4. So that's a boundary to Sealy. Bad delivery from Redwood, pitching outside the leg stump. And Sealy playing that one nicely down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Still directed there from Redwood. And a welcome boundary for Barbados team. If the loose deliveries are there, they'll certainly put it away. That one easily done there by Captain Nathan Sealy. No one on the fine leg boundary to stop that. So the field comes up now for Folks. So where can Jamaica get a wicket? Who can they turn to pick up 4 more wickets? If the situation of the game is that Barbados are ahead, certainly Jamaica will need to pick up 4 more wickets. And then I guess it will justify the way Barbados have gone about their innings.
Yes, and being unaware of that fact throughout the innings, they were being baffled by the approach, and they are now being justified in their approach based on the rules of this set competition. This one was a googly. Not often that we have seen a googly from him, but employing to use that one there, Redwood. Almost getting through the defenses of Folks. I think Folks was also surprised by the turn back into him.
There's still a lot of concentration required from these batters. It might seem like all they need to do is just stay there and bat. But batting can be difficult at times when a ball is coming at you and bowling well. But so far they're handling it well. They're doing what they're required to do. Sealy and Folks. So Hines to continue. Bit surprised by that they're not going to switch to a pacer, but they believe that this is the best combination to get them a wicket or 4 that they require to win this game.
Yes, it's absolutely mind-boggling, really. Not too sure why this approach. They also seem very sedate now in the field. They have an opportunity to win a competition, and I'm not seeing that fervor, that zest from the Jamaican fielders. It's almost as if they're resigned to the outcome, and they're just going through the motions, and there are several overs remaining in the game. Still 10 overs remain to be bowled.
It's a good area to start there from Alex Hines, but well defended by Sealy. So yes, 10 more overs remaining in the game. Still a lot of overs, still a lot of cricket left.
Yeah, they have to see it as they need 4 deliveries to win, to take 4 wickets. out of the remaining about 50 odd deliveries that are remaining in the game. And Barbados will say, let's count down these 50 odd deliveries. We need to survive them. This one is looking for the sweep is Sealy. Down the leg side was that delivery from Hines. He missed it. No run taken. This one is flatter, straighter, loud appeal, but it's maybe sliding down the leg side with the angle. Hines there was looking for that LBW decision, but with the angle seems to be going on the leg side.
So that's what I've been saying. Still a lot of cricket, and these batters, they have to concentrate. So you have to unsettle them. Hines operating Redwood as well. So I'll definitely shake things up and get a seamer into the attack at the other end.
Just pushed into the covers for a single. No need to take the risk to take two. And Barbados at this point, I think, are in the ascendancy.
Indeed so. I know Redwood accounted for Folks in the first innings, but James picked up that wicket of Sealy when he was going all guns, so he might be an option to come back into the attack.
This one is flighted very slow to Folks, who just defends it. I don't see him going for a big shot now. So as a bowler, you have to think about how you're going to get him out while he's defending. This one flatter, quicker. And there's no run. So kept out by Folks. It's 124 for 6 after 54 overs. So another 9 overs remaining in the day's play. 54 deliveries to take 4 wickets for Jamaica. 54 deliveries to survive for Barbados to be crowned champions of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 competition, the 3-day format in 2023. Jamaica, of course, if they take those 4 wickets, they will be champions in 2023. It would make it a double for them, having won the 50-over format. But the Barbadians team, they are saying, well, you have to get through us first in these 54 deliveries. We're not going to make it very easy for you at all, as Redwood continues, get some turn on that delivery. But basically played with very dead hands there from Sealy. No chance of that edge going through in the air to those slip feelers.
Yes, if you can produce 5 more deliveries similar to that one, Captain will love that very much and could well produce a wicket. He called in mid-on. Still have that man at long off out, just in case Sealy decides to go big down the ground to Redwood.
I think with 9 overs left, they could bring up that man. I'm not too sure what his purpose is out there. Maybe he's just there for for this misfeel.
Well,
Really
he's
should
into
have been
action now.
really should have been fielded by the man there at extra cover.
Yes, it really should have. Well, you see the situation of the game. Barbados isn't looking to win. So why not bring in the field tighter and ask them to hit out? Yes, if they play a few shots, then you as a fielding team, you have the luxury of sending back players on the boundary if you choose to do so. But just bringing the field up, having more men in the eye line of Sealy.
Yes, and based on there's a loud appeal from the bowler there, Redwood, and he gets the wicket of Sealy. It's a massive appeal. It was quite full. Interesting to see the replay of that delivery. And just let's have a look here.
Yeah, so Redwood getting the breakthrough at long last for The Jamaican team, how they wanted that wicket, and it's a big one too of the skipper Nathan Seeley. There's still life in this game.
Yeah, I think that one, because of how full it was, the umpire judged that it was full enough that it would carry on to the stump. But it was a massive appeal.
Yes, and Seeley was looking to play across, looking to turn that ball into the onside. He's been playing with a straight bat for most of the over to Redwood on that occasion, looking to play across it. And we mentioned that's the danger that will be presented if you play across a leg spinner.
Yeah,
so Leacock is the new man.
Yeah, and 8 overs remain after this over. I think the overs that Redwood has to bowl will be quite key to the outcome of this game. If they're able to keep him out, then they may just hold on for that draw, which will see them get over the line, the Barbados team.
Indeed so. And that's a danger as well. Sometimes when you put yourself in a frame of mind to block all the deliveries, sometimes deliveries come that you should be playing a shot to and you're uncertain, because it's like you're in your head and you put yourself in that sort of frame of mind that this is what I need to be doing, which it is what they need to be doing, yes. But still, if there are deliveries there to put away, you should be able to put them away. So
Go
ahead.
I think what Jamaica has to do now is that they need to attack from both ends. So far, it seems as if it's Redwood who is the attacking bowler, and they're keeping the runs down with Hines on the other end. But runs do not matter right now. Wickets do, and overs do. And if the remaining overs are bowled out and you don't get the wickets, then you will lose.
Yeah, so Leacock, another victim of Redwood in the first innings. Made 11 of 23 deliveries, but the man that got his wicket is now bowling to him. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about playing Redwood in the second innings.
Yeah, that one was a bit quicker. It would be good if he slows it down just a little bit, hangs it up in the air. It was also a quick delivery, lots of turn on that, but whizzing past the outside edge, and that's the end of the over. At the end of the over, Barbados, having lost the wicket in that over, are 126 for 7. There are 8 overs remaining, so 48 legal deliveries remaining in this game.
Yes, so we're going to see a change in bowling. They've decided to go to a pace. I think this is a good move. Nashane Mead. I did expect someone like James to be coming into the attack the way he's been bowling, but Nashane Mead is a good option as well. He bowls similarly to Deshaun James. Also Ryan Edwards, I was thinking, just ask him to run in as a left-handed bowler and just tail it into the stump of these right-handed batters.
Well, I think what happened is that the recent spell from the pacer, the recent lengthy spell from a pacer was that bowled by James. So I am thinking that it would have been between Mead and Edwards to bring on now. And I think that I would not be moving Redwood. He will have to bowl until the last delivery of the match, based on how he has been going in the last few overs.
Yes, so just a few overs remaining here, but this is where the game gets so interesting. 3 wickets in hand. Batters trying to survive because they are in front in terms of points, Barbados. But Jamaica hunting up 3 more wickets. Anything can happen at this point in time. Anyone can win it. I still believe there's life in this game.
Yes, there is. And there can still be an outright outcome based on the way things are going. But I would say for the Jamaicans, they have brought the field up. But I think that there is need maybe for another catcher in place. Don't want folks to be edging now through where second slip would have been. As Mead comes in again to folks. This one is on the off stump. He covers it up, plays it back to the bowler. There's no run.
Yes, it requires peak concentration from all players out there. Batters mainly. Bowlers, when they're running in, they need to hit their line and lengths all the time, spot on to trouble the batters.
And we can see based on what we have seen in terms of the emotion from both sets of players in this game, that both sets of players really badly want to win this game and win the tournament.
So that area that Mead is bowling, and that's what I've been saying. A man like Edwards, you bring him on to bowl, and that's where you want him to operate. So both bowlers, if Edwards gets a chance to bowl, that's what I think the captain should be asking him to do. It's the best way to get a wicket.
This one is on the stump. Played with a straight back by Folks to the man at extra cover. The skipper does the fielding. There's no run.
It brings in all the modes of dismissal, really. Can be LBW bowl or even playing one to one of the close catchers in front. So yeah, that's definitely the area that needs to be bowling, and he's doing well so far.
So here's Mead into Folks. Comes in now. This one is on the stump. Good Yorker length delivery. Dug out by Folks. Keeps him out again. There's no run.
He's bowled all 5 deliveries in that area. I wonder if he has a slower ball, because I feel like the batter is expecting him to just run in and hit the deck right there, and the position that he's in, a slower ball could well be deceptive and see them picking up a wicket.
Well, we will see. This one is a bit quicker, but going down the leg side, appeal is a bit stifled. That's the end of the over. At the end of the over, the score is 126 for 7, so it's a maiden over. Jamaica, they need 3 wickets from 42 deliveries, and Barbados, in order to win, they need to survive those 42 deliveries.
Yes, so another maiden over goes by. Certainly won't be minding that, the Barbados team. I was talking about variations. If you have those sorts of deliveries, you need to try them out. Sometimes they can be the wicket-taking delivery. I know not a lot of bowlers tend to bowl slower balls in cricket, but in Test cricket, sorry. But sometimes those deliveries can come as a surprise because batters aren't really expecting them.
Exactly. Bowling is really about creating pressure, building pressure, getting the better of the batsman. And sometimes once you have created that pressure, the wicket-taking delivery may be the one that the batsman least expects. To the short leg now coming in place for Redwood. I would also have a silly point. One man from the covers I'll bring to silly point. What happened there? Big appeal. Is it that it just pitched down the leg side and just turned back to the man at slip? We have seen that Redwood has been getting a lot of turn.
I'm not too sure what happened there. I know he attempted a sweep shot. That's the most I can tell you. Unless it came off of one of the close fielders. The appeal wasn't very long, so maybe Jamaica realized that it really didn't come off of the bat. I think it may have came off the keeper and go to Ware. And Redwood was right away walking back to his mark. He doesn't appeal usually when it's not out. When it's not out. This one is flighted and hit straight to Weatherborn. Where's it on his body?
Yes, you wear that for your country. Have that mark to say that I represented Jamaica. Is Redwood again into Leacock too wide? Doesn't need to play a shot, and of course he doesn't. Because that is what is required of him at this point.
It's imperative that he finds his consistency for the remaining of this over, Redwood, if he is to pose a threat to.
This one is in the air, should be caught at square leg, And that's the end of Leacock. Do not know why he was trying to sweep that ball out to turn it on the onside. It goes against the spin of the leg spinner. And that's the end. And that's a wicket out of nowhere, really.
I was just talking about him finding his consistency if he is to pose a threat to Leacock, and that delivery, not threatening him at all, heading down the leg side, could have left it alone, decided to play a shot at it and getting a top edge, gracefully accepted by Nashane Mead. So 8 wickets down now for Barbados, and all of a sudden, Jamaicans, they're up and about.
Yes, it's getting closer and closer, and as I said before, Redwood, he is the threat. He is the one who is bowling the deliveries that are threatening the batsman in terms of their wicket. Pacers can get a wicket, of course, but he's the main threat, and I think that the batsmen for Barbados need to be mindful of that as Smith comes out now to join Folks. And I think that's what Folks might be saying to him. Just keep this man out. Don't try to get runs off him. Just try to keep him out. And then I will do the rest from the other end.
So 8 wickets down, I wonder what the scoreline is looking now in terms of who is in front. Barbados just looking to survive. They've certainly dug themselves in a hole. Who's in the 8th wicket?
Here's Redwood again. This is down the leg side. Bowling this delivery quite flat, quite quick. No need to do that. He should have seen that the slower he bowls, the more he flights the ball, is the more successful he has been. That's some buys to the score. So 2 buys to the score. The runs don't really matter right now. It's the wickets that do. And of course, with every delivery that goes by without a wicket, Barbados breathes another sigh of relief. But during that over, Redwood was able to get the wicket off Leacock. And so now there are 2 wickets that they need to get from the 36 deliveries that are left, 36 legal deliveries. And the Barbados team need to survive without losing 2 wickets in these 36 legal deliveries.
And Ryan Edwards has the ball in hand. I believe he'll be operating similarly to what Nashane Mead did in that over that he recently bowled. Full and straight, attacking the stumps, looking to pitch it up, looking for that magic in swinging delivery to knock over Folks, who's faced 60. Well, he's been there. I'm not too sure if the scorecard is correct. I'll get his score for you shortly. So Edwards into Folks. Oh, Josh shot, was it?
No, that was a
spectator's
catch, yeah.
So yes, he starts just where I expected him to. Full and straight. I really expected the Barbados team to come out trying to win the game. 199 certainly wasn't impossible. Leading edge there from Folks. No one close enough to take that catch. I think the sun was in the eye. He's pointing at the sun. I think it was an opportunity. He just didn't get to it quickly enough.
Definitely was. He picked it up late, according to him. So by the time he got moving, it was already almost hitting the ground. And he wasn't able to cover the distance that was required.
Yes, that was
a lucky break there for the batsman.
Yes, that was Redwood on that occasion. You see, Achilles Brown batting with sunglasses, so the sun is the glare of the sun is certainly a factor. As Redwood said, he wasn't able to pick it up in the sun by his body language, showing his teammates pointing at the sun there. So Edwards is something that I predicted earlier. I said if Jamaica is to get over the line, they need Redwood to be consistent and pick up wickets, and they also need this man Edwards to chip in as well, as he didn't pick up any in the first innings. And I think if he is able to pick up any more wickets, It's just what I was saying, Alanson.
Yeah, so that's another
Edwards
wicket.
and Redwood, key members of this bowling attack in this second innings.
Yes, and they will need just one more wicket leaving. One more wicket to dismiss the team. Looking to turn that one to the onside. Getting a leading edge was Smith. And he was dismissed there on that delivery. And he will be replaced by Royal at the wicket. And things are coming very quickly towards the end here at the Arnsville playing field.
Yes, Jamaica. Certainly on top here now at the Arnsville playing field. Ryan Edwards, we were calling for him to have a bowl. Him and another pacer. The way the situation of the game was going. The two batters playing the spinners from both ends quite well. Redwood, he played his part. He picked up those 2 key wickets that were required. But Ryan Edwards back into the attack, breathing fire, picking up the other wicket. Much needed there. Raniko Smith looking to play across. And Alanson, when you look at the Barbados innings, I think a number of batters were dismissed playing across deliveries today, trying to work it on the onside, getting leading edges. LBW are bold, trying to play across.
That's correct. And in a situation where you're trying to win a game by drawing it might sound weird, but they would have won. They would win once they are able to prevent this 10th wicket from falling. Then you really just play with as straight a bat as possible.
Right on target was Ryan Edwards. Had he missed that, I assure you that would have been the end of the game.
Yes.
Certainly. So good bat there from young Saurav Warrell to survive.
Yeah, so in a situation where you're trying to draw the game, you basically need to present as straight a bat as possible. Take as few risks as possible. We have seen that at times from low order players in Test cricket and so on. You bat out the overs. You just play with a straight bat, nothing complicated. We have seen that even from West Indies batsmen. I think in 2009 we played against a pretty strong English team, and Fidel Edwards and Darren Powell were able to bat an entire 10-over period to bat out a game for a draw.
Yes, so a wonderful change there from Captain Brian Barnes. We were saying it. I wonder if he's plugged up down there. We were saying to get Edwards, another fast bowler, back into the attack. And Ryan Edwards picking up that vital wicket for them. One more wicket now for Jamaica team to win the game. Barbados trying to hold on.
Well, he tried Mead first. He went to Nashade Mead first. Mead has bowled a lot today, I would say. And he didn't look quite as nippy as he did earlier in the day. And Edwards immediately from his first delivery just looked a bit more brisk, a bit more threatening, and he was able to get the wicket in the end. So 30 deliveries remaining now to take 1 wicket. 30 deliveries to survive for this pair. So it's one or the other, and one of these two teams will be champions.
There's 4 men around the bat now for Redwood. Oh, a big shot played by Folks. Looking to go down the ground. So close. So close for Redwood there and the Jamaican team. Redwood also looking to pick up a fifer, I believe. Yes, 4 wickets to Redwood. Umpires just having a bit of a chat there, not too sure what happened there. I'm wondering if I was waiting to see what happened there, not too sure if Trevon Williams was struck anywhere on his body in trying to intercept that delivery. He's okay, it appears. So not too sure why there's a break or a delay.
Well, when you're at this mandatory now, once you're struck anyway on the head or in the helmet, which may have been the case on that delivery, you have to do a concussion test.
Not too sure if he was struck at the head. It looked as if he was struck on the chest.
Okay.
But he's okay. Ready again, ready for action. Certainly, Jamaica didn't want that time out of the game. Momentum is on their side, building towards a well-deserved victory for them. They really have played a brilliant match, in particular the first innings of this match. Credit to that big partnership between Barnes and Johnson, 144, that really grind the Barbados team into the ground and then came back to bowl them out for less than 160. Nervous times for them this morning, being bowled out for 87, but they've handled themselves well and bowl to a set plan that has them in a position now to win this game outright.
Well, let's not eulogize us yet.
I say it has them in a position.
Yes. It has Barbados in a position as well if they could bat 20 odd deliveries to. So this one. Oh, and that's a brilliant attempt there by Beckford. He flew off the ground trying to get to that what appeared to be an inside edge, but wasn't able to get there. And if anybody could have, it would have been him.
Yeah, so close there to pulling off a victory, and it would have been a fitting end. Taking a brilliant diving catch to finish things off for the Jamaican team. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Redwood continuing to cause problems. Looking for a victory, Jamaica, and a fifer to Redwood. It's driven down the ground. Folks won't mind that too much. They get to bowl a few deliveries to Worrell. He certainly can handle himself with the bat, but he's new at the crease and it's a lot of pressure on him.
Yes, he knows that he's the last man standing, so to speak. And that can, in and of itself, be a very serious burden to carry. This one is a bit fuller. He pushes it down the ground. Looking for a single, not on. There's no way that a single was there.
Nervous indeed is Worrell. And folks looking to get off the mark, get off strike.
I think that the plan is for him to bat out the rest of the over. I don't think that they want him to get off strike because they would want folks to be on strike for the next over. This is flighted, this is flicked just forward a square. It's one, and that's all they will be. And so the over ends now, and Worrell is on strike, which I don't think the Jamaicans will mind. But now there are 20. How many deliveries? 24 deliveries left. 24 deliveries left for Barbados to survive. Can they do it?
130 for 9. 1 wicket in hand. 24 deliveries, as you mentioned, remaining in this innings. Ryan Edwards. It'll be fitting for him if he is able to finish things off. As I mentioned, he's really toiled throughout this match. Wasn't able to pick up a wicket in the first innings. He bowled well, but just wasn't able to pick up a wicket. And this occasion, in the second innings, able to pick up 2 to his name. So it'll be fitting that the leading wicket taker, I don't know if a leading wicket taker in terms of fast bowlers in the tournament, I don't know. Nicely played there, well bowled. I don't know if there's another fast bowler that overtook him, but he had 14 wickets to his name coming into this match. The only pacer in the top 10 in terms of wicket taking in this tournament, as it's been dominated by spinners. So he now has 16 wickets to his name, Ryan Edwards. Certainly worked hard throughout this tournament. So 5 more balls for Worrell to survive. Oh, that looks close. That looks close. Not out. They scramble a single as well. Oh, everything was happening there. Wondering what umpire says leg buys. That looked pretty adjacent from my view. But not out, says umpire. Worrell survives, and they also, importantly, scrambled a single. So Folks is now on strike.
Oh my word. And he has signaled a leg bye for that. And without any bat on that delivery, wow.
Oh my, the Jamaicans was celebrating really at that decision. Well, it was turned down eventually. I thought that was gone for all money. Ryan Edwards steaming in again. Big shot played across the line there from Folks. They'll pick up 2. So a bit of frustration being shown by Folks, deciding he's going to have a swing at that one.
And
he picks up 2.
Yeah. You don't necessarily want to be too harsh on umpires because they have to make decisions in a split second. But I will say over the course of this game that the umpiring has been poor. There's no other way to put it. You could quote me on that. I'm not really too concerned who hears it, but it has been poor.
So Edwards again into Folks. Swan, he latches on to it. Will it go all the way?
6.
Yes, it does. So 6 runs there from Folks. And Ryan Edwards must be frustrated running in there. Look to have picked up the last wicket. But not out, says umpire Ryan Banwari. And Folks now on strike. And in all that, all the emotions displayed by the Jamaican team, no one was aware enough to try to get the ball to prevent the single, an easy single taken in the end. But it's expected. They all went up. They all believe it was the end of the game.
Yes, Edwards in again to Folks. Folks who is playing a very enterprising innings.
This
time it's
close.
a big appeal. I don't think it was as close as the last one.
Not as close as the last one, certainly. But another appeal nonetheless, and not out once more. So, a lot has happened in this over. We've seen a 6 hit. We've seen 2 appeals turned down by Ryan Edwards. He's really bowling his best here. He's giving it his all for his team. What he needs to do now, Alanson, is probably send the stumps cartwheeling.
Yeah, well, it's either that is what he needs to do to get a wicket. But Folks has other ideas. He has been playing well. He has put up some good resistance for his team. This time he turns it nicely down to the man at fine leg. They get a single. And he will retain the strike. 18 deliveries remaining. Can they do it? Can they survive, Barbados?
Well, that was an action-packed over from Ryan Edwards. 18 deliveries to go. Folks on strike. Redwood has the ball in hand, and I'm pretty certain there'll be a lot of fielders around the bat. They might be looking to get him off strike, but Folks might just look to farm most of the strike. Yes, so just the 2 slips and 1 man at short leg for Folks, no one at city point.
There's a lot of drama here at the Arnesville playing field. And this is the beauty of the long format of the game. You play for 3 days and you could come down to the wire in the last moments of a game. Same thing with Test cricket, of course, the 5-day version. And this is the beauty of this format of the game. Tests you over a long period of time. As Redwood comes in again. And this is an appeal. He's looking for the sweep, his Folks, but lots of turn and bounce on offer there for Redwood. Not too sure what is happening here. Physio coming on once more. No. Not too sure. Maybe the batsman was struck, or is it the keeper again? So the keeper struck again. This time in the hip area, based on where he's holding. Or was it on the helmet? Yes, it was on the helmet. So nail-biting finish here on the cards. This will be the penultimate over from Wedgwood, we think. But the third to last of the game. Just 1 wicket needed. And the Barbados pair, they need to survive these last few deliveries. Not a huge appeal. Not out again, says the umpire. Says he's going down leg side.
We are going to have a lot of appeals in these last 16 balls or so that remaining. Jamaica searching for that last wicket for glory. And the situation of the game is that Barbados, they are out front by points. It's interesting though, folks looking to play some shots all of a sudden, so close to the end of the day's play.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the ploy is here from folks, because if he gets out to one of those shots, he'll have a lot of explaining to do to his teammates. He has done so well, playing with a straight bat, defending stoically, and more of the same is needed from him.
That one was quicker from Redwood, trying everything. Quicker delivery, but well played by folks. And we've already seen if you bowl it slower, that's when you get more purchase off the surface.
Agreed. I don't think there's need for any quicker deliveries here. Runs are not on the premium. This time it's shorter. Bounces outside the off stump. Folks gets on top of it. So the deliveries are whittling away. Can Barbados hang on? Fielders coming in now to try to keep folks off strike for the next over.
So one more delivery remaining in this over. He's sending back long off. Weatherborn going back to long off.
Have no idea why long off is going back. A 4 or 6 now will be immaterial to the outcome of the game.
Indeed.
Unless they think that he will catch him down there.
And he hits it in that direction and retains the strike at the other end. I was baffled by that decision of the skipper to send back that fielder.
Yes, we have seen some really questionable tactical decisions. Not just in this game, I would say, but throughout this competition. I mean, you're looking to keep the number 11 on strike. You have left the long off area open. It's really baffling. But 12 deliveries remain. Barbados, they will need to survive these 12 deliveries. Edwards, what can he conjure up in this over? Can he get the wicket that they so need in order to be victorious? Or will Barbados be able to survive and take it into the last over?
Yes, I'm sure Edwards is thinking he don't care who is on strike. Any batter, he wants to get that wicket. Folks are Worrell, so it wouldn't matter too much to him, but certainly having a number 11 on strike would have been great for Jamaica's chances. 2 full driven straight to Barnes.
This one is lofted in the air. The fielder is coming around. Mead who takes the catch. That's the end of the game. Jamaica have won. Folks lofting the ball when there was absolutely no need for it. And the Jamaican team, they are cock-a-hoop. They're over the moon. Jamaica, they are the champions of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 competition. They took the 50 over format and now they have taken the 3-day format. They are the champions. Well, they are deserved. Little, but they're Talawa.
Well deserved by Jamaica. And I'll go back to what I said earlier. Edwards has to put his hand up with the ball in this inning. So too Redwood, and both of them, 7 wickets between them, ensuring that the Jamaican team do the double. And congratulations to Jamaica. They've played exceptional cricket in this match. We go back to the first innings of this match where Barnes and Johnson held things down to recover from 78 for 4 to take them to 217 for 4 at the end of the day's play. A massive partnership of 144. And if you watch cricket and if you follow this match and the tournament or any cricket, you really, that the way those two batted in the first innings is how you want to see the youngsters batting and continuing on in their career. And Jamaica, in the end, picking up that last wicket. Ryan Edwards fittingly picking up that last wicket, caught Nashane Mead on the boundary. We were asking ourselves, why is it that folks decided that all of a sudden he's going to hit out when it's so close to ending the day, and he decided he's going to play another shot to Edwards, and Jamaica victorious in the end. Congratulations to Jamaica for doing the double.
Yes, and just to go over the scorecard, Barbados 142 all out. Zion Brathwaite, he was bowled Nashane Mead for 28 of 85 deliveries. Achilles Brown was caught and bowled Deshaun James for 1 of 10 deliveries. Joshua Dawn, wow, very controversial decision. He was caught. Adrian Ware bowled Tamari Redwood for 34 of 69 deliveries. Nima Bolden was caught. Adrian Ware bowled Alex Sainz for 23 of 56 deliveries. Joshua Morris, he was dismissed without scoring to Tamari Redwood, bowled. Nathan Seeley was LBW Tamari Redwood for 23 or 58 deliveries. Jaden Roberts, he was caught. Brian Barnes bowled Ryan Edwards for 10 or 14 deliveries. Isaiah Folks, he was the last man dismissed by caught. Nashane Mead bowled Ryan Edwards for 15 or 57 deliveries. Jaden Leacock, out without scoring, faced 7 deliveries. Ronico Smith, out without scoring, faced 3 deliveries. Leacock was caught. Nashane Mead and bowled by Tamari Redwood. And Renico Smith was caught on ball. Ryan Edwards, Saurav Oil, not out on 1 of 6 deliveries. Barbados under 19, 142 for 10, so 142 all out. What about the bowling, Stacey?
Yes, Deshaun James started things, picking up that wicket of Achilles Brown. He had 9 overs, 3 maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Alex Hines, 16 overs, 6 maidens, 28 runs, 1 wicket. Ryan Edwards picking up that last wicket of Folks, 10.2 overs, 2 maidens, 31 runs, 3 wickets. Tamari Redwood, 18 overs, 1 maiden, 47 runs, 4 wickets. And Nashane Mead, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 13 runs, 1 wicket. Importantly there for Jamaica team, all of the bowlers pitched in. Everyone was able to pick up a wicket in their victory today. Congratulations to them again once more.
Yes, congratulations to Jamaica on doing the double in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 competition, winning this final, coming right down to the penultimate over here of action. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of myself, my co-commentators, Stacey and Adams, and in this game as well, Mr. Kenroy Martin, the team at ITFX SVG, production team, our scorers here, and everyone who made this production a possibility. We thank you very much, and that's goodbye, and that's all for now.